Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Right, good morning Killarney. Welcome everybody that is here, both the competitors and the spectators alike. Nice to see a couple of people on the stands. Mike's side, Francois Butler, joining me, Byron Knight for the Bridgestone 650 Cup and the Supersport 300 class, race number 1. And it looks like it's going to be very exciting times. Byron, welcome, good to see you. 2022, here we go.
Good to see you too, Francois. Valentine's weekend. It is the 12th of February, and we love motor racing.
I can feel the love. I can feel it. I'm looking forward to the two-wheelers. Joining me, Mike's side here, Byron. Byron, I think we're in for some exciting times in 2022.
I think so. You know, what happens is we waited long enough now for the first race of the season. We are now here. I think it's a bit hotter than those out there would be. You know, they would prefer it a little cooler than this, but we'll see how the day goes. But starting off, of course, with the bikes, of course, the Bridgestone STC 650s and 300s, the former power sport class, and what a field we have as well, full of bikes, and we're going about 17 of them together. There you'll see in front of you now the Power Series 12th of February 2022 program. We start all with bikes, 3 bike races, followed by, of course, the South Superbikes, SBK Challenge and Masters, the Strato Technology, Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Of course, a lot of the entry-level, the newbies come into that class. The Thermo Fires, Clubman Saloons, V8 Masters. Following that, the Libre Classic cars and Bijou Trusty Fine cars, as well as then the Formula Libre will then round off the first bit of the program as well. And then we, of course, have a separate section as well with the 12 o'clock race of the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge. That might be a little bit delayed because we have had a little bit of a delay. And then the sports and GT cars will follow that. Then the lunch break. And then the Bridgestone STC bikes will be starting us off again. But we'll take that a little bit later on. Some of the bikes starting to come out now. Slade van Niekerk on pole position here in the 650s on the Kawasaki. A 120.7 was his time. I'll take a look at the time a little bit more closely as they come out towards the grid itself. It will be an 8-lap race. So Slade van Niekerk, a 120.757. And that was 0.3 of a second faster than the Kawasaki Z650 of Jason Lineker. So he will be second man on the front row of the grid. And then he'll be sharing that with a third man, of course, 3 per row. Take a look now. It will be Tristan Pinard on the also the 650 as well. So the Kawasaki, I should rather say. So all the top 4 are Kawasaki 650 bikes. The ER 650 of Gerrit Visser will be the first man on row 2. So yes, race 1 of the first half of the program. Yeah, they all go out. Van Niekerk, Lineker, Pinard, row 1, Visser, Lance Jonas, the number 83 bike, usually on the Suzuki. He'll be the 5th place man on the second row, and then Coetzee, number 32, Ryan Coetzee, will be the 6th place man, and rounding off row 2, Andre Calvert, Nicholas Hutchings, and then Jared Butler. That's a familiar name, of course, because the man right next to me is his dad, and he will be pole position, well, no, second in class, I should rather say, in the 300 section, and he's been going confidently. He's just gone out now. Frankie has just pointed it out that Jared Butler has made his way onto the circuit. He'll be doing his 2 sighting laps, and then he'll pull into his grid slot on the grid. And of course, like I say as well, that will be 9th position overall, but he'll be second in class, and that will be the 3rd row of the grid. He'll be there alongside Nicholas Hutchings, pole in class on the 390 KTM with a 129.237, and he was a fraction faster than Jared Butler in qualifying as well. Then Willie van Niekerk, of course, of the van Niekerk family, the likes of Aaron. He was the uncle of Aaron, actually, as a matter of fact. He will be the 111 bike. The Yamaha R3 will be a 3rd in class, but 10th overall. Adrian Solomon in the Ninja 300, and Mitch Robinson, also on the 390 Ninja, will be following suit.
Yeah, Byron, I think this is going to be a real humdinger of a race. We're just waiting for all the motorcycles to line up on the grid. And once they're out there, we're going to be, as Killarney would say, ready to rumble. Everybody out here on pole position. Slade van Niekerk from the Project 60 racing team. He takes the front row there, together with Jason Lineker. And alongside him is young Tristan Pienaar from the KTM pole on the Kawasaki 650.
Well, Jared Butler comes out of Pertamina Fastron all the way down to the grid now. Remember, 9th overall, but 2nd in class in the 300s, and only a fraction off of the poleman in class, Francois, the Hutchings 72 machine.
Yeah, Nicholas Hutchings and Jared were out on circuit yesterday during qualifying, and really close to each other, so we're looking for some exciting racing out there as well. The second row, Gerard Visser, the Ginger Ninja, back in the saddle there together with Lance Jonas. So everybody looking ready to go. Right, so they're all up on the line. We're under starters' orders.
Well, I think it's going to be a hell of a go into turn 1 there. Francois van Niekerk, Lineker, Pienaar. Watch there, the number 93 Kawasaki of Lindemann is just poised. He wants to get that whole shot into turn 1. The whistle goes. We're ready to go, Francois.
Right, so waiting under starters' orders, waiting for the 5-second board to come up. Craig looks 5-second board. Let's wait for the lights. Lights on, and away they go.
Pienaar looks like he got a good one over there as well, Francois.
Tristan Pienaar had a rocket of a start there. Now as they go down towards the line.
It was a bit of a sticky start for Van Niekerk as well. I saw him, he's just a little bit bogged down off the line, but I think he's coming right back, Francois, onto the straight.
Yep, yeah, so we have a look there, the front runners, and Pienaar there with Slade van Niekerk up on the inside, already going into quarry corner. Third there is, let's have a look. It looks like Lineker lies there in third, and Visser's up there with him. Everyone trying to find their feet, work their way through, and making their way around the circuit. Lots of challenges there towards the back end of the circuit as they make their way down into Interceptor corner.
Lineker is back up into second, Francois, but he goes a little bit wide, leaving the door there for Pienaar. We'll see them as they come through the double apex right-hander at Malmesbury, and then onto the back straight they'll then run for this first lap. Look at the gap already, though, that it looks like Van Niekerk is blown away from Lineker right behind him. I saw Carl Halleck was up there somewhere as well in the 300, having come up a little bit as well, but we'll see them as they go down towards Pertamina Fastron as they really run towards the first of these 10 laps. It's going to be, looks like it over here. I see 10 laps on the screen, initially an 8-lap race. The fastest sector time, though, Slade van Niekerk at 24.3 in sector 2.
Yeah, no, van Niekerk now up towards the line, crosses the line. It's their first out there, first in times. Everyone working their way around, trying to find their feet. It's a real difficult race out there. People trying to find people through. On the SSP 300s, it's Nicholas Hutchings, Willie van Niekerk, Jared Butler. They find their way going down into turn number 1 and work their way out. There we can see the screenshots going into 2 as the bikes roll up. There you see them going through quarry corner. There's the online shot as they come up towards turn number 3. That's Interceptor corner. And the guys are really out there fighting hard.
Watch the Ginger Ninja there, Francois. He's all over the back of Lineker. Third position at the moment. Pienaar is 0.02 of a second. When they crossed the line, he was further back with Jonas pushing it in there. A 1.1 seconds off of Pienaar. Kutsia, Lindemann a little bit further back. And Calvert, that of course is the top 8 in all the 600 class. Hutchings leads the number 72 in 9th position in the 300 class. Ahead of Van Niekerk, Jared Butler holding on to third spot.
Yeah, but Jared had a bit of a bad start. He's worked his way up now into 11th, chasing down on Willie van Niekerk. We'll try and keep an eye on that one. Up behind him, Mitch Robinson, Stavro Michel sitting down in the 615, 13th there. Then it's Solomon's Brandon Hutchins down in 15th. Abigail Bossen up in 16th in the 300 Yamaha. So everyone finding their feet and working really hard.
Yeah, Carl Halleck is the man, of course, in 18th position, 31 behind Hill, and that's 0.7 of a second. He's just holding in there ahead of Reynolds. But going back to the top now, as they complete another lap, Van Niekerk leads the way, 2.2 seconds. Actually, they've gone through already, 2.2 seconds ahead of Lineker. Then 0.3 of a second in third position, the 43, Gerard Visser ahead of Pienaar and Jonas.
Lovely battle ensuing there in the Supersport 300s. We got Hutchings, Van Niekerk and Butler all working their way up there with Mitch Robinson down in 4. They all work their way into quarry corner. So what's happening? But you have a look here. coming up into turn 4. See the 650s coming up there. Lance Jonas under attack there. Someone up on his inside. That looks like Lindemann. Lindeman's up on the inside. There they work their way now on screen down towards turn number 5, down the back straight, towards Batamina Fastron. Welcome to all our viewers online, Byron.
Thank you for joining us here on the IMUSAT feed for this first race weekend of the year as far as main circuit is concerned. We are now looking at the leader of the race, Slade van Niekerk, the man who lost it out at the start, but he came right back up into the lead within the space of 1 lap. Lineker will follow suit, and he is under huge pressure there by Gerrit Visser. 5/10 of a second back off the second Pinal, and then Lindemann, who's just taken Lance Jonas. Lance Jonas, when they crossed the line last time out, it was 3/10 of a second between himself and Lindemann, having made up that 3/10 of a second in the last lap. 7 laps left to go there, including the one they're currently on.
Yeah, it's a lovely scrap here in the Supersport 300s. Willie van Niekerk and Nicholas Hutchins are side by side. Butler and Robinson sitting up there with each other. All happening out there. Lots of fighting. The Supersport 300 class, really exciting. Lots happening out there. So keep an eye on that one as the leaders make their way out of Interceptor corner up towards turn number 4.
Well, going to that 300 class there, Francois Hutchings still leads the way. 14 seconds off of Calvert in the class ahead of him. Of course, there's yellow flags waving down to Pertamina Fastron, and has a rider gone down? I see some dust there on the outside. Rider has stood up. Gary has confirmed, so thankfully the rider is okay, but we'll have to find out now, Francois, who that was.
Yeah, well, we can see there in the screen now, just went past, the rider was up and all's good. There we go. I'm not quite sure. It looks like it could be a yellow bike. Hopefully it's not Jonas. As there goes Lance, so they're all good there. As they work their way up towards the start-finish line.
I hope it's not Lance Jonas.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I don't know, but it is because...
Yeah, it's a yellow bike, and Lance is yellow, so we'll have to wait and see.
Well, here come the leaders now. Van Niekerk crosses the line. Lineker will follow suit on the number 93 Kawasaki. And then what happens is Visser would necessarily come through then, just to actually take a look at 6 laps left to go as they cross the line. And then we'll take a look now here as well as Calvert comes through. Hutchings will be the man in the lead in the 300 class, and that'll be 4/10 of a second ahead of Willie van Niekerk. And of course, Jared Butler on the number 69 machine. He was 2/10 of a second the last time off of Willie van Niekerk in that 300 class.
Yeah, no, there's a lovely scrap there in the 300 class. There's almost 5 riders in it now as they make their way through Quarry Corner. There we see them going into Quarry Corner. Lovely low-down stuff as they work their way through out of Quarry, making their way down towards turn number 3. There on screen, there's their Super Sports. There's Nicholas Hutchins, Willie van Niekerk, Jared Butler, Mitch Robinson. Up behind Mitch Robinson, it's Solomon as well. So they all work their way through out of Interceptor corner, making their way up towards turn number 4 up the straight there, Tigerberg straight. Look at that, Linus doing stuff now. Now it's going to go down to the wire as they go down the back straight, making their way to Batamina Fastron.
Yeah, they'll be going down the straight there. So I think the yellow flags have been retracted. Some down the field, I see some movements are being made. Yellow flags are still waving there, Francois.
Van Niekerk up on the inside there of Hutchings.
But he can't pass
Hutchings
there, Francois.
No, he can't pass. And all happening. I think the yellow flags are still up, so it's a bit unfortunate there. And, well, it's getting too close for comfort in those front 3 of the Super Sports. Have a look at that. And on screen as they make their way towards the start-finish line. Almost 5 bikes. Linus turn now as they cross the line. Here's Robinson picking up on the inside of Butler. He gets through.
Yeah,
Butler's late on the brakes. He gets ahead of Robinson. Van Niekerk looks to go ahead. Hutchins tries to sweep up on the inside, but Willie has got ahead there of Nicholas Hutchins now as they make their way up the Uber straight. Up towards Quarry Corner. This is brilliant stuff. Hutchings looking around the outside. Have a look at this on-screen shot. Oh, this is tight racing. And Butler closing up on the back of Hutchings as Van Niekerk leads out on the Yamaha. It's Yamaha, KTM, Honda, and then Kawasaki. We've got all 4 brands in. The SSB 300 just shows you how close is Hutchins. Goes up on the inside of Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk around the outside. Butler having a look there. Oh, I tell you what, Byron, can't script this stuff, brother.
No, and also as well, Francois, Jared playing a very smart game over here, playing the waiting game. He doesn't get too involved in the bikes in front of him, because if those two come together, he wins at the end of the day, and he'll just keep a watching brief on the two ahead of him.
As we always say, best seat now. Hutchings now alongside Fanikak as they make their way down to Petamina Fostron. There you see on screen, yellow flags waving. No overtaking allowed, so you've got to hold your position as you go down into Petamina Fostron, turn number 5. Into turn number 5, they all roll line astern stuff. It is very close.
That's going to be a bit unfortunate over there. I think Jared might have passed under yellows. That bike still sitting there with the rider right next to it, who has gone off the circuit. I'm pleased to say it's not Lance Jonas. He's still well and truly in this race. 8 seconds off of David Lindemann. They cross the line now. The 300 after Nick van Niekerk, Hutchings and Butler, Robinson and Solomon also going to be joining that particular section as well. Van Niekerk still leads the overall class number 1 bike, having completed lap 6, 3.9 seconds ahead of Lineker. He has, though, a fastest lap Van Niekerk of a 120.526.
That is blindingly quick. We've got some of the superbikes that don't even get to 120. And he's on a 650, so that is brilliant stuff there from Slade Van Niekerk. Jason Lineker, almost 3 seconds adrift. And while it's all happening out there now, as there we go, the Super Sports go into turn number 3, Deceptor corner. Hutchings leads out from Van Niekerk. It's Butler and it's Robinson. Moved away from the 5th bike there from Solomon. So they work their way now through turn number 4 and make their way down the back straight as they go down towards Petamina Fostron. The 4 bikes come out line astern stuff, and the yellow is still on. Yellow's still on, so you've got to do whatever you want to do before the corner.
The thing is, Francois, I think that's might have to be there till the end of the race. We've only got 3 laps left to go, including this very one that we are currently on now.
Yeah. Well, they're coming out of Petamina Fostron up towards the Killarney Bridge. And leading out there, Jared. Here comes Mitch Robinson up on the inside. Robinson up on the inside, but he'll be a bit late on the brakes as he goes down into turn number 1. Van Niekerk around the outside of Robinson. And, well, we've got 1 lap left. 1 lap to go. And it's green everywhere, so let's have a look, see as they come up towards Quarry corner. Van Niekerk up on the inside, Butler on his outside. They are pretty close. They're going to work their way around. Hutchings lies in 3rd. Robinson 4th. Van Niekerk is out front there trying to get away as he goes into Interceptor corner. Van Niekerk leads out on the 650. We'll have to keep a watching brief on that now because the checkered flag will be coming out pretty shortly. So have a look, see. 2 laps to go. It's not an 8, it's actually a 10 lap today, Byron. So we've been caught napping once again. Early in the day, we've got to find our feet still. You know how it goes.
Well, yeah, they come down the back straight now. The gaggle of bikes fighting it out in the 300 class. And the yellow flags are waving, double waved yellows. That bike is still on its place on the grass on the outside of Petamina Fastron. They'll make their way through then. Butler leads it though. He crossed the line 900ths of a second ahead of Mitch Robinson. So Van Niekerk officially takes the win, whether he knows it or not. Okay, I just see now.
There, you can take it up now.
There we go. Okay, so Van Niekerk, Slade Van Niekerk wins the race from Lineker, 1.5 seconds, and then Lindemann will be the man in 3rd position. Pienaar 4th, and 5th will be Visser.
Yep, so we have a look, see, and our flag is waiting as the leaders are now down in Petamina Fastron. Look for the number 1 bike of Slade Van Niekerk.
I see there that David Lindemann just put in the fastest lap, Francois, 1:19.744.
That is blindingly quick.
Where was that all this race?
Yo, that is silly stuff. Well, welcome to to 650, and Lindemann showing his mettle. Right, there comes your leader. Checkered flag, Slade Van Niekerk. Here comes, it's very close there from Jason Lineker and Gerard Visser. Lindemann in 3rd place. Pienaar, Visser, Kutsia, Jonas, and we look for that Supersport 300 dice.
Here they come.
Here comes your Supersport leader. It looks like Nicholas Hutchings.
Yeah, no, look at that. So what happens is Hutchings that will take the 300 victory ahead of Willie van Niekerk, then Mitch Robinson, and then Jared Butler by 2 thousandths of a second. He gets, of course, just off that initial podium over here as well. But what a race from young Jared as well. You know, I think he kept a level head the entire way.
4 years out the saddle, not too bad.
Not too bad at all. And he's ahead there of Solomon, the number 4 machine. 2 seconds, actually, as a matter of fact, ahead. Then Stavro Michel, not only a rider, but also a musician as well, man who plays guitar.
What a voice.
Many talents.
Abigail Bosson down there in 14th. A beautiful run for her. Yesterday she was a little bit off the pace. Good to see her back up there ahead of Braden Hutchings, one of her ex-teammates. Peter Hill, Carl Hellick, and the young Reynolds back on a bike. Nice to have him. Well, he's not so young anymore, but good to have him back on a bike.
I think these guys all feel young. You know, I think, you know, it keeps you alive going like this. And, well, let me tell you one thing. It's a good way to start the year. The cobwebs are being shaken out by not only the competitors, but us too. And, let me tell you one thing. If this is a good start to the day, then it's going to be some good racing we're going to have.
I think it's going to be a fantastic day. Next up, we've got the South Superbike Challenge together with the Masters and any 600s. That's going to be a real humding of a race. On the Superbikes, on pole position is the fastest accountant in Africa, Malcolm Rapson. Alongside him, we will have Jacques Ackerman. So the viewers that have joined us, nice to have you with us, forwarding us onto your mobile device or into your lounge, the kitchen, wherever you may be. Great to have you on board with us. We sincerely hope that you enjoy your day. Remember, you don't have to sit at home. You can come to Killarney. We do allow spectators, whether you are inoculated or not. Let's just put that out there. And you can come light a fire. Just keep it careful. The grass very dry. We don't want any. Rather bring down the skottel. I think a skottel is a better idea.
A skottel, an aircon, two bottles, 2 cases of Roll-On. You name it. You bring it and you come to Killarney. Let me tell you one thing. There's not all that, you know, that red tape anymore. You come to Killarney and come and watch. You know, we're all looking out for you. I see on the stand there, Frankie pointed that out earlier on. We have some folks on the stand. Welcome. To Killarney, back to Killarney, and if it's your first time, welcome. This is our, you know, cathedral here.
Well, we want to say to the spectators that are here today, guys, make it festive. Get involved. And let's show our appreciation for the competitors out there, both on the 2 wheels and the 4 wheels.
No, there's plenty of great classes today, Francois. We're talking about GTI Challenge. We're talking about Clubman's, classic cars as well. To just join 3 bike races, I think it's amazing over here as well. All kinds of competitors. It was lovely to see the motors running in the pit lane earlier on and ready to go out. And my goodness, let me tell you one thing. If you can get a little bit of shade here again, I know I'm going on a bit about the heat, but yeah, let me tell you one thing. It's going to be hot and cooking out on the circuit.
Byron, welcome to Africa.
And that's what we love.
Yeah, we love it. Love it. You know, I'm just thinking about this warm shirt and jeans that I have on. But, yeah.
I was wondering what was going through your mind this morning when you were dressing.
Keep the sun off, bro. I don't want to get burnt, you know how it is. To any of our international viewers, we do chuck in the South African terminology. We apologize for that, but welcome on board nonetheless. I know that a good friend of ours, Dr. Nick van der Meulen in Switzerland, will be watching us, and we'd like to welcome him on board. It's lovely to have all our viewers from around the world, and I know we are around the world. We get notifications from Canada and New Zealand, last time from Sudan, of all places.
There's a lot of motorsport fans up in Africa, Francois, and there's many different countries that some of us have never heard of before as well, where we hear people coming through and saying, hey, we love what you guys are doing, keep racing. Yeah, we go through the program once again as well. We just had the STC and SSP motorcycles sponsored by Bridgestone, and as Francois announced earlier on, the South Superbikes, the SBK Challenge and Masters, and what a field we have here as well. We're talking about over 16 bikes and a number of masterclass runners in there as well. The names like Malcolm Rapson, Jacques Ackerman, Rob Craig. That's just the first row alone.
Robert Craig, about 7 times Western Province champion. And pedigrees there. Malcolm Rapson last year's 2021 Superbike champion and Masters champion as well. Jacques Ackerman, a very close runner-up. David Enticott, ZX Cup rider. Quinton Ebden, nice to have him back on the saddle. Mark van der Berg, what a rider. JP Frederick. You know the pedigree of this field, anywhere in SA, you know, don't have to stand back. At least the top 6-7 riders, they are all brilliantly well equipped to ride out there. Wayne Arends is out there, Michael Leonard de Toy is out there, Michael Hunter, Dion Ebel, Lubabalo Intisana, Paul Bedell, Sean Mackerel and Johnny Schwerin. Woo. From the start to finish, it's going to be blindingly quick. So yesterday they only did 1 minute 14s around Killarney.
Or 1:13.8.
1:13.8.
For Malcolm Rapson on the Suzuki.
I don't think we're going to see very quick times. Like we said, the track is a little bit hot. It's not... the 1 minute 10s, I'm not saying it's a far reach, but we won't see it because the track's a bit hot, very sticky. The bikes aren't getting away. We've got a very light southeaster breeze in their face. So we'll have a look, see how they negotiate the circuit today. And hopefully it's going to be very exciting stuff. Paul Medell, I just want to talk about Paul Medell, riding an 899 Panigale. I saw the shop, or the bike in Martin Petzel's shop. What a beaut. What a beaut. You know, looked like a model, as they say.
Well, Ducati's Italian machines are very special. That is the only non-Japanese machine out there, and that's in 13th position. One of the masterclass runners, a man who can't keep away from motorcycle racing. Tried cars a number of years ago, but he just had to get back on 2 wheels.
Yep, no, Paul, the man from Libre, he's the representative, one of the, I think, the co-owners, him and Dr. Chris Leet. So they bring to racing what racing requires, and Paul, being Paul, decided he'll be different and get a Panigale. He brought it down from Johannesburg. He's purchased the motorcycle. So with his experience, we know he's got GP experience. He's been around very long. He's not a young man, but he is definitely someone to watch.
Now, we've had a few over the years, the odd exotic bike like Ducati Pantas and of course Cagiva Alazuras as well. I know Tony Jones, I think, had that Alazura at one stage as well. So it's, you know, you usually see your good mix of Kawasaki's and Suzuki's and Yamahas and Hondas, but then every so often you'll see these Italian bikes slip in there as well. Back
in the day when I had the privilege of riding around Killarney on a Kawasaki 550, I used to hate the Ducati Pantas, the 600s, or the 550s as well, but and the Yamaha RD and RZ 350s were blindingly quick, and the Honda CBX 550 as well. Those were the days. Today, look what we've got now. They do double the pace.
Suzuki, pole position, Malcolm Rapson. They always said the fastest accountant in South Africa on 2 wheels. I always get reminded by a lot of car guys because there's some very fast 4-wheel accountants. Jacques Ackerman alongside him, and Rob Craig, who made his return last year, also a masterclass runner like the 2 men ahead of him. David Enticott on the Kawasaki as well. The Yamaha R1 there of Quinton Ebden, and then Van der Berg and JP Friedrich. We are now ready to go, Francois.
Under starter's orders, we're waiting for the lights and the 5-second board. Everyone on the rev limiter now with launch control on some of the bikes. The lights are on, lights are off, and we go racing, and Ackerman gets up. Great start. Ackerman off the line pretty quickly, looking for the whole shot. Rob Craig on his outside. Rapson gets caught napping, and Craig around the outside there of Ackerman. So Robert Craig finds his way to the front. They come out of turn 1. They make their way up the U-bend straight up towards Quarry Corner. All line astern stuff. And Rapson having a look up on the inside of Ackerman. Rapson gets up there. Enticott lies there in P4. They work their way around. There's a heck of a bunch up there in Quarry Corner. Side-by-side stuff as they work about. Everyone trying to shuffle their way through the deck of cards now as they go down towards Interceptor Corner.
It's a good clean start from everybody over there, and let me tell you one thing, Rapson just didn't look like he had any purchase off the line over there as well, and you just look alongside him, that green Kawasaki just making it the whole shot, but then Rob Craig surprisingly coming out on the outside over there and stealing it, but not for long, because in the slipstream it's going to be Malcolm Rapson. Will he choose the outside? Will he choose the inside? He's forcing his way onto the inside towards Pertamina Fastron, and he shall take the lead right back within the space of the first lap, just like in race 1 with Slate van Niekerk.
What beautiful on-screen shots coming off our cameras here as Rapson gets on the gas there away from Craig. It's up behind him. It looks like it is Entikot. Entikot there, ahead of Ackerman. No, it's David Entikot, Jock Ackerman, Trevor Westman out there as well. Nice to see Westy out there. So Mark van der Berg down in 6th, JP Frederick 7th, Michael de Toy, Lubabal Intisana, Quinton Ebden, Michael Hunter, Paul Medell, Wayne Owens, Clint Munton down in 14th, Dion Ebel, Sean Mackerel, Johnny Schwerin, and Mikael brings up the tail.
Great start there from Westman on the number 60 bike there, Francois, because that's a Kawasaki ZX-10R, and he finds himself now in 5th position. He'll be keeping Ackerman content over there as well in that section. You go now right through this new view of the interceptor corner now, a bit of a wider view as they go onto the short straight and into the double apex right-hander at Malmesbury. Onto the straight once again. Rapson, of course, took the lead right back from Craig. They crossed the line, 0.4 of a second between the two of them. Entikot was the man in 3rd position. Ackerman having to fall down into 4th. Well, I won't use the term fall down, as he just dropped down into 4th position.
Well, keeping an eye on Entikot. He's trying to close down there on Rob Craig. Rapson leads out front. He's trying to put a bit of daylight between himself there and Robert Craig. Yeah, they come up towards the line. That's Ackerman that's up in 3rd. Ackerman's gone back to 3rd. So, was it Westman?
Westman, I think.
Trevor Westman is absolutely flying. He's the quickest. He's done a 1:13. Trevor Westman, welcome and good morning. As they say, Westman now sitting up behind Craig. He comes up towards Quarry Corner, late on the brakes. He looks around the outside, goes a bit deep. He's got to cut back. Oh, running a bit hot there. There's Entikot behind him. So Westman loses a bit of touch with Robert Craig, going a little bit hot there. Finding he hasn't practiced all week. He's been prepping bikes. Hats off to Trevor to get on the bike with no practice whatsoever in the week. And bam, finds himself in 3rd position, riding out of the Project 60 stable.
Yeah, but the thing is, Francois, you come, forget about being on the pace. He is the pace at the moment.
Yeah, no, I tell you, that is a blindingly quick lap time there from Trevor Westman. He makes his way down towards Pertamina Fastron. There you see all the bikes going on the back straight. He's trying to close up here on Robert Craig. We know Trevor is stupendously late on the brakes. That's what caught him out in Quarry there. But he will be coming up to the party now. It's Malcolm Rapson leading out. There comes Rapson, here comes Craig, and Westman is starting to breathe down his neck. Then it's going to be David Entikot, Jock Ackerman. And looks like Mark van der Berg. Well, that's JP Frederick. Frederick gets through there. Well, everybody is really showing us up today.
Yeah, no, he's a dark horse, JP Frederick. He finds himself on the number 24 bike in 6th position and only 200ths off of Jacques Ackerman as they now run through into the turn 2 section. Look at it, nose to tail. And actually, yeah, it's Rob Craig that is now down into 3rd position and Westman that's up into 2nd as they go through Interceptor Corner.
Well, let's see if Trevor Westman can close down on that very quick GSX 1000RR of Malcolm Rapson. Westman on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. That's the ZX-10 Cup bike that he's riding now, and he works his way down. He's got a bit of time to make up, and he pulls away from Craig. Look at that massive gap there. That Westman there on the Project 60 bike just lines up, makes his way down to Pertamina Fastron. Have a look on screen now as they dive in. There's Rapson, and there's Westman. And look at the gap he's pulled on Craig. It's, this is brilliant stuff from the sharp end of the field. 6
laps left to go when they cross the line, France. I just want to go a little bit further down the field to 8th position because that is the SPK Challenge class. Ntisana currently leads that ahead of the toy, 0.8 of a second ahead of them. Of course, Ebden is not in that particular class, but Orense on the number 33 bike in 11th position. He finds himself 3rd in class at the moment ahead of Bunton and then Ebel.
Down into Deceptor Corner, but the riders now coming down into Pertamina. That's your leader, Malcolm Rapson. Yeah, he leads out, gets on the gas nice and early. Westman's there too.
Westman's got a fastest first sector time as well there, Francois, but he's now got a third sector time from Malcolm Rapson, a 24.4. And as they cross the line, it's not going to be quick as lap. It's still Trevor Westman that got that on lap 2, but it's 1.7 seconds between Rapson and the number 60 of Westman.
Westman closing down on Rapson. We have got still 5 laps to go. So there's a lot in it. Robert Craig has been, I won't say obliterated, he's still in third. Looks like Endicott's closing down on the back of Craig. So Endicott is measuring this race. David is a very wise rider, and you can see he can actually reach out and touch Robert Craig as they're going to intercept the corner. There you see them coming out. There's Craig in picture. Right behind him there is David Endicott. So things are happening. JP Frederick not too far behind them now as they make their way up into Quarry Corner. Down the back straight, here come your leaders.
Yeah, no, going to the number 6 or 6th place, number 10, Jacques Ackermann, I think is having a bit of an unfortunate race. He got the whole shot into turn 1, and then...
Right, so in picture there, the riders exiting Petamina Foster on turn number 5. Yeah, they come up towards the line, crossing the line. Malcolm Rapson looks over his shoulder. He sees Westman breathing down his neck. There they go now into turn number 1 holes. And I tell you what, it's too close for comfort. Different lines of approach going in there. You see the 2 bikes, they both got different lines, and once again different forms of exit going out of one, working their way up you bear straight into Quarry Corner.
Well, Trevor Westman is just recording 1:13.095, going a tenth of a second faster than his initial fastest lap time. He's now 1.4 seconds off of Malcolm Rapson on the Suzuki, who leads it still, and a fastest first sector time again from Trevor Westman at 26.2 compared
for no reason whatsoever. He pulls out those killer laps. They make their way now down the back straight down towards Petamina Fastron, and Westman will gain another half a second down into turn number 5 because he is stupendously late on the brakes. That's at the sharp end of the field, and here comes Endicott right up behind Robert Craig. There we go. There's your leaders on screen at the moment, and coming into picture we'll have Craig and Endicott. So the camera pans out. The bikes are too fast for the camera, and working their way out. There they see is Craig and Endicott. Westman is getting very close there to the back end of Malcolm Rapson. I can assure you things are getting uncovered, and Endicott up on the inside of Robert Craig. David Endicott moves up to P3. Well, it's all happening here at Killarney today, folks. You can't script this kind of stuff.
Well, Rapson crossed the line. He's now only 8 tenths ahead of Trevor Westman. It was 1.4. It just shows you the chunks of time that Westman is taking out of the man in front. And they're coming up to some traffic now as well. That could play a factor over here as they go through Interceptor Corner onto the short straight before the Malmesbury Corner section. And we have 3 laps left to go here as well. So it's now or never almost for the man behind him, Trevor Westman, the killer, who Francois pointed out has hardly done any laps here in a little while, and he just gets back on the pace and is the pace indeed.
Well, they're making their way now down towards Petamina Fastron. Is there something in the making? Is there something in the making? We're having a look into turn number 5. As they exit, I think Westman's taken the lead. Trevor Westman has taken the lead ahead of Malcolm Rapson, keeping a beady eye as they come towards us. Indeed he has. Westman moves to the lead and works his way down into turn number 1 there with about 2/10 of a second ahead of Malcolm Rapson. Well, Byron, it can't get any more exciting than this.
Well, let me tell you one thing. We still got 2 laps left to go, and Malcolm Rapson is going to push it to the end. I'll tell you that much. Across the line, it was 1/10 of a second between the 2 of them, but he looks like he's still keeping on that back wheel almost of the number 60 Kawasaki as they come out of the turn 2 section through the kink and into Interceptor Corner. They have left the rest of the field behind. Endicott is currently in 3rd position, a second ahead of Rob Craig. Ackermann in 5th position, and then Vandenberg is the man in 6th ahead of Ebden. And let me tell you one thing, Frederick is unfortunately classifying a lap down, or he's just started the next lap, so a bit of an unfortunate time. He might have gone wide somewhere because he's now 7 seconds off of Ebel, who is the number 27 bike in 12th position. Ntisana still leads the SBK Challenge class.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see them out there. JP Frederick, maybe a little bit of rustiness, that's why I ran a bit wide. Yeah, watching our leaders now coming out of Petamina Fastron. It's still Westman leading out. We've got 2 laps to go. Westman and Malcolm Rapson. Rapson trying his utmost. He's throwing the kitchen sink at Westman now as they're going to turn number 1 holes. They lead out now, going to your bare straight. It's Kawasaki versus Suzuki, two very seasoned veteran riders making their way up now into Quarry Corner. This is brilliant stuff. Keep an eye on that. There on screen at the moment, there's Westman. He's followed there by Malcolm Rapson. Look how close they are. The Kawasaki and the Suzuki are churning out the time.
And they're readying the flag right now, Francois. They'll come through Interceptor. Lovely shot through Interceptor. Then onto the short little straight before they get to Malmesbury. It was a 10th of a second the previous lap. And now this last lap, it was also a 10th of a second. So 2 laps ago, it was a 10th. Now it was a 10th. And now they are very close. Coming out of Malmesbury. Down the back straight, they'll then run. It's now or never for Malcolm Rapson. He's in the slipstream. He'll go onto the inside towards Pertamina fast run. And Francois, he'll take the lead right back. But can he hold it?
Well, does he run deep? Westman's run a bit deep. It looks like Malcolm might have done enough now. I don't think Westman's going to have it. Malcolm Rapson leaving it to the bitter end, but he might have done enough to take heat number 1. They come up towards the line. It's going to be Rapson ahead of Westman. Well, Malcolm Rapson leaving it to the bitter end there. He squeezed that 1/10 out of there, or 2/10 out of that Suzuki. Third place is David Enticott. What a brilliant ride there from David, followed by Rob Craig. We wait for 5th place, Jacques Ackerman to cross the line. Justin Mika over the line there. Here comes Ackerman. He's ahead of Van der Berg. Yep, indeed. Then Quentin Ebden gets over the line. We're waiting for Luke Tasani. Crosses the line. No, Michael de Tooy gets ahead of him.
Goodness.
So it all happens out there.
3/10 between them, Francois. Just happened in the last lap. So de Tooy just snatches the win for SBK Challenge and gets the 8th place overall. Intisana Orense doing a great job over there as well. The chairman, of course, of the biker section still.
Gets up into 3rd ahead of Dion Ebel. Clint Munton low down. We'd like Clint to be higher up. JP Frederick also low down. Also unfortunate. Sean Mackerel, Jonathan Schwerin, Justin Mika, Michael Hunter, and Paul Medell. Well, we don't know that Ducati might have been giving him little issues. Well, folks, we sincerely hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. It's been absolutely brilliant stuff. Heat number 1 out of the South Superbikes SBK Challenge and Masters category. Absolutely blinding stuff. And I think Byron, we've actually got another bike race. We're working for our lunch here today, but
I think I just have to go to Clicks quickly to go and buy more roll-on.
It's not that bad, but
no, but after these races, it's not the heat, it's not the general heat that's getting to me.
It's the excitement.
It's the excitement that's getting to me. I'm going to have to go get anxiety meds and all kinds of stuff over here.
Yeah, Prozac's on special, Buckley, so I'll just let you know. Yeah, no, it's all good, Lovely to have these kind of races. So there you see the Strada Technology Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. They're about to come out, and this is where all the, I want to say, the new riders from the track school on the alternative Saturdays that are here, that find their way, they want to go racing, they're coming to this class. They run under the 1 minute 20 second barrier. So we'll have them out on circuit pretty shortly there. The Superbikes making their way down towards Park for May.
Lots of appreciation from the marshals there too
they
as
love
well.
it. They love it. That's why it's out. There we see Fonny Shekel with the pink hair on screen, one of our senior marshals. Congratulating everybody. Nice to have everyone on screen.
No, it's lovely, Francois, and the marshals do a hell of a job. I can tell you that much. They're out in the elements all day, whether it's rain, shine, you name it, they're there. And they always have it with big smiles on their faces. And at the end of the day, I think they just collapse and say, oh, what a day of racing, you know. And the riders appreciate it. All the competitors appreciate it too. That's the big smiles on the faces. They come here to not only chase it around the circuit at God knows what speeds, but just to entertain everybody as well. That's and thank you all those as well that have come to Killarney. Hopefully you've called for more to come, because I see some of the stands are filling up. So yeah,
phone a friend, phone your grandmother, tell her to come down, tell her to bring some hats off cookies with her, and let's have a lot of fun out here. Come have a picnic. There is no excuse in the book, is there really? I mean, you can't even go to the movies for $80, let's face it.
No, not at all.
Yeah, it's live. I mean, it's live, it's nice. But don't forget, on the 5th of March, we've got the Extreme Festival. That's going to be a real crackerjack. There we expect to see a lot of people. But Killarney looking nice. Having a look over the way there to the embankments, and the cars filling up there. The gazebos are up, the parasols, whatever you want to call them. Everyone looking very happy to be here. the stands, they're starting to fill up all around the place. It's actually nice to see, and this is definitely the way to go.
Well, it's a lovely thing actually, Francois, is when the embankment started coming out, that was actually one of the best things that I think Killarney put up, was the embankment. Here in South Africa, we're very, let's just go to this replay here, Francois. I see the biker going down from race 1, and he gets up like a champion immediately. Not, my bum is hurting now,
There's a lot of work to be done there, a lot of scratching and denting now as that bike toppled over. There we see, there's kind of the shot again. Just too much going in there.
Low siding it, just sliding it.
And funny enough, coming out of the corner, which was very strange. Not going in. One would expect it when you're going in, not when you're coming out. So I'm not sure, maybe just a little bit of front end wash coming out of that bike as they work their way through. Well, the next categories out there, and have a look at the names. Have a look at those front 2 names. Hilton Redlingace, Jamie Hall. It's all happening out there. Andre Kruger, Nick Ben. Samkelo Liwani is out there. Donovan Stevens, Derek Hendricks, nice to have Derek there. Willem Lowe, Wayne Gress, Nico Venter, Jan Aram Fourie, Wesley Hendricks, Dieter Gous, Ruan Smith, and Peter Hill.
15 of them out there altogether, Francois. Like we're saying, the motorcycles, the Clubman's class, Redlingace, of course, in the classics on the Kawasaki ZX7R. That was a 1:18.847 that he recorded in qualifying, quite a bit faster than Jamie Hall. But remember, Jamie Hall is on a Clubman's bike. It's a Yamaha R1, and he alongside Andre Kruger on the ZX10R. Nick Ben, we were talking about the Suzuki GSX-R 1000, and then he will be along with Donovan Stevens. And Donovan Stevens on the Yamaha YZF R6. The Suzuki 1000, I should rather say, of Derek Hendricks in there as well. Welcome to our breakfast run, guys, as well. A lot of these guys, when you talk about breakfast runs, it's Sunday mornings. You're going to out on the road and, stopping at one stop. Yeah, they're coming to Killarney and having a bit of fun.
Yeah, this is definitely where you want to be, is on Killarney. You don't have to take the risk out there of a vehicle crossing your line. There's all bikes out there with everyone with the same intention. So it's going to be very exciting. And this is the guys that, like you say, the road racers that want to come and show their mettle. The veteran on pole, Hilton Redlingace, Jamie Hall is there as well. And this is going to be exciting stuff. Andre Kruger and Nick Ben. Some Kelo Liwani is out there, Donovan Stevens, Derek Hendricks. Willem Lowe, who's been around longer than I care to remember, he's also out there. So we'll have a look, see how this one goes. That ZX7R of Hilton Redlingace is really pretty, let's face it.
Yeah, it's a real good classic look, when you look at, the racing bikes of years ago. Hey, I'm telling you, there was some special bikes back those years. I know the technology's evolved and they're looking more space age nowadays, but come on, you have to look back at yesteryear to see what beauty is.
That we always say the bikes of yesteryear are pretty, and it is pretty. And a couple of modern bikes around him, but Hilton is the man to beat, as they say. And he's a seasoned veteran of Killarney. He's been around longer than I care to remember. And he's, he's always up for a good race and a good challenge.
Well, also a veteran in his own right there as well, Brian Hoskins on the grid, a man who raced motorcycles many, many years ago. I won't tell you how many, but he, of course, a good, keen rider himself in his youth, and he's still well and truly involved with Killarney. But away we will go for the start of this race. The 5-second board is out of the way. The heads will go down, and away we then go. And the Kawasaki ZX7 rather, I should say, will be taking the whole shot into turn 1. But there's a little bit of a change going on, Francois, almost. But it's going to be Redlingace who's going to take that whole shot. We almost thought he was going to lose it there for a moment.
He has got a riding style that only belongs to him. And Hilton Redlingace leads out. Jamie Hall will be up there behind him now as they make their way into Quarry Corner. There you see your on-screen shot. Look at all the bikes coming up there into the corner, all gingerly making their way around there. It's not the Superbike. Oh, and someone puts it down. Is it Hilton?
It is. Unfortunately, it is. He's on the side of the circuit over there. The yellow flags will be waving frantically, hopefully, there.
It looks like the back end just stepped out of the bike. I have absolutely no reason why.
Yeah, we'll probably catch a replay a little bit later on, but that's very unfortunate. The yellow flags were waving in the turn 2 section, and everybody
he's
gets
hurt.
through. Yeah.
He's hurt. Yeah, so Hilton lying down, he's gone down onto his back there. He's not happy.
Red flag.
Got up, and the red flag's coming out.
Red flag.
The leader puts his hand up. Not sure. He got up, and then he went straight back down. I think he's hurt his knee or something.
I think when Hilton Renegades just lay back down again, I think it was a question of time, a matter of time, I should rather say, before the red flags came out for this one, and the race has been halted. It would have been a 10-lap race. Well, it is going to be a 10-lap race, but it's halted on lap 1.
Our response team's out pretty quickly. The ambulance is basically into Quarry Corner already, so we hope Hilton is okay. He's feeling some sort of discomfort, but we'll wait for them to sort that one out. So red flag situation, all the bikes back onto the grid. We're just going to take a short break just to have a little bit of liquid replenishment.
Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here. Wingfield Motors at best price for my car has brought out a product just for you, the value customer. Price check. Check your price with us before you trade in or sell your vehicle. It's free. Wingfield and best price for my car price check is the way to make sure you're getting a great price for your vehicle. Call Wingfield Motors and best price for my car today, or visit our websites for your free price check. It's the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP. Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
Right, so Byron, we back online with our viewers. The Strata Tech Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles back on the grid. Unfortunately, without Hilton Redengate. Let's hope he's okay. He received instant medical attention. So the bikes line up there. And now we'll have to look. Jamie Hall on the front, so we understand his orders. The 5-second board's up. Keep your eyes on the lights. The lights go on, and off they go, and away the bikes go. And a great start there from Jamie down towards turn number 1. Goes a little bit wide to address the corner, and making their way around. It looks like, well, we have to try and find out, see what happens, because there was good jostling for positions as they make their way up towards Quarry Corner.
Yeah, it was a lightning start for Jamie Hall there. Francois, they'll go through the Quarry section, Quarry Corner, the traditional name for turn 2, and then out through the kink towards Interceptor.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he's on an R1. Jamie Hall saw him packing his bike yesterday afternoon. He leads out down into Interceptor Corner, making his way up toward the Tigerberg, straight up towards turn number 4, and he's got quite a healthy lead. He's got about a second and a half there of the second place bike. And coming out of turn number 4, making their way down the Killarney back straight, down towards Patamina Fostron Corner. Look at the man go on the Yamaha, and he clicks it out pretty hard. Everyone chasing the leader down into Patamina Fostron. Climb on the brakes, down a couple of gears. You pitch it in nice and right. It's got a very late apex in that corner. There you see him now, tilting it in hard. He'll come out and get on the throttle and now crank it up through the kink. It'll force you up towards the wall unless you're up on the inside. There you see the bike drift out towards the wall, right up against the wall. And up over the line he goes. So there's Wayne Gress in second place, followed there by Andre Kruger. Then it's Nico Fenter sitting there in P4. Fenter goes through. Everybody works their way now up towards the Quarry Corner once again.
Yeah, this was going to be a 10-lap race. They've shortened it to a 9-lapper as they've completed 1 lap and 8 laps left to go. Hall leads by 1.6 seconds over Wayne Gress, Kruger, Fenter, Ben, Liwani, Hendricks and Lowe. Of course, that's the top 9 over there. Reynard in the breakfast run machines. He's the number 24. He's 10th at the moment, 4/10 of a second off of the 86 bike of Lowe. And then we have, of course, Peter Hill on the number 60 over there as well. And Peter Hill is on the Yamaha R6. That Reynard bike is a CBR 600RR. That is campaigning in 10th position. Redling Ace, the only classics bike, of course, no longer in the race. He was on pole position, and we'll keep you updated on that as the day goes on.
Yeah, so Jamie Hall makes his way down into Contaminant Fostron corner. There he goes in. Right up behind him there, it's Donovan Stevens, then Wayne Gress, Andre Kruger, Nico Fenter, all work their way through. And I can tell you something, Jamie Hall having an absolute blinder out there for the Breakfast Club. We're going to have a look, see what his times he's posting, because he's not hanging around whatsoever. So he goes through, having a look, the best time of a 1 minute 20, and that not to be sneezed at all.
No, not at all. He's 2 seconds now over the field that he has there on the Yamaha R1, but Liwani posting a fastest first sector time in there as well. So some other very quick machines out on the circuit at the moment as Reynard goes up a position in the Breakfast Club bikes into 9th position. He will then run, but as I say, Jamie Hall ahead of Donovan Stevens by 2 seconds, then 9/10 of a second back is Andre Kruger on the Kawasaki ZX-10R, and then Wayne Gress on his ZX-10 will hold the 4th position, 8/10 ahead of the number 99 machine of Fenter.
Well, a little bit of a spread out there from the riders, the top, let's call it the top 10. And everyone trying to find their feet. Looks like Kruger and Stevens having a little bit of a battle. Gress and Fento in their one with Lewani not too far behind. Yeah, they come down towards Patamina Fostron, and have a look at Jamie Hall cranking it down there. And up behind him, I tell you something, Donovan Stevens and Kruger having a hectic tussle there into Patamina Fostron. They're literally nose to tail as they work their way out. Coming up under the Killarney Bridge now, it's going to be that man, Jamie Hall. And it looks like it's going to be Donovan Stevens there, ahead of Kruger. They cross the line, making their way down towards turn number 1. Gress ahead there now, Fenta, Luwani in 5, Ben in 6. Stevens has gone down into 7th. Derek Hendricks in 8th. Reynard in 9th. Willem Lowe down in 10. So, a real good even spread.
Yeah, that was quite a big fall there for Stevens. Looks like he must have parked it somewhere, Francois, because now he's behind Hendricks. I think he's parked it somewhere over here. I think he's coming into the pits now. So it's unfortunate there that machine will have to come in. Of course, that's the Suzuki 1000. That looks like he'll no longer be in this race. Peter Hill, though, in 11th position, he comes through ahead. Now, Goos will come through as well. Also one of the breakfast run bikes, the number 61. Smith, the number 66. And Smith, of course, on the GSXR 750. And then that will be rounding off the entire field, looks like it as well now, as we do have 6 laps left to go, including the current lap that we are on.
Well, Hall and Kruger have now gone down to the 1 minute 19 mark. So these guys are starting to find their feet pretty well. And you never know. These boys are the boys that want to step up into the SPK class or the Clubman's class, no matter what. So all happening out there. Keep an eye there on the leader, Jamie Hall. He's showing his mettle. Kruger not too far behind him. Wayne Gress down in 3rd. He's also not faring too badly. And this step-up class is creating some lovely entertainment at the moment.
Luwani is putting in some fast sector times as well. They're 24.2 in Sector 2, yes. The fastest first and third sectors basically by Jamie Hall. But Luwani is well and truly in there as well. He currently is in 5th position at the moment on bike number 49. He's 7/10 of a second off of the number 99 of Nuku Fenter, the Yamaha R1, campaigning it ahead of him over there in the 4th position, and in turn 3/10 of a second off of Wayne Gress's Kawasaki.
Well, we'll try and pick up the leaders for you and let you know. And Luwani now moving up to 5. At one stage he was down in 8th, so he's definitely turning up the wick and showing his mettle as some of the riders cross the line at the moment. Your leaders now making their way down towards Fastron. Into Fastron they go. Coming out there, it looks like that's Jamie Hall, your leader, cranking up the handle, looking pretty good. Kruger up behind him, Wayne Gress. So Jamie crosses the line. 1:19.1. He's really turning up the wick. Then Kruger and Gress. Brilliant stuff here. And some of the riders are getting very close. Have a look there, going down into turn number 1. Coming out here now towards us in on your screen, Quarry Corner. There you see them coming out. They're all nice and bunched up as they come up towards us. Having a look at the lines, we watch the Superbikes, you can see they, I almost want to say on a learning curve, the different lines they're taking, more sort of middle of the road stuff there, Byron. But once they get into the corner, they put it in and they get on the gas.
Well, what actually a lovely thing would be, of course, over here, Francois, is if they got themselves behind a more experienced rider, say somebody lapping them or so like that, because they haven't come up to the pace yet, and actually following them to check. I know what happens is Sterling. Oh, somebody's gone
someone
down.
goes down. Oh, that's a nasty little pin exiting interceptor corner.
There's 2 riders down, Francois. There's actually 2 riders down.
I think that's a big flag situation. That's a red flag.
There's going to have to be a red flag here, unfortunately. The riders are already coming around. Have seen it. The double wave yellows will be in that section.
Yeah, no, that's a little bit of a nasty. This is the problem with season openers. We've one rider up and walking around, and another rider is no. So a little bit of a red flag situation, folks. We'll once again take a small break, and we'll get back to you shortly.
Well, hello everybody out there. Frank Ennis Mike's side. For the first time today, I'll be joined by Gary Fleming for the Thermo Fires and Bry's Clubman Saloon Car Race event that'll be coming out now. We've had a whole heap of bike races coming out, and they did their thing, and it was fantastic to see all the bike racing out there. But now we move on to the 4 wheels, and the opening race of the day from the 4-wheel side will be the Clubman's regional saloons. Wow, we're sitting here, new people at home. Look at that replay of that massive accident coming out of turn 3 interceptor corner involving 2 riders. We have a look as they come out. The one bike washes out and just takes out the back wheel of the other motorcycle coming out of turn number 3 interceptor corner. And gee whiz, so you people around the track won't see this replay. The people at home will see the bike just washes out there, and then he clips the back end of the bike riding around him on his outside, and it puts her down. So this is for the people at home that are watching this. We obviously have to tell them what we can see, because they will be seeing the same thing. We are now looking at this from a different angle. I know the folks around the track will think, what are we talking about? But remember, this is going out live via IMUSAT to the people at home. So those watching at home, we keep them up to date with the replays, and look at that. Oh, that bike is just busy dismantling itself as it flips down the, it's dissecting itself as it rolls down the Tygerberg Straight towards Malmesbury Corner. Well, yeah, the race has been called, and that is the end of that. So the moment the marshals and the medics are back in their positions, we'll get ready for the opening race of the day from a car perspective, and it will be the Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. Gary, good morning.
Well, folks, good morning to you. Big hi and welcome from my side. Fantastic to be here again on behalf of West Bromwich Commentators Association, Second Gear Talk Show, Second Gear Productions, and, well, I must say Sports and GT as well have been very much involved with us with the Second Gear side of things. For those of you that watched the last show, big thanks to Dave Abrams, Frankie Yennis, and numerous of the riders and drivers that were on the show to give some inside information as to what was to be expected today. To you guys, the public out there, welcome. It's great to have you guys here with us. Once again, it's been quiet without all the public here by us, and it's really nice to see that we're getting more and more people to join us here at the circuit. So big thanks to Des and everybody that's been doing some massive marketing campaigns, and also making it possible for us to do the necessary marketing from the Second Gear side as well. So to the public up on the embankment, good morning, good day, good afternoon to you, to the guys on the grandstand. I know the sound was very soft earlier on, but the technicians, the major technicians are on their way here. Paul Simon has been busy with it for the first 3 races of the day. Already made a couple of improvements there to get the balance correct, that it's not too loud in the pits and in the new pit complex as well, but to get the sound up for you guys. And a big thanks to Emil Brunt that's been sending the necessary information through to us and keeping us up to date so we can get to know exactly what's happening with the sound system out there. Frankie, that bike that tumbled, that was a bad one, and I think that frame's going to be totally trashed. That was a very heavy and multiple tumble up the straight.
Yeah, well, we were watching the replay on that one, and it looked very hectic indeed. And the one rider was up and walking, the other rider was brought to the medical center underneath, I should say at the bottom of race control. And they will obviously check that rider out. So if we do get any information regarding that, we will let you know. Also, information regarding Hilton Redlingeis. If anything does come up, we will let you know out there on the circuit, the people out there on the track, and all of you at home, exactly how the situation is. So the marshals are slowly but surely beginning to make their way back to the pit area. And here we go, race number 1 of the day from a car perspective. Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars.
Well, front row of the grid's going to be a pretty interesting one. We've got 350Z that's going to be out there on the front row of the grid, and that's going to be driven by Charles Visser, the man that does the National Polo Cup Series. Alongside him, Shane de Toy. Fantastic to have him back on the front row of the grid with a Mark 1 Golf. Pretty much a 1/10 of a second between the two of them. Now, remember, Shane de Toy, as Golfs goes, I don't know where they get the power. Himself and Rasik Harris somehow get massive power out of those 2-litre motors that they've got in the Golfs, and that's put them on the front row of the grid. Ahmad, and then Frankie, the Class X E90 of Joshua Dolenchik. Now, remember, Joshua Dolenchik was doing karting for an extended period of time, now moving across to the main circuit, and he is set up this year to probably be doing a bit of traveling around the country, because his brother Troy Dolenchik is going to be doing the Investec Formula 1600 National Series, and that is why he's been doing the open wheeler racing year for 2021 as a precursor to be able to go out there into the National Series. Remember, that National Series carries travel overseas and prize money as well, which helps to set you up to go into international racing, and Troy Dolenchik definitely has the ability to do that.
Yeah, Troy, one of our top karters, also one of our top I-racers as well, is Troy Dolenchik, the younger brother of Josh. And Joshua himself raced Formula 1600 Nationals as well, and he also had a go in the old Formula VW single-seaters. So Joshua has been around the block together with doing karting as well. So of the famous Dolenchek racing family, as the Clubman's cars work their way around the track, we'll have a look, see who pops in where. Here comes the 112. He'll be on the front. That is Shane DeToy. Sorry, that is Joshua. He'll be on the second row of the grid in that fourth position in the BMW. A lot of beamers out there. Shane DeToy makes a welcome return as well to Clubman's cars. He will be out there as well on the front row. And here comes Ahmad. Here comes the 112. That is Shane DeToy. This Golf is super quick. I think the last time we saw him race his Golf was about 2018, 2019. And he sits there on the outside of the Sasol Nissan 350Z of Charles Visser Jr.
Jesse Huckett will be on the fifth row of the grid, Shane Smith alongside him. Then also Class X, Stephen Heidenrich alongside the Class B runner of Paul Minnick. So Jesse Huckett in the Vescar Bakwerk Auto Lift and full vest BMW finds himself down on the fifth row. So not exactly where Jess would like to be. Then 9th and 10th, Damien Lopez, and the first of the Class D runners, Gary Smith in the BMW, finds himself at the front end of Class D after the qualifying.
So the rest of the Clubman's cars just busy working their way through. Here comes the Class B car coming through towards us now. That is Shane Smith. And then he's got Minnick behind him, and behind that it's his dad Gary. There's JP Shea moving up there behind Damon Lopez, as the rest of the Clubman's cars just take up their positions. But that front row, Charles Visser and Shane DeToy, that's going to be epic stuff out there. Then the 63 right in there with them as well, of course, that is Ahmad on his out end.
I see Frankie Stephen Goos, the main sponsor, in fact, just picked it up now as well. I remember Uncle Willie Goos at the age of 82 packed up at the end of last season. He is in the pits today as the pit mac for the man that's driving that car, and that's the man that owns the car. That's Stephen Goos, and Stephen Goos and Lisa are in fact the sponsors. So Thermofires out in Stickland, they build braais and flues and grids and everything you need for the house when you watch your IMUSAT live stream on a Saturday and you want to invite your friends around. Get all the Thermofires. They're the people that will be able to supply you with all the necessary goodies from a braai side point of view. And they also do indoors as well. If you want a decent heating system for the winter time, when everybody's sitting outside on the embankment in the rain down here at Killarney watching it live, you can be nice and comfortable in your house. So big thanks to Thermofires for the 2022 Clubman's sponsorship.
Gary used to be part of that very successful company, Thermofires and Braai, and we say a big thanks to them, what they did for Gary over the years while he was a part of Thermofires and Braai. So big thanks to the entire Goos family.
To do what I learned a lot, running 5 workshops with 26 staff was quite an education. But back to what's out there on the circuit. In there behind Stephen Goos, there's still a big contingency of cars out there in the D, E and F class. And let's see if we can pick up some of those. Cedric, Roberto Franco and David Franco in the E36 BMW and the Mark II Golf. They're 14th and 15th position. And then let's see what comes up behind that. Deviltron, Baby Jakes is out there as well. Class B is a long way down. Ziad Ali, Eugene Gasperi, Gary Manwaring in the Class E, E46 BMW. Chiara van Niekerk all the way down in Class D with the Mark I Golf. So I think she's got quite a bit of work to do if she wants to get up into the silverware. So I think you'll find that with that slower lap time, she's going to be on the move through the pack pretty quickly once they get going.
Right, down the back main, these Clubman's regional saloon cars go, sponsored by Thermofires. Pace car will take off soon and then leave them behind, pull into pit lane, and then we'll have all these Clubman's cars working their way under the Mad Max motorcycle bridge, down the Porsche straight into turn number 1. and then from there into turn 2 Quarry Corner, turn 3 Interceptor, turn 4 was back to Malmesbury sweep this year. There's no sponsor for turn number 4, and turn 5 still Pertamina Fostron. So as the cars make their way down into Pertamina Fostron turn 5, we wait for that safety vehicle just to make its way off the circuit, and then it will be in the hands of Charles Visser.
Yep, out into the Porsche Club Cape Straight they will come, picking up the pace just slightly. So the rule says an even pace and a consistent pace coming up towards the line. The red light is on, all 5 of them. There's a red line across the track between the 14th and 15th grid positions, and somewhere between there and the start-finish line is where those lights may be switched off. Doesn't get switched off before that, doesn't get switched off after that. The 350Z slightly ahead as they come towards the line. Hammer down, let's see. Can that Mark 1 Golf run with the 350Z? No, it's Ahmad that dives up on the inside line. And having a look on the outside, that BMW of Dolenchik looking pretty decent. Up into 3rd place he goes. Jesse Hackett looks like he's moved up into that 4th position as well, just ahead of Smith.
Yeah, horrible start off the line there by Shane Smith. He's dropped down 1, 2, 3, 4. He's in P6 now. In there behind, I believe that's Shane Smith. So not a great start there by Shane de Toy. He's just ahead there of Steven Heidenrich. Behind them is Damon Lopez and JP Shea. Paul Minnick also had a horrible start. He's busy making his way back to the field. He's just ahead there of Stephen Goos and Gary Smith. And right behind them is Cedric Berger. But the front group of cars have made their way up the Tigerberg Straight into Malmesbury Sweep turn 4. Down the back main they go, and right up front it is Charles Visser. Charles Visser with Ahmad. Then we've got Dolenchik, and here comes Shane de Toy. He's hooked up that Golf again and blast past 2 cars as he makes his way up into 3rd position, going into turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Oh, he came off 2nd on the grid, but just didn't work out for him going down into turn 1. He got boxed towards the outside and just had no space to really maneuver and get a decent pace out of turn number 1, and that's what cost him. Well, Ahmad comes up alongside Kutsia in the 350Z as they work their way side by side down through turn number 1. There's nothing much between them. It's the Skilpat Flay Wine Farm, the Mark 1 Golf of the Shane de Toy that's in there behind that. Then it is Joshua Dolenchik. Jesse Huggett gets good drive out of the corner, closes up on the back of Dolenchik, moves towards the outside line. He's going to go for a braking maneuver. No, he doesn't. He follows Dolenchik into the corner. It's Smith that's in there behind that. Then it's Heidenrich. Heidenrich puffing a light touch of smoke off the trail end of that VW Jetta, the ex quick fix car that he's riding there. They've got good power out of that, but it's got a little bit of a haze coming from behind.
Right into turn number 4 they go. Where is Charles Visser? That leads him out of turn number 4, out of Malmesbury Sweep. Working the way down the back main he goes. And look at Ahmad in 2nd place. He's been hassled there by Shane de Toy. Ahmad stomps on the gas and that BMW pulls away underneath that Golf. Then there's a lovely fight going on then in there behind them for P4 and 5, and that will be Huggett and Dolenchik. Is it? Yes, it is. Yep. Huggett and Dolenchik working the way out of 5 Fostron.
Huggett up on the inside line of Dolenchik. Dolenchik keeps the hammer down, uses the curbstones and more. Jesse's trying to make the pass, but he's already past the back bumper. Has he got the gigawatts to get around the outside of the Dolenchik BMW? Down the Porsche Cape Straight, hard on the brakes. Dolenchik takes that inside line. He says you can try and slingshot around the outside. I don't have a problem with that. It's Shane Smith is the next one in there behind that. Then it's Heidenrich is the next one in behind that. And after Heidenrich is Lopez. Now I think Lopez did start around about 8th place on the grid. So he's held station as to where he originally pulled away.
So we'll keep an eye on that lot as we watch JP Shea coming through towards turn number 2. Behind him it's a Paul Minnick and then Gary Smith. Right, let's go back into turn number 3, into Interceptor Corner. Working the way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn number 4. Is your leaders out of turn 4. Here they come, racing down the back main. That is Ahmad. And right on his heels there is a Charles Visser. Charles slows down. Charles Visser slowing right down Shane de Toy blast past Visser. Visser's got some kind of problem on that Sassel 350Z.
Yeah, it doesn't want to work for him. Jesse Huggett finds himself still in there behind Dolenchik in the Class X car as they work their way down into turn number 1. I see the cameras following that 350Z. I think they're probably expecting that he might retire that car back to... Yep, he's going to retire it back to the pit lane. Well picked up by our camera crew. No, he carries on. He carries on. He says, oh, I've still got something happening here. Jesse Huggett comes through underneath us and he's all over Dolenchik. Let's have a look at that Class B battle. It's Smith in the 30 car, Shane Smith in the E46 BMW in 6th overall. That ahead of Paul Minnick in the 79 car, and he's down to that 9th position. So that Class C battle is the next one that we're going to have a look at as soon as it comes up on our screen. The leading Class C car is in fact JP Share from Roberto Franco. So I think JP Share is looking pretty strong at this stage with a bit of space between himself and Roberto Franco in Class C.
Yeah, but as you see the night behind JP Share, it is Gary Smith, and big lock up there by, and that is Cedric Berger. That's locking up going into turn number 2. But where are the leaders? Down the back straight goes your leaders. Leaders heading down the back straight now. We've got... is that yellow flags? There's a lot of dust down there in turn number 5. I think a wheel might have been put off the track there in Fostron corner as the field heads back down towards us.
Looking at the TV footage from down that side, there's no cars out there at all, so I don't believe that's a problem. The leaders come through underneath us with 4 laps to go. And Ahmad leads it out from Shane de Toy. Then it's the Class X of Dolenchik with Huggett right in there, fourth on circuit and 3rd in Class A. Then the first of the Class B cars, that is Smith, and then the second of the Class X cars, that is Stephen Heidenrich. Then the first of the Class C cars, that's Damien Lopez, that's just ahead of JP Share. And JP Share finds himself 4 seconds off the back end of Lopez. So Lopez running very strong at this point.
Right, so heading into turn number 4. No, trying to pick up where the leaders are. They're going down the back straight. They're going into turn number 4 now, into Malmesbury sweep. Out of Malmesbury, down the back straight goes your leader. That is Shane de Toy in that 112 car.
Massive
in that
gap.
Second position, and all of a sudden, Troy Dolenchik has got Jess Huggett right on his inside. They are side by side heading down the back main, and it is Joshua that's going to have make the move on him down into turn number 5. And Joshua and Huggett are still side by side there out of Fostron corner.
I think Ahmad's got problems. He's dropped way back and he's now been absorbed by the puff of smoke coming out of the back of the Ahmad car as he changed gears. So that explains why running away at the front is in fact back in main circuit racing Shane de Toy, and I believe Ahmad, well, he's been passed already. Ahmad down to that 4th position, so that puff of smoke was very indicative of what was happening there. Let's have a look at the Class D battle. That's the 68 of Smith that's leading out with that one, and he's got a fair gap between himself and Goos in the Thermofires car. Goos finds himself in 2nd position ahead of Roberto Franco and Chiron that comes through behind that.
Yeah, it's a lot of action out here on the track as we have a look at Ahmad making his way into turn number 3, and he's slowing down dramatically. Is Ahmad. He puts a lap on one of the back markers, but that's not a happy BMW in the hands of Ahmad. It was smoking heavily as he makes his way into turn number 4.
And Heidenrich's closing on him as well, Frankie.
Yeah, he's working out at turn 4 now, and that BM is in a lot of trouble. There's no smoke coming out of it at this point in time, but he is just cruising down the back straight. And here comes Stephen Heidenrich. Heidenrich will nail him. Damon Lopez will also have a go at him down the back main. Yes, Ahmad is in big trouble.
And
as Heidenrich goes past him, Lopez goes past him, and Paul Minnick will eat him up as well.
Yeah, Paul Minnick, second in class, 8th overall on the circuit, finds himself in a pretty decent position. Let's have a look at the Class E battle. That's the 133 of Cedric Berger that leads out the Class B battle from Gary Manwaring and Ryan Lodge, and they are in 17th and 18th position with Berger right up into that 12th place. So Berger looking very strong.
Right, looking in turn number 2, there's a lovely fight going on coming out of turn 2 quarry corner. And we should go to that one. That is the Jetta of Jesse Huggett and the BMW of Joshua Dolacek. Through the kink, they work their way into turn 3, into center corner. That's about the only real fight going on out there at this point in time, as they work their way up the Tiger Mix straight into turn number 4, Malmesbury Sweep. Out of Malmesbury, that is the fight out there at this point in time for second and third position. Just ahead of them is the leader heading into turn number 5, Fostron. And that is Shane DeToy, but Jess Huggett and Joshua Dolacek are still going one-on-one down into turn 5, Fostron.
Yeah, coming through for the last time, that will be Shane DeToy. There's a Mark 1 Golf that's retired and stopped just before the entrance to the pit lane. There's a single waved yellow, so no problem if you get good drive out of the turn 5 Cape Town Fostron corner. And you'll be able to still do your passing maneuver from there. So on the last lap, Shane DeToy in the Class A Mark 1 Golf. Behind him, Jesse Huggett, that's beaten the Class X of Joshua Dolacek in the braking markers, just a lap and a half back. And I think Dolacek's working back. Dolacek going down towards turn number 2. He's all over the back of Jesse Huggett. The young lad says, well, you might be 60 years old, highly experienced with multiple SA titles. I'm the new young gun. I'm running a BMW. And I'm going to show you how we're going to do it on the last lap. But I think it's going to be very close for second and third.
Well, the fastest man out there in a 1:22.096 is Shane DeToy. And this is the flag lap. The checkered flag will be coming out now. Down the back straight goes Shane DeToy, making his way down the back straight towards turn number 5, towards Fostron corner. That is your leader. And making his way in that Mark 1 Golf out of turn 5. Fostron will be heading towards a checkered flag. He's got a back marker between himself and that fight for second and third position. And that fight is between Huggett and Dolacek. The checkered flag comes out. And Shane DeToy will come home in P1. The flag was given to the wrong car there, but there he comes home in P1. Second is going to be Jess Huggett, just to the line ahead there of Joshua Dolacek in that third position.
Well, Shane Smith should be the next man. Yep, here he comes. That's the red and yellow BMW coming out underneath the Killarney and Wingfield Motors bridge, and he will pick up 4th overall in the race and the Class B victory. And then Stephen Heidenreich coming through, and he's going to pick up a beautiful one as well. He'll be second in Class X.
Then it was close across the line there between Lopez and Minnock, and Lopez beat him by 6,000ths of a second.
Ah, brilliant stuff going through there, no doubt about it. So the rest of them, oh, look at it. Here's another dice coming up towards the line. Diving out is Baby Jakes. Baby Jakes just not enough power underneath the pedal there for him to make up that position. And yeah, that's going to just keep him in, I think, first and fifth position in class. So Class A, Shane DeToy from Jess Huggett, and then Ahmad 1 lap down. He couldn't go any further. Class X was Dolacek from Heidenreich from Gelderhuis, and then the fielding. The Class B battle, the 30 car of Shane Smith, coming through ahead there of Paul Minnock, and then Jacobs in the 42 car, picking up 3rd overall in class.
Well, brilliant stuff out there. Class C was won by Damon Lopez. He finished in 6th overall, but first in class. Second was JP Share, and then third, the 124 of Robert Franco.
Class D battle was very, very spread out. In fact, it was the 68 of Smith that came through at the front end of that group, but then again it was so far apart from one another that well, I think he didn't have a problem there to beat Gous, our sponsor, and I'm sure that he'll be super chuffed with the 2nd overall, the head of Franco, Gasperi and Jacobs. And then the Class E battle, that was Cedric Berger, that yeah, he's going to jump up a good couple of classes. Cedric Berger picking up that one very, very easily. And obviously he's going to be 2 breakouts, and then he'll be moving up into the next class.
Yeah, Said Ali finished there in that 2nd position in Class E. Well, that was the Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars Race number 1, as Gary and myself get ready now for the V8 Masters. Well, it's great seeing so many people out there back here at Killarney International Raceway, the home of the Western Province Motor Club. And sure, what a time we've had. And I remember a couple of years down the line, which was 2 years ago when we came back in August in 2020, and the majority of 2021, sitting up here in the commentary box, Gary and Byron and myself, watching 30-odd Clubman saloon cars going through the kink and working their way out of turn number 3 interceptor corner, and just absolutely nobody around Killarney. And as the race day ends, as you finish your class, everybody filters out of the gate, and by the time the final class is out on track, the pits is basically empty. Well, what a time that was, and it's a time that I never want to go through again. But it's great to have all you people back here. Hopefully by the next event we'll have a lot more. So here we go. Just waiting for Gary to come back from downstairs. With the V8 Masters, this is going to be a thunderation to say the least. All the APV Ford Mustangs out there in the V8 Masters category. They're busy filtering their way out onto the circuit already. Quite a few of them entered for this one, as this race they'll be doing on their own. The second race they'll be joined by the supercars, and then the third race the supercars will be joined by the Thunder Saloon cars. Right, the Ford Mustangs are busy working their way out of turn number 3 out of interceptor corner. And there's quite an amount of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's about 16 cars that I've counted out on the track. And this is probably the most that I've seen out here.
Yeah, I actually, when we had a chat on Second Gear Talk Show on Tuesday night with Dave Abrams and Frankie, we actually noted that there was 16, and that's about the best we've seen for a long, long time. But the one surprise that we had was Jason Ibbotson. Now, to the best of my knowledge, on paper, he's a silver class entrant, not a gold class entrant, and well, he was right up there. I see he is now showing as a gold class entrant, so I think that was just probably, because remember he was silver class and he was chopping a lot of the gold class guys. So I think they've said, listen buddy, you're a little bit too quick now, it's time for you to step up to the big league and be in the gold class. So through the Potamina Fastron corner they come up towards the line. Right, so they're coming up towards the line, and I think it's going to be Sean Moore. Yeah, Sean Moore, and the man himself from Autohouse Angel, Marcel Angel. Nice to see him back on the front row of the grid. Jason Ibbotson up to the gold class. Alongside him is Alistair Brown. That's going to be the front 2 rows. Mark Ridgway and Rob Warrington going to be on the 3rd row, with Nell and Schroeder on the TRS construction car. Richard Schroeder, probably one of the longest standing supercar entrants, and one of almost the longest standing V8 Masters entrants as well, is Richard Schroeder. There's one more car coming through. I think that is Jason Ibbotson that's going to try and work his way up to his position in the 46. Yep, goes around the outside. Jason Ibbotson. Similar type of color scheme. In fact, it's the exact same color scheme. Look at that, Frankie. Never seen two of these cars exactly the same before. Well, there you have it. It's Jason Ibbotson and it is Marcel Angel in the same Autohaus Angel colors, the 46 and the 14.
There's one difference.
The number.
One difference. Well, besides, there's one difference on the car. The wing mirrors on the 14 car is yellow, and the wing mirrors on the 46 car is black. Otherwise, it's exactly the same, yes.
And the 14 car driver carries multiple titles in numerous genres of motorsport as well, as opposed to the upcoming Ibbotson that's really moved up. So 16 cars out there. Why is there a limited amount of these guys and a variation of the drivers? Well, this is pretty much it's all sorted out here at Killarney for you. You pay for your car to be stored, you pay for your car to be fixed and maintained. You arrive on the day, you climb into your motor car, tell the guys what you want done afterwards, they sort it out for you, you climb back and you don't actually work on the car yourself. So a lot of these gentlemen are businessmen that travel throughout the country and worldwide, and often you find that they cannot make it to all the different race events, and that's why there's a fair variation. So something like this with 16 of them out there, fantastic to you folks out there on the grass embankment. The voice of choice Greg Maloney refers to as the Magoo embankment. That is probably going to be one of the choice spots for the 2022 season. I see, Frankie, lots of folks on the grandstand. Thanks to you guys for joining us here today. Thanks for keeping tabs on the social media sites to pick up what's happening at Killarney International Race, but not only the main circuit racing, but all the other racing that goes down here, K-Pop drivers and the karting and the cycling events that they have, the street-to-strip robot racing Wednesdays and Friday nights. Lots of action that's happening. And if you don't get the notifications, get hold of Paul Simon, Paul at wpmc.co.za. Get him to put you onto the mailing list, and you can pick up all the information as to what happens here literally on a daily basis at Killarney International.
Now, 26th of February, there is a big one coming up. That is the first of the local club rallycross events. And hopefully we can rack and stack and pack that one in the pits with cars and spectators as well. However, right now it is the V8 Masters. What a lovely sight. 16 V8s.
It's beautiful.
That's awesome.
It's beautiful.
16 V8s
you
rolling
there,
out of turn 5.
You look there, Frankie, and you see all those people, and that makes you feel good. And you look down here and you say, look at what we're presenting to the folks at Killarney International. Brilliant.
This is it. 16 Ford Mustang V8s rolling out of turn number 5 Fostron underneath the Mad Max motorcycle bridge on the Porsche Club Straight, the main straight. The lights are on. The lights are on. The lights are on. The lights are on. Listen to that thunderation heading down into turn number 1, into Holzoek, and it's Sean. There's somebody gone. Somebody's gone onto the dirt. It looks like he might rejoin. It's a whole bottleneck effect at the back of the field. But it's all about Sean Moore in P1. Marcel Angel in second. Jason Ibbotson sits there in that third position. And that's the first 3 of this rolling thunder that works its way out of turn 2.
The pack, Frankie, was notably close to one another as they came towards the start-finish line. There was a couple of guys, row 2, row 3, row 4. Row 5 was very close as well. And you could see that they were super-duper keen to get off the line, and once they got down to the braking mark as well, it's very unlikely everybody's going to get through there without any problems. Through the double right-hander, out into the back main they go, and look at that. The 2 Autohaus Angel cars were second and third on the grid. They are second and third in the race.
Yeah, as they make their way down that back straight, and wow, it's going to be something amazing down the back main they go. Listen to that thunderation that is heading down into turn 5, into Fostron. Yeah, they come out of Fostron corner towards the Mad Max Briggs at Sean Moore. That still sits out there in P1. He's got in there behind him Marcel Angel, behind Angel. It is Jason Ibbotson, Ridgeway. He's there in that fourth position. That's those first motor cars that worked their way, the first 4 out of turn number 1 out of Holzoek.
So the silver class car that we saw spinning, that was Brown, and you can see how far he has actually dropped right down with the 22 car down into 11th position is Alistair Brown. And yeah, there was just not enough space for everybody to get through there. But pulling away at the front end of the grid and leading now down towards turn number 3. Dust on the exit of turn number 1. Somebody obviously ran a bit wide there. Our lead cars going past what a beautiful sight with the people sitting on the grandstand. Through the double right-hander out into the back main. Marcel Angel closes up under braking and gets good run into that corner. Carry that speed through into the back main. Yes, he has. Marcel Angel is on the hunt.
Marcel Angel on the hunt there in that second place. They're busy getting away from Mark Ridgway, who's now got his nose ahead there of Jason Ibotson. Then behind them it's a 64, and that is Carl Nell. Jaco Warrington, he's in there as well. Then the 4 of Richard Schroeder, and Schroeder looks up on the inside and makes the move stick there on Rob Warrington as they exit turn number 5, working their way out of Fostron corner. Down the Porsche straight, under the Mad Max motorcycle, back into turn number 1, into Holshoek they go. On the brakes, there's a slippery surface flag out there in turn number 1. There's either something on, well, there's something on the circuit. They've got the slippery surface flag out, so there is a problem going into turn 1.
Well, we did see that there was dust there, so probably picked up. That's probably from Alistair Brown going back onto the circuit after the spin, and that's what caused that incident.
Sorry, Gary, new leader coming out of turn number 2. Moore ran very hot into turn 2, and he lost that lead there to Marcel Angel heading into turn number 3. Out of Interceptor corner, Marcel Angel sits now in P1.
Brilliant camera work following them through there. That is the battle. Let's stay on that one as they go through the double right-hander out into the back main. Sean Moore from that pole position. It's Marcel Angel, the Autohouse Angel cars. Oh, using the curbstones and more. They pulling him away from the man that's got himself up.
Oh, look at that! Richard Schroeder, my goodness gracious. How the heck he managed to hang on to that one coming out of turn number 4. He was all over the place, Gary. Wow. And parts of that car went flying as well.
And he didn't offload off the gas. As he came back onto the track, you could see the dust pouring out of the window of the car. So he was sitting in a dust bucket. Oh, side by side down towards turn number 1. It's Angel and Moore. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? Angel is going to be the man on the move, and he gets back to the front. It's Sean Moore in that second position. It's Mark Ridgway in the gold class, third on track and third out on circuit. Starting from third position, now in fourth is Jason Ibbotson. Carl Nell has worked his way up to 5. So Nell having a pretty good run so far.
And then it's the comeback. Richard Schroeder, he never climbed off that at all. Then it's Rob Warrington. In there behind Warrington is Alistair Brown. As they exit turn number 2. What a rumble out there. But let's have a look at that fight going on there out of turn 3. Interceptor corner. It is Watson and it is Carl Nell. It's the two of them that's having a fight heading down into turn 4 into Malmesbury Sweep. They are nose to tail. Down the back main they go. The 46 and the 64. Down the back straight they go. And it is Jason Ibotson that pulls 2, 3, 4 car lengths on Nell, heading down into turn 5 Fostron. But look who's looming in there behind them. It's a number 04 of Richard Schroeder.
Yeah, Richard recovering very well, as is Alistair Brown, back up to that 8th position. We've got past Menno Parsons in the 69, the silver class entry, and he's now got himself a whole lot closer. In fact, just under 3 seconds that he is behind Warrington. Let's see what happens when he comes through after the next lap. If he can actually close it down a bit further. Alistair Brown to Rob Warrington, 1.7 seconds. So Brown is on his way back on the move as well. The same with Sean Moore that started in pole, lost it to Marcel Angel, and he's starting to fight back as they go down towards turn 3, Interceptor corner.
Right out of turn number 3, Interceptor. It is the 14 car, the Autohouse Angel car that sits out there in P1 of Marcel Angel, working his way now into turn number 4, Malmesbury. Right in there behind him is Sean Moore. Sean Moore, will he pick up that slipstream? Yes, here he comes. Here comes a 73. Up on the inside. They are side by side. Moore on the inside. Angel on the outside, and boom, into the lead goes a 73 of Sean Moore.
With 6 to go, it's not over yet. Sean Moore from pole position down to second, back up to first. Marcel Angel, ex-world karting champion. is right in there with him. He's picked up the slipstream. He follows him right up against the wall. But I must say, Sean Moore is putting up some very quick times. In fact, the fastest lap so far, Sean Moore, and that was on lap number 3, a 1:17. Oh, he spins out! He spins out! Can you believe it? We just saw the cloud of dust that came up there, and that changes the shape of things big time down in the exit of turn number 1 and the entrance, the exit there of turn number 3 as well. Lots of dust down that side.
Yeah, Sean Moore gets it going once again, and he'll rejoin just ahead there of, I think that's Alistair Brown that is going to rejoin, and has all fallen apart here for Ibotson. It's not exactly what he wanted, as he's completely out of this one, as the leaders are now making their way. I think they're heading down into turn 4. I was busy. Yes, down the back straight. Sean Moore making his way down the back straight, all on his own, with in second position now will be Mark Ridgway, seeing that Angel lost the car in turn 1.
Double wave yellows going down into Pertamina Fastron. Can't see. Oh, yeah, there's dust on the outside of the, just after the apex of the bend. There you can see it on your TV shot once again. IMUSAT cameraman picking it up very nicely on the day. And, well, somebody's definitely gone off there. So let's see when they come across the line, what's it going to be? Well, it's Sean Moore from Mark Ridgway, Jason Ibbotson, Carl Nell. It's a recovering Marcel Angel. That is a long way down now.
Well, I watched Carl Nell coming out of turn number 1. He made the move there on Jason Ibbotson. So Carl Nell, as they head into turn number 2, has got his nose ahead there of Jason. So the two of them have changed positions, with Nell now heading Ibbotson, working out of turn 2 through the kink towards turn 3 interceptor corner.
Well, 7th overall on circuit is in fact Parsons, that is leading the silver class. He's got Angel and Brooks behind him, both of them having had incidents and now trying to recover from there. So the 33 of Ian Kaplan, second in class, but only 4.8 seconds ahead of Sebastian Klaassen. And that is 7 seconds ahead then of Sander Le Bon.
So the leader making his way out of turn number 5, out of Pertamina Fastron, coming down towards us. That is Sean Moore, as he heads past the commentary box, back into turn number 1, 1:17, 1:79. He's the quickest man out there. He's Moore. Ridgway sits there in that second position. That's a 5.8 seconds behind Moore. And then Carl Nell is in that third position. He's 4.3 seconds behind Ridgway, as the rest of the field just head into turn number 1. Pretty spread out at this point in time, as the field just worked their way around. The leader making his way through the kink and into turn 3, into interceptor corner. Race leader number 73, Sean Moore.
Well, the silver class leader, Menno Parsons, was just passed by Marcel Angel. He now got himself back ahead of Marcel Angel, but that's because under braking it started snaking all over the show, and Marcel saw that and he just backed right out of the gas and let him go. But there is smoke trailing from the back of Marcel Angel.
Yeah, let's have a look and see. Carl Nell is the man on the move down the back lane. He's just put it back there on one of the slower cars, and then Jason Ibbotson sitting out there behind him. He's also working his way down the back straight. Then Alistair Brown in the 22 also going down the back straight towards turn number 5 fast, as Marcel Angel is making a comeback, and he is way down, heading into turn 5 as well.
Well, we're going to be on the last lap in the not too distant future as we wait for the leader to come through. Sean Moore, that started on the front of the grid in P1 pole position. When he comes through again, it will be the last lap that he's going to go on. I'll remember that we had Brooks that went off, and we had Marcel Angel that went off, and that's dropped them into the clutches of the silver class cars. New up into the gold class, Jason Ibbotson doing a pretty decent job. He started off on the second row of the grid. He finds himself still in the top 4 with a very good showing for his first time out in the gold class.
Right, so the leader making his way up the Tigerwood straight towards turn number 4 into Malmesbury sweep. He goes down the back straight. There he goes, the 73, working his way all the way down the back main towards turn number 5, Fostron corner. And when he crosses the line, he'll have one more lap to go. Sean Moore, he is currently the quickest guy out there, 1:17, 1:79. By car 73, Sean Moore, that's your leader, making his way out of Fostron under the bridge. He comes now to start his final lap. There will be one more lap to go for Sean Moore, and still holds on to that quickest time of a 1:17, 1:79.
The recovering Marcel Angel has now dropped down once again, and that car's smoking pretty badly. He slowed right down. Marcel Angel has slowed right down, and he's just cruising down the back straight. It puffed very heavily when he rolled out of the gas last time he went into turn number 2, and from there on out he just got eaten up. Somebody else has gone off on turn 5. There's a big dust cloud on the outside of turn number 5. Hopefully our camera crew will have picked that up. I'm sure in the replay they'll show us. And there's a car, a black and yellow, standing 90 degrees towards the circuit just after the apex of turn 5. Sean Moore on his last lap.
Yeah, Sean Moore isn't making his way around. We'll pick him up now. I was looking at that dust cloud. There he goes. Down the back straight goes Sean Moore in that 73 for the final time. He's got a slower car in front of him as he heads into Fostron for the last time. The checkered flag will be coming out for him, as it could be Brooks that's gone off there, as the checkered flag beckons for this man coming towards the checkered flag. Number 73, Sean Moore, weaves down the home straight and takes the checkered flag and takes victory in V8 Masters Race 1.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And that was starting on the front row of the grid. Mark Ridgway from the second row of the grid comes through in second. Carl now, wow, well done, up into third position. Jason Ibbotson should be the next man coming through. Here he comes through now. Marcel Angel in the sister car has already pulled it into the new pit complex. So Ibbotson will come through in fourth, and then a recovery of note. Alistair Brown up with a 22 car into that fifth position.
Yeah, and then coming on in there behind him is Benno Parsons, finishing there in that sixth position. And right behind him is Rob Warrington, that finishes there in seventh position.
Yeah, Warrington was beaten there by Parsons to the line, and Parsons, in fact, the silver class winner, and he led the class from lights to flag.
Yeah, Kaplan was the next man to come through there. That's Ian Kaplan. He will finish second in the silver class, and then Sebastian Klaassen is in ninth position and third in silver class.
Well, I tell you what, it was brilliant stuff. The Bon, Vogt, Spooner and Thompson bringing up the balance of the silver class cars. So that was race number 1, V8 Masters. And, well, we will see them out a little bit later in the day. Next up is the Lauda Classic cars and Biju Trustees Fine cars that will be coming out. And they will have a 9-lap race. The original start time was set to be for 10 past 11. We've had one or two hold-ups here or there. We've had to have the medical crew, and in fact we will listen up to see if we can find out how our fallen riders are, and we'll come back to you with that information later.
Well, there's a replay of Alistair Brown for the people at home. Guys around the track, this will mean nothing to you, but the people watching this at home, that was Parsons that got past him when he lost the tail end going into turn number 1. And this is a replay of Marcel Angel just overdoing it going into turn 1 into holes with the left hand and spinning it out completely. And there you see Mark Ridgway go through on his inside. So that was just 2 of the replays for the folks at home. That was brought to you by Stephen Rhodes and the team from IMUSAT.
All right, just behind the commentary box, there is looks like to me to be a white caddy. You've parked people in CF316147. It looks like it's a white caddy. The photo taken from the front is people that have had death in the family and they need to get out, and you are blocking them. Please make sure that we don't have to. If we can get that car removed, please.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny Wingfield here.
Well, we just have a little bit of a break in proceedings because there's a bit of clean-up to do after that very exciting V8 Masters race. Remember, these are only the first races of the day. As we move on, there will be second races for most of the classes, except the Thunder Saloons that will end off the day later. They'll have their one and only race. It was supposed to be around 5:15. We are running at a little bit of a delay, but as we come towards the lunch break, we still have a few races to go. It's going to be the Lauda Classic Cars and Bijou Trusty Fine Cars going to be coming up next, and then the Formula Libres will follow them. The only single-seater class, or open-wheel class, I should rather say, today here at Killarney. A lot more coming as well from the Alert Engine Parts, GTI Challenge, and the Sports and GT cars a little bit later on as well. Fan walk today for the motorcycles on the lunch break. And then we start with the second races of the day. So sit tight, call your friends, say to them, get on the link or get here to Killarney, and well, we're going to have some fun for the rest of the day as our fantastic Killarney marshals do their best.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Don't change the volume. 1, 2. What you're doing now, what Paul's doing there, that is on a microphone. 1, 2, 1, 2. That you can hear. 1, 2, 1, 2. Actually sounds clearer on this one now because you've got to turn all the way up. 1, 2, 1, 2.
I put that one there back on its original setting.
This one, yeah.
And then the other chap with the long hair, he came and turned this thing up to maximum. I turned it back down. Not Killian, you know, somebody else. No,
yes, Killian. We asked him to come up here.
And he came and he maxed this thing out. And I turned it back there to 3/4. So maybe that was the difference. Well, it's just the level. So I've turned it slightly down because he had cranked it all the way up. I put it back here, so I turned it down, not on the run. So
All I can tell you guys is out there we've got the M4 22 that control. Something guys,
maybe because these levels I had to turn down this morning because they were too loud. There was too much gain. So maybe
for you on the live stream.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is.
But the earphones are one thing in this system. It's maybe different out there.
Where is this mic?
1, 2, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2.
I'm hearing feedback on these earphones, sorry. The other way around, I'm hearing feedback here. What I'm thinking is, this is the green. First of all, the green is a very fine.
I didn't touch any of it.
No, it's fine. So what it could be is that these levels might be a bit low, so they're whacking their amps up, which is causing them to distort. So we just need our input signal to go higher.
We're not getting it clear when we turn the amps up.
That's what I'm saying. The signal coming from here going to the S is too low. So you guys are ramping up the gains and getting all this noise. So we can elevate, that's why elevating.
He's turning, Gideon's turning, you guys.
Well, they shouldn't be out. They should have just come to me straight. It's like
We went to Leon, you weren't around, you know.
Alright, so he did essentially the right thing, but he didn't do these.
Should have done it there.
He should have done it there.
All right, the Lauda Classic Cars and Bijou Trusty Fine Cars coming out for their first race of the day. Charles Orton in the Datsun 240Z starts on pole position, and I see up at the front there as well Franco Donadio, the man, the champion. He's usually in the Ford Escort, a very familiar white, red, green Ford Escort, and we'll see them as they come out now. Van der Merwe. Of course, there's a number of Mustangs out there. It's a whole good collection of cars, whether it's front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, hatchbacks, sedans, coupes, you name it, they're all there. There's a little Alpha GT Junior, Morris Minor. Okay, let's see them as they all come out. MGs, you know, always Rodney Green in his MGB GT. Of Chris Champion, he's going out there. There's a Merc out there as well, Mercedes-Benz. Well, one of the Porsches has stopped at the side. That's the number 84 of Pelé, and that looks like it's not going to be going anywhere quickly. And that's on the outside of turn 2, Quarry Corner. So hopefully Pelé can get that car going and get to the grid. But the first man to come on the grid will be Charles Arton. Alongside him will be Franco Donadio. So we have the number 70 Datsun 240Z, then the Escort pulls into position, then the 89 Porsche 944 of Eric van der Merwe, and then we have Michael Hitchcock in his Ford Mustang. The Mustang coming into position. Another Mustang going to also be pulling in there, the number 68 of Mouton. And then as well, Trevor Hutchings coming in the 10th position. That's in the VW Sirocco. Like I say, the Alfa Romeo GT Junior, the number 25 Mercedes of Good coming into position as well. MGB of Chris Champion, you'll see on the picture there as well. The Jetta. Pick up all the names for you shortly as well. As Good in 12th position, pulls into position over there. You're looking Cortina, Ford Cortina in there as well.
Well, you're talking about familiar names. You remember these guys at the front, Charles Arton and Franco Donadio? They've been around quite a long time, and they've been at the front end of the circuit for a long time as well. So pretty much the pace setters. There was a time that Franco Donadio was the quickest out there, with the Harkers Automotive Donadio taken that Nissan and made it just a little bit quicker that he can get right in there. Eric van der Merwe also very, very quick with the 67. That's going to be Hitchcock on the second row of the grid. Then in behind that 133 Scirocco, Michael Gunn. And then Dancing Dave Aladef along in the Winfield lookalike 3 Series Beamer.
Reminiscent of the days there, Gary, of Tony Viana and co. driving those red and white Wingfield GMWs.
Jeff Tony Viana.
Dion Joubert, our very own Dion
Joubert.
Was also racing.
Farouk Dangor was in the same style, but in a different color.
There was a lot of yellow in it as well, yellow, white and red.
Yellow, white and red. Yeah, so you remember stuff from your teen years.
I got my moments there, Gary. Well, it's that long ago. Oh, I'm telling you.
That is many.
Flies.
You're talking 15 years ago now.
Yeah,
No, more.
more.
You're talking probably 25 years back, 2.5 decades back, that we had the Winfield BMW 325i and IS, the shadow lines that led out, and that was a fantastic era of Group N racing, and it's always enjoyable to watch those old videos and pick up on that style and information once again. But here we are. We're lucky that there's people that love this era of motor cars and come out with the Lauda Classic cars and Bijou Trustees Fine cars. Big thanks to Lauda and Bijo for coming on board once again. Remember, Libre was involved with sports and GT. They said once the 2 Jaguars are done, they will be moving across to the classic cars. And in fact, the classic car prize giving done by Francois Butler was at Libre Classic Cars up in town. So for those of you that love classic motor cars, believe you me, Libre cars, it's eye candy. Just take a handkerchief with you because you're going to drool as you walk through that showroom. Amazing, amazing stuff that they have there. And in fact, Libre Cars was the people that made it possible a couple of years back for Francois Butler and myself to go up to the what was then the Jaguar Samoa hill climb, and they gave us a open top Jaguar that had one very important button. It was mommy mode, and then there was daddy mode, and daddy mode made it a whole heap quicker, and daddy mode also had a very different sound to it as well. Opened up the roof, glaring sunlight. We rode all the way through to Neisner with the roof down. It was an amazing experience, and a big thanks to Libre for making that possible, and now having them on board with the classic cars with the Bijo trustees fines with them out there on circuit. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And add that, the ambiance of all the folks around the circuit, and just look at that grandstand. When I can't remember, it's probably 24 months, not 2 decades, 2 years since we last
Feels like
saw
2 decades.
It feels like 2 decades. And look at the grass embankment as well. That's going to become a very popular spot. Let's hope that we can get the sound sorted out on that embankment, because I think that is going to be the new turn 3 for Killarney International Raceway. Some brilliant viewing from there.
I think as the year goes on as well, Gary, we will also have more and more people coming. The word will get out that Killarney is well and truly open for business as far as spectators are concerned. But we're coming now to the Libre Classic cars, Bijo trusty fine cars. Don't forget about the fine cars as well. Also an entry-level formula here at Killarney. It looks like Robert Rowe in his BMW is going to be the man on pole position, along with Chris Champion alongside him in the MGB GT, sorry. And then Pelé in the 84 Porsche 944. Looks like he got that car going again as well, which I think is fantastic. So what we have here, 30 odd cars coming out at most, I think about 20. So let's go for it, Gary.
Let's see who's going to get the pole shot down into turn number 1. Will it be Charles Arton on the inside line with the Nissan, or will it be the old style classic Escort, Franco Donadio around the outside? Van der Merwe in the Porsche pulls in there into that 3rd position as Hiscock that's in there behind him, and then that Winfield BMW lookalike is having a go up on the inside of Hutchins. Hutchins late on the brakes, goes flying around on the outside line. So everybody on there, they make a bit of contact. In fact, just before the apex of the corner, everybody sitting line astern, and it's Hutchins that's making a move with the Scirocco and gets right up into that 4th position.
That's actually Gunn coming through over there.
So Jonathan Gunn in the 133.
He's actually been the man on the move, Gary, on the start. And if I look at it now, he's already up into 4th position and started to try and close down the gap there on Eric van der Merwe in his Porsche. Michael Hitchcock being taken for a little bit of a surprise over there as well. As they come through the Malmesbury section, Dave Aladev will be all over the back of that Mustang. He actually splits the Mustangs at the moment because we have Mouton in the number 68 right behind him.
Actually, a good couple of Mustangs in this race, a lot more than what we're accustomed to. I think there's a better part of at least 4 Mustangs that's out there. Ty Dugmore bringing up the tail end of the Bijo trusty fine cars, but back to the front end of the grid. It's Franco Donadio that's going to lead across the... Oh, will he? No! Charles Arton blasts past him. It's Van der Merwe that will be the next one through. Then Jonathan Gunn. Then it's Hitchcock, the next one through behind that. So Dave Aladev finds himself in class ahead of Eric Mouton, and then Honeywell in there behind that in the 196, 8th position in class.
Yeah, that's in 240Z, Gary, a bit on the smoky side as well as they go into Quarry Corner. On the outside is Donadio, just still keeping the nose ahead will be Charles Arton, but it's not done yet. This battle is far from over. Behind them is Eric van der Merwe. It's got a bit of a gap between himself and the Scirocco there of Jonathan Gunn. Then we have Hitchcock, who's broken off away from Dave Aladev from Eric Mouton over there. Then we have the Trevor Hutchings machine, but behind them it's that Porsche 944 of it's going to be Andrew Honeywell, that 196 144, sorry, Porsche that's keeping the other Hutchings, Lane Hutchings, in his Type 2 Jetta at bay.
Well, that's the two leading Class C cars, Trevor Hutchings and Lane Hutchings, and they find themselves in the 71 and the 74 in 9th and 10th position, and that leading out Class C from Martin Bench. And then Andre in there behind that. Let's have a look at that Class D battle, and that in fact is the 122 of Nolter, and he's the only man in the top 24 in that Class D. And then Anton Rodino in the 42 leading us in Class E.
Well, just mentioning, of course, my numbers a little bit mixed up over there. There's a few 944s in this race, but the fastest lap, Gary points out to me, of 126.329, and that's by Charles Martin. I'd actually like to see, Gary, the lap time comparisons. It's 8/10 of a second between Arton and Donadio now, which has been fluctuating for most of the race as well. But now look over here as Arton is well and truly under pressure. On the back bumper, you have that Ford Escort already in the first sector, 29.7 compared to the 33.3 of Charles Arton. Franco Donadio is on the move.
Yeah, Franco Donadio looked like he got blown away by the power of Charles Arton in the Nissan last time we saw them coming up the front main. But somehow in the tighter bits, it looks like he's got the necessary to be able to get through the corners very quickly, and he carries that speed out of the... Arton slows down! Arton slowing down, and that is the race leader, the 70 car, the Nissan, slowing down as they came out of turn 4 and out into the back main. Well, that takes the pressure off Franco Donadio, because Eric van der Merwe in the Porsche 944 is the better part of 3.6 seconds further back, and not really able to run the same kind of pace as Franco Donadio.
Just to go through the classes, Gary, Jonathan Gunn is not only fourth in the race, he's also first in class as well in the Sirocco. That's Class B, Class C.
That's one of his best. I can't remember him being this quick. I think he's got extra gigawatts underneath the bonnet.
I think it's the race of his life. He's actually in the third position.
Up there we got, I think it's the
That
25, Merc. The Merc that slowed down on the back main.
Oh, good. Hammy Good.
Hammy Good that slowed down. He's right up against the barrier. I wouldn't like to be in that situation. You get out there and somebody comes past you, you'll probably find the wind will take the door off, because they're probably doing the better part of 150, 155, touching on 160 by the time they get to there. You exit the double right-hander out into the back main, flat foot in fourth gear, around about 6,000 RPM in a Clubman's car, saying these cars, you're probably doing the better part of 150 by the time you get there. Hammy Good not looking too chuffed. He pushed the door closed quite strongly after he got out.
Frustration definitely, but how often do we see actually works like that coming to race here at Killarney?
Very seldom.
Very seldom. I think I heard a story from you once of Dion Duval actually ramping a car like that many years ago.
Well, it was a crazy one. We'll tell you about that later on. At Tigerberg Raceway, I said to him, how fast are you going to go? He says, as fast as I can. He said, how far are you going to go? He says, as far as I can. They put a lot of cars there. He ramped so hard and so high. He went all over the cars and went straight into the circuit. We'll tell you about that later. Colada Classic Cars and Bijo Trustees. Franco Donadio finds himself in a very decent position. He's 1.9. In fact, remember, I said Eric van der Merwe can't really run that pace. We must have a look at the last lap times that have come through, because van der Merwe is now 2 seconds, just outside of 2 seconds. There you see it on screen. And that Porsche 911 is coming a whole heap closer. So is Donadio pacing himself? Franco Donadio's last lap time of 126.3 and 126.4 by Eric van der Merwe, pretty much evening it out.
Yeah, just looking at also the classes as well. Class C, it's the two Hutchings that currently lead, and we wait for them now to come across the line. It will be Trevor Hutchings ahead of Lane Hutchings, but only a 1/10 of a second between the two of them. The two VWs, a Sirocco and a Golf. And then what happens is a little bit further down on his own, we have the Nolte machine in the number 122. That currently is the only man in Class B, ahead of Pelé over there as well. Rolino, that's a man name we haven't heard in a bit of a while. He's number 42 in 15th position. And that, of course, is in the Morris Minor. And then Chris Champion leading the fine cars at the moment, 2.7 seconds over Robert Rowe. That's an MG ahead of the 3 Series BMW.
That will work. That's something completely different. We got a slow runner in, it looks like an MGTD. That's the red with the white roof that's going to be moved off the circuit. I think that could be Doug Moore, speak under correction. But our leader coming up towards us, Franco Donadio, after this one. They have 4 laps to go, leading the race, leading Class A. Eric van der Merwe going to be the next man that's going to be coming through. And he's doing a pretty decent job of that battle. I see pointing down towards
Father and son battle.
Yeah, father and son battle going down into Cape Town corner, Pertamina Fastron. The Hutchins family are going one-on-one. Two VW products, two completely different shapes, two completely different age groups between father and son. Well, only 0.1 or 0.2 of a second between them at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that's going to allow Honeywell to actually close up the gap to them. He's in that golf-coloured 944 Porsche, but it's wonderful to see father versus son over here as well, and having a good go at it. Lane Hutchings now leads the class, and it's 0.8 of a second between himself and his old man as they cross the line. Of course, that's the Class C battle over there as well. Donadio still leads by 3.3 seconds over Eric van der Merwe. Hitchcock a further 3.5 seconds back. Gunn doing a magnificent job in the 133 Scirocco ahead of Dave Aladev, who's actually currently 4th in class, but 5th overall on the road.
Well, looking a little bit further down at the fine cars, it looks like it's Chris Champion in the 35 that's still leading it out pretty neatly without any problem whatsoever. And then in behind him, it's a bit of a gap before we get to the 10 car of Rowe. And I think he's got enough gap to be kind of safe at this stage of the fight, because yeah, there's a big gap between them and Circuit at this point.
That was a blink of an eye, Gary, because Champion was in the fine car section, and then Robert Rowe just coming up now, 0.4 of a second as they cross the line at 14th and 15th overall. But in fine cars, that is the top spots. And then they're ahead of Anton Relino, that once campaigned by Andrea Bate Morris Minor, which got a 1.2 litre engine.
Yeah, it's going down. In fact, as we speak about it now through turn number 3, that Morris Minor, utterly immaculate. It's an utter work of art. It would be lovely to have a bit more power underneath the bonnet of that motor car, but it just doesn't have that kind of power. It's all standard stuff that's in there, but it's utterly immaculate. It's more than showroom condition. It's something that you could put on a car show, and you could really have a lot of people standing around that car, appreciating it for 20 minutes, trying to get to all the detail on that motor car.
Well, he's keeping up there with those two fine cars, Gary, ahead of it. And of course, that's Rowe and Champion. They're battling it out for class honours over there, 0.4 of a second between the two of them. Then what happens is we go back now. There's the Cortina that's also caught up there as well. Is that now Andre Lariche? That's in that particular Cortina. No, Mel Clausen's, excuse me. Mel Clausen in the Cortina at the moment, as the Morris Minor will be lapped shortly. Eric van der Merwe coming through in that 89.944. There's Hitchcock also following suit as well, the V8 Mustang. And there's also another 240Z in the mix as well, but that's a lap down, unfortunately. So the big one, of course, the other 240Z is no longer in the race. That was Charles Arton having to pull out.
I must say, Jonathan Gunn doing a brilliant job out there within 10 seconds of Donadio van der Merwe and Hitchcock. And he's very quick with that Scirocco. Definitely looks like there's extra power under the bonnet. I mean, to go 8 seconds ahead of the likes of Dave Aladev and then Maton as well. And Jonathan Gunn's doing 126.9 with that Scirocco. The second Scirocco out there is notably slower than that. It's a 132 that was done by Trevor Hutchings. So yeah, but it's different classes. There's different modifications that's done on these cars. But I must say, Jonathan Gunn, he's in for a strong season if he starts it like this.
Well, this is looking in the fine cars class. It's the number 2 of Alexander, who campaigns at Little Mini. That's 3rd in class, 20th overall, ahead of Di Dugmore. And Di Dugmore also a avid campaigner here in the fine cars section, and ahead of Fourie. Nolte on his own in that class D. I didn't actually catch what Nolte's actually running at the moment. Mark 1, and he rounds off the field basically ahead, because Rodney Green is no longer in the race. Charles Arden no longer in the race. So only about 23 of them left in this particular race, and I see that there's only one lap left.
Yep, they're on the last lap now. So let's see, there is Donadio working his way up to turn number 2. He's got a 4.9 second lead on Eric van der Merwe. So although Eric got it down to 2 seconds, Franco's now worked his way a little bit further away. And I don't think Franco did not have any problems, barring unforeseen circumstances. He works his way through Interceptor Corner, up past, for the first time in a long time, packed grandstand into the double right-hander, and out into the back main through there in 4th gear. take it up to 5th gear from there, and you'll pick him up on the camera shot now. For those folks who are sitting at home, you'll see him coming down the back straight. That's closing on at 200 kilometers an hour as he works his way down the back main for the last time.
There was Alexander that was being passed over there, going lap. Dave Alexander in the number 2 Mini, running in 20th. And, well, here comes Denadia now. Well, he basically was magnificent last year in 2021. And he's starting on the right foot once again over here as well. Didn't get pole, but that didn't really matter, did it? So, yeah, we come to the line now underneath the bridge. And crosses the line to take the victory.
Yep, Eric van der Merwe coming through. That's him coming through now, and not far behind him. Hitchcock comes through, and well, that was just 0.697 of a second for that 3rd position. So van der Merwe was almost in the back of Denadio, and then it was Hitchcock right at the end that put the pressure on, waiting for the Jonathan Gunn car to come through, and he will come with a class win there as well.
Yeah, so as we look at it, Jonathan Gunn, as Gary pointed out over there in the 944 Porsche, sorry, the Sirocco, I should rather say, the VW Sirocco is the winner in class. Mouton, unfortunately, the 2nd man in class, will be all the way down in 21st position, not having the best of runs over there in the 68 Mustang. So Gunn will win his Class B, 4th overall, and then the Hutchings will both be the 1st and 2nd in Class C. It will be Nicholas Hutchings in the Golf. That will be the number 74 machine, 7/10 of a second ahead of his old man in the Sirocco. That will be 6th and 7th overall. Then Kearney in Class X, the number 111, will be the 9th place man, but will be the winner in the class as they still come across the line. So the number 111, of course, is a VW Jetta.
Well, looks like we...
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, sorry folks, a bit of technical issues here, and we join you now in this first Formula Libre race of the day. And well, it's DJ Boyson that leads the way by 7.9 seconds over James Beaumont, two Reynard VWs, and a 1:16.887, the fastest lap time of the moment now, with 8 laps left to go of the 10. That is now, of course, recorded by DJ Boyson. A bit of battles going down the field here, looks like it though, between the likes of Damien White, Donovan Ramsey, Kelly Fletcher, coming across the line. Luan van Heerden comes across the line right now. And Nick van der Westhuizen, I don't think he is out there, unfortunately, unless he's only about to come now. Yes, it looks like that could be the case. So Nick van der Westhuizen in the Formula V Lantis will come to the line then and complete his lap, of course, his second lap of the race. But already 2 sector times, very quick there from DJ Boyson. DJ Boyson at 27.0 in sector 1, at 22.5 in sector 2. And well, he was 7.9 seconds. He comes across the line to 1:16.517. He's going like the clappers, I can tell you that much, as James Beaumont will follow suit shortly as he crosses the line right now, 10.8 seconds back. And then Hayden Elwood will be the man surely in third position. But he's got a whole gaggle of cars right around him there. It almost looks like it as well as they run to the line. Actually, here comes now the Hayden Elwood in the livery very reminiscent of the Jordan 191 Formula 1 car from 1991. Elroy Weiss will be the man in fourth position. Then it'll be Reino Pence. Look at this little battle going on here. Dana Munson and then Damien White. He is at the tail end of that little battle. Damien White, of course, is a C-Class Libre. He is second in class, but he's 7th overall on the road. Hayden Elwood is the man who currently leads Class C. But then it's Elroy Weiss that leads Class V ahead of Reino Pence and Zayna Munson. Here they come out of Quarry now. Keeping a watching brief, it's White in 7th position. Then we have Kelly Fletcher a little bit further back in 8th position. And then also about 600ths of a second ahead of Ramsey. Then Van Heerden, the 28 car that comes across the line as Van Heerden just crossed the line. And then we have Nick van der Westhuizen, who already has had a lap being put on him, looks like it as well, having a little bit of a tough time out there. Unfortunately, Byron Mitchell not starting this race, and that's a big one over there. He would have been in the Formula VW as well, but not going to be taking any further part in this race. Not a great start to his season, as it looks like Reino Pence now making his way on the inside there of Elroy Weiss. Watching as they come now. DJ Boyson crosses the line, a more modest 1:17.015 for him, and 13.3 seconds ahead of James Beaumont. Elroy Weiss crosses the line in that blue Formula Forza of his there. Zayna Munson a little bit further back, but it's between them that it is Reino Pence at the moment, the man who made his name on the Formula V, or Formula M circuit, I should rather say, on the short circuit, who's now running in the Formula Libres. And of course his fellow Formula M alumni, DJ Boyson, leads the overall race at the moment, the Libre S, and one of two in the Libre S, but of course he's the only one left in the race. It's Mitchell would have been battling it out with him quite nicely. Then the number 41, that is Libre Class A. The only Libre Class A is James Beaumont in his Formula VW Reynard. But watching still, Elroy Weiss ahead there of Reino Pence. Reino Pence in that machine over there as well. Reino Pence in that Omega. That's VW Omega that finds himself in second place in class, 5th overall in the 65 entry. But here they come now towards Bertamina Fastron, and it's going to be Elroy Weiss will poke his nose ahead. No, Reino Pence pokes his nose ahead over there for a little bit, but he's not got the inside line. He might just hold it though. And I think what is going to happen over here is Elroy Weiss will use that machine of his, that Formula Forza, get into the slipstream and then open up into the inside line as they go towards the first turn over here at Killarney. Holes hook, Zane Amundsen hanging in there in that orange Formula V as well. So Zane Amundsen, the Repsol Lantis, very lovely in orange over there as well. He holds in and he's now on the outside of Reino Pins. That is the battle, I said again, for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th positions. White will just hold it in 7th, but he'll poke his nose in the kink. They come towards the interceptor corner. And Damien White, will he have a look on the inside there of Zane Amundsen? No, he does not. Remember, Damien White, that is the number 29 car, the yellow and black car. That is all over the back of that orange machine of Zane Amundsen. And he will then, of course, have to watch out that he doesn't lose any touch with the two ahead of him, Nice and Reino Pence. But DJ Boyson leads the way still, 19.8 seconds ahead of James Beaumont. Then it's Hayden Elwood. We still wait for Hayden Elwood now. Comes down the straight through the kink past the old bus stop chicane underneath the bridge. And will hold that 3rd position. And then a mighty gap we'll have then until we have the next runners. Of course, Hayden Elwood is 30.7 seconds off of DJ Boyson at the moment. Elroy Weiss, and then we have Zane Amundsen has come up into 2nd place in class, 5th overall. Then Damien White, who will now lose that 6th position to Shirley, to Reino Pence. No, he doesn't actually. Reino Pence will be now down into 7th position. Then a further 13 seconds back, it will be the 22 of Kelly Fletcher. Kelly Fletcher, and then that number 9 over there of Donovan Ramsey, the 9th position man, the number 95. Then we have Luan van Heerden in 10th position, and Nick van der Westhuizen is still hanging it in there as well, albeit looks like it's going to be about 2 laps, a lap or so down, as we still watch this nice little battle over here. 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, Weiss versus Amundsen versus White and versus Pence. Yeah, they come now down through onto the back straight now. Some movements might be made over here. Look at Damien White. Damien White is going to look on the inside on the back straight. Watch on your screens now. Lots of movement over there. There comes Zane Amundsen. Zane Amundsen is side by side with Elroy Weiss at the moment. Elroy Weiss was leading this class for a considerable amount of time, and it's now going to be Zane Amundsen. Zane Amundsen leads the way, and remember, we have now 3 laps left to go. The leaders already started lap number 7, so what happens is there will be 3 laps, including the one they are currently on, side by side towards the line. Here comes Zane Amundsen. It's almost going to be 3 abreast as Damien White also tries his hand, but Reino Pence will take that place right back then. Reino Pence will be up into the 6th position. Damien White back down into 7th position in that Formula GTI of his. A lot of VW powered cars in that gaggle, and well, Amundsen still holds on to that 5th position, albeit it's of course 8,000ths of a second, 800ths of a second rather, off of Elroy Weiss, who in turn is 14 seconds off of Hayden Elwood. Of course, Hayden Elwood in Class C, leads Class C at the moment with Damien White, that number 29 car in 6th, but he's 2nd in Class C. Elwood, of course, in the Formula Ford, the Formula Swift 92F, but he's going to have can't hold a candle to the men ahead of him over there as well, because they are in the VW Reynards. Remember the Formula Volkswagens that ran a number of years back, they have those cars. So Class S man DJ Boyson with 2 laps left to go, he leads the way. He's so quick, you can't see him very quickly, but there he is now. He's actually put laps on the group that we have been watching, as Hayden Elwood comes across the line now as well. We wait to see. Here comes the DJ Boyson. Who has come across? Yes, here he comes now, DJ Boyson. The clock starts ticking, and we'll see how far James Beaumont is behind him. But as that is happening, now a lap down, Zane Amundsen tries his luck again in turn 1 to get into the lead of Class C, or Libre V rather, I should rather say, ahead of Elroy Weiss. Has he made it stick? No, he hasn't. Elroy Weiss leads Class V at the moment, but not for long. Onto the inside on your screens, into Quarry. Zane Amundsen pokes his nose ahead, and as I say that, Reino Pence and Damien White both do pirouettes. And Damien White, I think they had contact. I think Frankie has just pointed out to me. Reino Pence is lucky he gets going. He's on the tarmac, but Damien White, has he beached it? that could be the case over here. It's very unfortunate that this lovely little battle had to come to an end like that. And, well, that means that Pence will hold the race, but I think he'll lose a few places over here. Fletcher will come up surely, and then Donovan Ramsey will do likewise. 1 lap left to go in this race, and we watch out now for DJ Boyton. Fastest lap of 1:16.067. The flag is out, and well, he takes a famous victory over here. No Byron Mitchell, unfortunately, starting this race, and I see another car has gone into the gravel and is pointing backwards. We'll pick that up for you shortly, because Elroy Weiss crosses the line, the winner of Class V, and that will be, of course, 4th place overall. And then we'll have coming across now as well, Zane Munson. He lost time. Yeah, Zane Munson had a spin, unfortunately, so that's why he lost out some time there from Elroy Weiss. Kelly Fletcher comes up into Libre V, 3rd position, gaining from the contact between Damian White and Reino Pence. So Reino Pence will eventually get the 8th position. Damian White will not classify on this particular lap. He'll go 2 laps down. As Luan van Heerden, we look out for him now as well. He was in 10th position. Surely now he will get the 9th position. A nice little gain there for him. Has not registered yet on the finishing list. Here he comes. No, this is actually Hayden Elwood, excuse me. Hayden Elwood in the 191 Jordan lookalike livery car, the Formula Ford. He comes across the line as number 76, and then Luan van Heerden will get 9th position. Damian White will then hold that. He will, of course, classify 2 laps down in 10th, and then Nick van der Westhuizen in Class V. He'll have completed only 8 racing laps here. So some exciting times here at the Formula Libre class for the first one for the day. We move on now in the program. Some very exciting races coming up. Of course, we go now over to the GTI Challenge, brought to you by Alert Engine Parts.
Right, it is time for the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge Race number 1. But what's going to happen is the challenge cars will come and stop here on grid proper. They will cut their engines, and we're going to have a moment's silence for the passing of the late great Mr. Serg Abrams, who passed away suddenly at the age of 36. So we'll tell you a bit more about Sergio. So everybody around Killarney International Raceway, we will ask everybody to stand around the track the moment we are ready, and Gary and myself, well, specifically Gaza, will do a tribute to the great Mr. Sergio Abrams. And now fitting to do this at Killarney International main circuit, just ahead of the GTI Challenge Racing, the Alert Engine Parts sponsored GTI Challenge. So the moment all the challenge cars are on the grid, they will cut their motors. I'm almost certain the drivers will get out the cars, although that we'll have to wait and see. And then we will do a small tribute and a minute silence to the late great Mr. Sergio Abrams. So as the GTI Challenge cars sorry about that, folks, as the GTI Challenge cars roll up to the grid. Very fitting to have the tribute just before GTI Challenge. Class A will stop, and a bit of a pause. We'll get the Class B cars, a bit of a gap, and then the Class C cars will roll into positions. All the drivers will cut their motors. Right, Gary, they're not going to cut the motors, they're going to just sit in the cars, and we can start the tribute.
Well, folks, this is one of the hardest parts of motorsport, when you lose somebody that is an integral part in motorsport as a whole. All right, folks, we're back with you on the PA system. And as we said, this is one of the not so nice parts of motorsport. Sergio Abrams, a 37-year-old Cape Townian young man, came into motorsport many, many years ago on his grandfather's shoulders down at the Cape Showgrounds with the Cape Hull drivers that's resident here at Killarney International Raceway. And through his younger years, he was taken by his father to racetracks on a regular basis, and his passion grew to the point where he started getting involved with the oval track racing and started doing promotional work for oval track racing, and then later on moved on to different genres of motorsport as well. He endeared himself across all barriers. There was no differentiation between male and female, color, creed, religion. He had the ability to get through to all and everybody, and in the words of Pierre Inalter, his ability to unite people was utterly massive. And his input into oval track racing for all, and also into what he started doing for main circuit racing, will be very surely missed. There is no predecessor to Sergio Abrams. There is nobody that will be able to take the place of Mr. Ambassador Sergio Abrams. Not only sadly missed by his wife and child, his parents, his brothers, sisters, but us in the motorsport industry have lost a massive, massive plus point in the loss of Sergio Abrams. A big, big thanks to Western Province Motor Club for coming on board to honor this man, although he was based on the oval track side of things, and coming out and standing on the grid and adhering to a minute of silence. So we ask you all around the circuit to please stand where you are on the grandstands, up on the grass embankment, guys down in turn number 3. If you'll please all stand for a minute of silence to Sergio, the Ambassador Abrams. Thank you one and all for the respect shown for Sergio Abrams' family, and every single meeting that you go to from here on out, don't forget about the legacy of the Ambassador Sergio Abrams.
Yeah, as
Right, let's see, down on the grid, it's going to be 3 different classes that's going to be turning the wick up in the next couple of seconds. They're going to come off the line separately. It's going to be Marco Busi and Umpi Swart on the front row of the grid, Class A, Dylan Joubert and Kai van Sale. That's going to be on the second row of the grid, Frankie.
well, as so it's Marco Busi from Umpi Swart, then it's Dylan Joubert, Kai van Sale, Nathan Victor, Colin Leader, and Jason Busier in Class A, as the lights go off as they head down into turn number 1. This is Class A heading into turn number 1. There'll be a bit of a pause before the Class B cars get going, and it is Tate Bishop, it is Eden Thompson, and it is Carl Walsher. Ian Cup is in there as well as Mark Thompson. That's at first group heading into turn number 1 of Class B, Gary, as Class C makes their way off the line.
Class C coming off the line, and wow, that's going to be quite a battle as well. Chase Herald from Harris as they work their way down towards turn number 1. The Class A guys have up dusted and disappeared down into turn 2. Already they go, and look at that battle as they work their way out. The Class B cars, it's Carl Walsher that leads out the Class B battle as they work down towards Interceptor corner. Frankie, Class A out into the back main.
Class A is busy making its way down into turn number 4. Out of turn 4 they come down the back main, and it is Umpi Swart from Marco Busi. Down the back main they go. Then it's Dylan Joubert that sits out there in P3. Right on his case is Colin Meader. Kai van Sale is in there as well. It's a lovely fight in a Class A that heads down into turn number 5 into Fostron corner, and working their way out of turn 5. Leading Class A and overall is Yuri Umpi Swart.
Tate Bishop, National Polar Cup racer, finds himself down to 3rd place in that Class B battle. Carl Walsher going side by side as they work their way into the There's nothing in it in that Class B battle. Out of the corner they come. Now remember, moving up from Class C up to Class B, Eden Thompson right in there as well with the number 1 plate on his car. Carl Walsher closes the line off towards the inside line. It's Eden Thompson that's in there behind him. It's the angry Jeep car of Tate Bishop on the outside line. Tate drives towards the inside. The outside line will be held there by Eden Thompson. Carl Walsher closes it off and it's Tate Bishop that runs in third position as they come out into the Joubert Straight.
Right, those Class A cars are busy making
Somebody's off in 5.
Somebody got off in 5 and rejoined again. I did pick the tail end of that one up. But in Class A, as they work their way out of turn number 3 interceptor corner, going up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn number 4. Out of turn 4 they come now, and it's a lovely colour scheme, the Umpini colours there of right up front of Umpi Swart. He's got Marco Busi right there with him, followed by Dylan Joubert. Then it's Jason Kutsia, Colin Meader and Kai van Sales having a lovely fight in there. So is Nathan Victor. Those are the Class A cars that's heading towards turn 5, towards Pertamina Fostron. But the Class B cars are going down the back main. It's Ian Cup that leads them there from Tate Bishop. It's not Cups, Ian Cup, so it's Carl Walsher, I do apologise, that leads them down the back straight there. And it's a four-way fight as they head out into the Fostron corner.
Yeah, that's Carl Walsher, Eden Thompson, Tate Bishop and Ian Cup that's coming through the Pertamina Fostron out into the front main. Brilliant Class B battle up from Class C. That man that leads them out, but the pressure's on. Tate Bishop wants the front. Tate Bishop in the Jeep Jetta goes round on the outside line. Can he close off in front of Carl Walsher? Carl locks up the left hand back. It's Eden Thompson that's right in there behind it. They've now got a bit of a gap between themselves and Ian Cup. Thompson coming through behind that. Frankie back to Class A.
I'm going to watch out for those Class C cars. Chase Herald and John Henry Vaughan. They're sitting first and second in that class, and then it is Van Eden that's there in that third place. We mustn't forget about this lovely fight going on out here in Class C, and it's currently coming out of turn number 1, and that's currently being held there as they head towards turn 2 by Chase Herald. John Henry Vaughan sits there in that second position, and then it is Van Eden that sits there in that, that's Ryan Van Eden that is there in that third position. So those are the top 3 cars, and followed there by Seth van der Abile that sits out there in that 4th place. Keldenace, Harris and Rowe, they round off the Class C cars.
Class A coming through to complete yet another lap, and it's going to be one hell of a battle up front. Dylan Joubert, one of his best so far in that 3rd position. Lots of pressure from Kai van Sale, and it's also Kutsia that's in there in that battle as well. Up the Joubert Straight they go towards turn number 2. Now, can Umpi Swart make a plan with the Umpini car? That Automan car of Marco Busi seems to be really running on rails. Kutsia in there behind, a little bit closer now to Dylan Joubert. Both of them having a very good run in Class A. Frankie, Class B.
Yeah, Class B is busy making its way out of turn number 1 and heading up towards turn 2, and it is Tate Bishop from Carl Walsher from Eden Thompson. They sit in first, second and 3rd as they head into turn number 2. Oh, going a bit high, going a bit wide and sliding the tail end of the jet. He's a Tate Bishop. He'll relinquish that lead now to Carl Walsher. Walsher's got Thompson right there on his case. The last couple of years in Class B has been easy sailing for Eden Thompson, but this year he'll have his work cut out for him. He's got Tate Bishop and Carl Walsher in this class as well, and the 3 of them are virtually side by side heading into turn 4.
Well, Chase Herald got it very sideways as he went through turn 2 the last time, and he just chopped straight across the front of John Henry Vaughan. John Henry Vaughan, I think, almost had to roll on the gas, so they didn't take it. It was very, very close. The chase was super hot going into that turn number 2. He holds on to that one, and it is Van Eden. That is the next one in there behind that, and that's the Class C battle coming out into the back main.
It's a lovely fight out there in Class C. They've got a Class B back marker. Then it is John Henry Vaughan that leads here from Tate Bishop in that 2nd position. This is brilliant stuff out there, followed there by Ryan Van Eden. A lot of them are bombing down into turn number 5 into Fostron, and as they do so, the Class A cars are busy working their way out of turn 3, out of interceptor corner, and it's Uniswar Jr. that leads them coming out of the Tigerberg Straight into turn number 4. He's got some decent gap there on the man in 2nd position, namely in that 2nd place. Down the back straight they go. Then in P3, it's a Dylan Joubert. Right behind him, we've got Jason Kutsia, and Colin Meader is right on the case of Kutsia as as they race down towards Fostron corner, turn 5.
Coming out of the turn 3, it's going to be one massive battle going past the front main as they work their way down into turn 4. And as they come out of turn 4, we're just swapping mics to see if we can get some clarity there. It's Carl Wiltshire that's made a bit of a gap. There's been a bit of a slow up between Thompson and Tate Bishop as they work their way down the back lane. So for the first time ever, he has now got a bit of space, has Carl Wiltshire, as he leads out Class B.
Right, that is Class B. Where are those Class C cars? They are making their way out of turn number 4. Class C out of turn 4, down the back main, and it is Chase Herald from John Henry Vaughan, first and second. Then it is Ryan van Eden coming through there. It's a lovely fight for that 4th and 5th position. In Class C, as an old Class C car, a group works its way into 5 Fostron.
Going through the interceptor corner is the Class A cars, and it's all about Boosie. Can you believe it? Marco Boosie is putting one over the National Polar Cup, 2nd overall for 2021 in Umpi Swart as they work their way out through turn 4 and out into the back main. That 38 car is running so well. Dylan Jabez is now broken away from Colin Meader. Jason Kutsia finds himself in 5th place with Kai van Sale following through behind that.
Yeah, I'm having a look at that Class C battle coming out of turn number 1. That's a lovely fight there as they work their way towards turn number 2. But John Henry Vaughan on his outside. We've got Chasey Herald. They're sitting side by side, and John Henry Vaughan gets his nose up front. Then we've got a Class B back marker. Then behind them, we have got the rest of the Class C field coming through. But it's a lovely fight there for P1 and P2 in Class C as they work their way out of interceptor corner between John Henry Vaughan in P1 and Chase Herald there in that 2nd position.
Well, Chase Herald has been in the front for most of this race. It's only now that John Henry Vaughan has now worked his way through. In fact, John Henry Vaughan wasn't even going to be racing the series. He was on the Second Gear Talk Show on Tuesday night saying we've scraped enough money together to get the Maps Racing car out there for this one. Desperately need to get some sponsorship to be able to carry on. And well, he's doing everything that he can to get maximum coverage for the Maps Racing Orange Mean Machine. But the likes of Chasey Herald, that's been behind the steering wheel pretty much from the age of 11 years of age on motor circuits throughout South Africa, is giving him a very good run for his money.
Class A is making their way out of turn 4 now. Down the back main they go. It's Uniswat that sits out there in P1, followed there by Marco Boosie. Dylan Jabez still holding on to that 3rd position, but here comes Colin Meader. Colin Meader's all over the back bumper there of Dylan Jabez as they work their way down into turn number 5. Into Fostron corner they go now. Does he have a look up? No, they're side by side, but it's still Dylan Jabez that's got his nose in that 3rd position. However, Colin Meader is right there now next to him as they come down the home straight, down the Porsche Club straight. The two of them are side by side. Side by side they go, but Dylan Jabez got that inside line for the left hand of that turn number 1. Dylan Jabez surely will take that place back. Coming out of turn number 1, out of Holzoek. And Jabez goes back up into that 3rd position, but he knows that Colin Meader right behind him means business, and while they are fighting with each other, Jason Kutsia has now crawled closer and closer to Jabez and to Meader.
Yeah, Jason Kutsia, Frankie, dropped off somewhere.
Sliding it, sorry Gary, into turn 2 and losing that position is Dylan Jabez.
Yeah, he loses one position. Colin Meader pops through, and Jason Kutsia all over the back of him. The Class C battle going down the back main was the last time that I saw them, and it was still a massive battle that was going on at the front end of Class C. Chase Herald and John Henry Vaughan, the two of them, nothing much in it. Let's see, Frank, if we can pick up that Class B battle, and that one was amazing. Here they are now, and well, it's Ian Thompson that's broken away now from Carl Wiltshire with the Angry Jeep Mark II Jetta of Tate Bishop in that 3rd position.
Now, but the checkered flag is going to come out. We'll go to that one now. We're waiting for Umpi Swart to make his way out of turn number 5.
Here
this is the last lap. Here he comes down towards us. Heading down towards us. The checkered flag is out. And it's going to be Umpi Swart that'll come home in P1. Swart wins this one with Marco Boosie in 2nd position, followed there by Colin Meader in 4th. Right behind Colin Meader is Jason Kutsia. Then it's Dylan Jabez, Kai van Sale and Nathan Victor right on each other's heels. Gaza as Class B is making their way down the back main towards turn 5 Fostron.
A massive battle in Class B. It's only opened up in the last two and a half laps, and Eden Thompson, ex-champion, multiple champion, if I remember correctly, eventually has broken away, and he works his way through, put him in a Fostron, and that's a third-year corner going through there, up into fourth, comes through the bus stop, and as he comes underneath the Wingfield Motors and Killarney Bridge, he'll put it up into top gear and say, that's the one, I've done it, I've beaten the new kid on the block. The 54 of Carl Walcher comes through in second position. And then, wow, problems for Tate Bishop. He slowed the car right down. It's pouring smoke. And across the line, Tate Bishop, I think, has lost that position. Tate Bishop will drop down to Thompson.
Right, here we go. This is the fight for first and second in Class C coming down towards us. They are side by side. John Henry Vaughan and Chase Herald. Henry Vaughan on the inside, Chase Herald on the outside. They're side by side across the line. And it's going to be Chase Herald from John Henry Vaughan from Skull Caldernace. Brilliant stuff, first, second and third. Razik Harris will finish there in that 19 car. There's one or two more cars coming down to the line. Lovely, lovely stuff out there by these guys. Then Matthew Rowe finishes, and Seth van der Abile finishes his race as well.
Well, I think the Class C was the tightest of all. Amazing finish there as they came across the line. 22 thousandths of a second. That's pretty much the width of the front bumper of the Mark 1 Golf between John Henry Vaughan and Chase Herald, with Geldnes coming through behind that. Harris from Rowe from Van der Abile coming through behind that. But frankly, that Class A battle up front, as we are accustomed to it, between, and you spoke about it on Tuesday night, between Swart and Boosie. The rest of the Class A guys very close to one another in terms of Mida, Kutsia, Hubert, Van Sale and Victor. But Swart and Boosie just that touch ahead of everybody else, and door handle to door handle on a regular basis.
Yeah, fully agreed on that one, Gazza. But Class B, and as I did say on the race, it was dominated year after year after year by Eden Thompson. He would win his class and win overall championship. But this year it's going to be a touch more difficult with the likes of Tate Bishop and also Carl Walcher in Class B as well. So they have stepped up to the plate. And Eden Thompson will love this because now he's got some serious competition for the first time in a good couple of years. So just as exciting as what you said Class A situation is, I think the Class B situation is going to be even tougher this year.
And the front two at the front of Class C is
all
brilliant.
John Henry Vaughan does the rest of the season. He did say on the talk show on Tuesday that he is racing this one, and if he can get sponsors on board, then he would consider continuing. So if anybody would like to put their company's name on the side of that orange Golf of John Henry Vaughan, to have a chat to the young man, and hopefully we can keep him in the series for the entire 2022.
It would be fantastic to keep the Maps Racing car out there, but I think the Angry Jeep car has come to a grinding halt, and it's just past the start-finish line on the front straight. They've got the bonnet open. Remember, the smoke started pouring out of that car just before he came across the line, and literally as soon as he came across the line, he moved it off onto the infield. The fire truck, Westmoreland's Marshall's getting there very, very quickly, and just to make sure that there was no fire hazard. But I'll be surprised if we see that car back out on circuit, unless it's got a separate oil cooler on it, and there's problems with that. I very much doubt that they will get that one back out on circuit. Well, the replay you just saw there, that looked like it was Chasey Herald that got a little nibble from behind, if I've got it correctly. Is that Chasey Herald? No, it's not. Yeah, it's Donnie Sundenberg that was had a light nibble under braking. He was a bit hard on the brakes, and the car directly behind him. There you see on your camera shot for the folks at home, that's the Angry Jeep Jetta, and that is walking across the track. That is young Tate Bishop, Carter, S.A. Carter of note, and well, he's going to be doing Polo Cup this year. He's going to be doing the GTI Challenge, and well, let's see what else he's going to take part in, probably in karting this year as well.
is the only way to sell your car. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse and an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love
Well, there, folks, the long delay has come to a conclusion, and now to come to its conclusion, rather. Maybe just get my wording right there. But we now have action on the track with the Sports and GT cars coming out for their first race of the day, the last race before the race to lunch table. Race to the lunch table. The fan walk motorcycles will be going there as well, so if you're a motorcycle fan, please make your way to, I think it's going to be the Tigerberg Straight, and Francois Butler will be down there a little bit later on after this race. But the long delay, we had a few cleanups around the circuit after a pretty exciting GTI Challenge sponsored by Alert Engine Parts. And well, sports and GT cars now, some very expensive machines out there coming onto the circuit. We have the Opel Mallet of Steve Humble leading them around. He's the pole position man. Francis Carruthers is back again in the full beam PM84 with Gary Kieswetter, always in his Porsche GT3 Cup. Then we have Clinton Thorne, that will be in the Lotus 7. So that's the top four, the first two rows. And yeah, let me tell you one thing, I think we can have some good racing over here as well. There's a few cars coming out of the pit area as well. The likes of Sandra Bicari in the Juno SS3, Martin Pugh in his Nissan Shelby Can-Am, Martin Prince also out there as well. We're going here into the back end of the top 8. A few Porsches in this race, a few very different cars that you don't see all the time, of course, as well. Bred racing cars, and the GT3 Cup of Martin Prince. Louis Diaga, man who's missed very few weekends at Killarney over the last 30-40 years. He'll be in his 212 Lola as per usual.
Yeah, and a big downer is the fact that Josh Broom in the Radical will not be out there. He blew the clutch apart when they were out on track yesterday, so Josh Broom not out there. This class sponsored by Spitfire Furniture, connected to Josh Broom, so a big thanks to one and all at Spitfire Furniture for the sponsorship, the main season sponsorship for 2022 for Western Province Sports and GT cars.
Oh, Eric Salomon in his Lotus 23 replica that comes by our position, the Elf S06 to be official, but it is a Lotus 23 replica. Andre Brink in the Porsche 997 GT3 Cup. As I say, a lot of Porsches out there as well, and well, we'll watch them as they come around for their 10-lap race. And well, like I say, after this one, and then we start the second half of the program. Like I say, Humble Brothers, that's the front row of the grid. Kieswetter and Thorne. Bicari will be the first man in Class B, and alongside him will be Martin Pugh. Then, of course, Prince is in there as well, the number 72, number 7 entrant. Then Louis Diaga will be pole position in Class C. Then Beachy Head, Paul Beachy Head, always avid campaigner as well, the 9th position man, number 2. And Paul Beachy Head in the Audi, well, the Audi R8 he's actually entered in. I have to still check if there is an Audi R8 running around here somewhere. There it is, coming out of Quarry. And then we have Arno Church, always in a Birkin 7, the number 11 on the grid. 11th on the grid, number 7, I should rather say. Hatsy, the number 28, in 12th position. He is the Class D pole man. And Hatsy will be campaigning a Nissan SX 200 SX. Then, of course, Devon Lismore will be starting there in the 99 machine. That's 13th position. Then Buerta, that's, of course, Emil Buerta in the 350Z Nissan. Henny Trollope and Ray Farnham rounding it off, of course, Devon Lismore also in the Nissan 350Z. Always good to see those two cars battle it out with each other. The Lotus 7R of Henny Trollope. And then, like I said as well, Eric Salomon in his Lotus 23, the Elf S06.
Right, this is Western Province Sports and GT Cars, sponsored by Spitfire Furniture. Big thanks to Josh Broom, who sadly blew the whole clutch apart yesterday, so that Radical will not be out on track today, unfortunately. But the fight is going to be on up front between Steve Humble and Francis Carruthers. Steve Humble in the Opel powered Mallock, and Carruthers will be out there in the pull beam. So that's going to be entertaining stuff, to say the least. when we see them in action. Right now they're working their way out of turn number 5, out of Pertamina Fostron. 10 laps of racing action in the Spitfire Furniture sponsored sports and GT car category as they head out of 5 out of Fostron.
One of the Lismore's gone off the track there, Frankie, just before the start. So unfortunately, problems with that 350Z over there.
Well, yeah, they come down towards us now. The lights on pit lane are on, and we wait for the lights to go green anytime from now. Oh, Kieswetter was accelerating before. Even went off. He never gained any positions though. So as they head down into turn number 1, it is Carruthers that's there in that second place. Humble sits out there in P1. So it's Humble in P1 from Carruthers in that second position, followed there by Gary Kieswetter. Gary Kieswetter sitting out there in that third place. Is that Clinton Thorne that's having a look on the outside? Yes, it is indeed Clinton Thorne. That is your first 4 cars as they make their way through the kink and run down towards turn 3 Interceptor corner.
Yeah, good start initially from Carruthers, but that second phase of the start was just all about Steve Humble. And Steve Humble, look at the gap already. From a start line, he's actually now pulled up ahead of that pull beam. They come through Malmesbury Bend now, off of the Tygerberg Straight, then onto the back straight they'll then run. And then, like I say as well, like Frankie was saying, he's pointing out Clinton Thorne in there as well. We'll watch them as they come down the back straight now. You'll see that Gary Kieswetter in there as well, in that grey Martini liveried Porsche. But yeah, they come now to complete the first of their 10 racing laps as we come underneath the Killarney Bridge here. Wingfield Motors, and then what happens is towards the line. So 9 tenths of a second between Steve Humble and Francis Carruthers. Gary Kieswetter in third position, and then Clinton Thorne comes through. Martin is now ahead of Sandra by 1 second as they cross the line.
Yeah, as the leaders make their way up the Jabez Straight towards turn number 2, making their way towards Quarry Corner. Out of turn 2 they come now. It is Humble that sits out there in P1. Carruthers in second. Kieswetter sits out there in that third position. Then there's a bit of a gap before we see Clinton Thorne. Behind Clinton Thorne, it's Martin Pugh, Sando Bakari and Martin Prince out there with that Porsche. That's a top group of cars making their way through Interceptor corner, running uphill towards turn 4, the highest part of Killarney International Raceway. Then they drop down as they go down that back straight towards a turn 5 Fostron corner, and that's that first group of motor cars heading down the back main towards turn 5 Fostron.
Well, looking at that Martin Pugh and Sandra Bicari battle, Prince is in there as well. 8 tenths of a second back though the last time around, but let me tell you one thing, Thorne is coming around Pertamina Fastron. Very interesting there, Frankie, to see a front wing on a Lotus 7. You don't really see it like that. Well, now towards the line, he'll cross the line. Let's see the gap between himself and the men in front of him. It's going to be 3.2 seconds. Gary Kieswetter now is 1.1 seconds off of Francis Carruthers. Remember, that's the Class A battle over here, but the Pugh and Bakari battle, that's also one to really watch out for over here. Pugh in the Shelby Can-Am and Bakari in the Juno. So what happened to the Juno S3 as they crossed the line? It was 4 tenths of a second. Prince is now 1.2 seconds back. The Jager leads his class only about 7/100ths of a second ahead of Paul Beachy Head in the Audi R8.
So the leaders are making their way up the Tygerberg Straight and through turn number 4. They come now out of Malmesbury Sweep. Down the back main they race. And it is Steve Humble out there in P1, and he's getting further and further away of the pull beam of Francis Carruthers. That's in that second position. And in that lovely Porsche Cup car of Gary Kieswetter sitting there in that third position as they head down towards turn 5, towards Fostron corner. Behind them it is Clinton Thorne. Thorne making his way out of turn 5, out of Fostron. And as you were saying, Byron, that lovely down there behind them coming to the Fostron corner, that's the one between Martin Pugh and Sando Bakari. Martin Pugh, Sander Bakari. They've been chased down there by the Porsche of Martin Prince as that whole pack goes into turn number 1, and now Bakari in turn 1 looks up on the inside, but it's Martin Pugh that covers the line as the exit turn 1 holds.
You see them come out of Hall's Hook, Frankie. I think it was a bit too ambitious there for Sandra Bakari to make that side kind of a move on Martin Pugh. 3/10 of a second as they cross the line. I never thought that move was ever going to be pulled off. Maybe the next lap, that could also help Martin Prince actually close up the gap to them as well. He's just a little bit further back there, about 2 seconds now further back off Bakari. Brink will be in 8th position in the 48 machine, but Louis Diago will be then running, of course, that number 9, of course, that he will be in over there, that 9th position in the Lola T212. And then, of course, Yanni Hatzi in the SX200 Nissan that is ahead of Church. So he's splitting now those Class C runners, is Hatzi.
Right, another lap in the bag as they start another lap in 1:15, 1:15. Stevie Humble in car number 11, sitting in P1. He's the fastest man as he makes his way out of turn number 1. Out of turn number 1, he comes now out of Holzhoek, making his way up the Joubert straight towards turn number 2. And he has got the ball behind Francis Carruthers right in there behind him. They're getting slightly away there from third place man Gary Kieswetter in the Porsche. Then there's a bit of a gap before we see heading into turn 2 now. Clinton Thorne, and he's got a serious gap before we see the fight heading into turn 2 there between Martin Pugh and Sander Bakari, and joining them is Martin Prince. That fight is not over yet. Now heading out of turn number 1, working his way up towards turn number 2 is the Porsche of Andre Brunk. Then it's Yanni Hatzi in there behind him in that Nissan SX, and there was a time when the two of them are pretty close to each other, but now the Nissan has dropped off the tail end there of the Porsche as the two of them work their way through the kink towards turn 3 Interceptor.
Well, Frankie, I'd say that Louis Diaga and Paul Beachy Head are actually falling down the timing sheets. They were right along with each other. So I don't know if there could be an issue with the timing, or it's the both of them had a contact, a moment of contact. We'll have to keep a lookout. That means that Arno Church is the man leading Class C at the moment in 10th position, 3.7 seconds behind the 28 Nissan SX of Yanni Hatzi. And then, of course, a little bit further back from Andre Brink in the 997 Porsche. But Humble still leads the way by 2.1 seconds over Francis Carruthers' Pilbeam. There are 5 laps left to go, including the lap that are currently on at the moment. Devon Lismore pulling out of the race on the warm-up lap, and Eric Salomon not taking any part in this race even before the start.
Right, the leader is now making his way out of turn number 4, out of Malmesbury corner. He goes down the back straight. We'll see him come into view now. You'll see him on your screen. There he comes into view on your screen. He's far down the road. All of a sudden, he gets a whole lot closer as they head down the back main towards turn number 5. That is Stevie Humble, the man of Harp Motorsport that sits out there in P1. Second place, making his way out of turn number 5, Fostron. He's the pull beam of Francis Carruthers. And then some distant third position, now not too distant though, but distant enough, is Gary Kieswetter in the Porsche Cup car, sitting out there in that third position. He races down the hill straight into turn number 1. Then we have a bit of a gap before we see Clinton Thorne coming towards us, and he's dropping off ever so slightly, although he's in a very safe 4th position at this point in time. But Byron, here comes Martin Pugh. Look who's going to go past him. It's Martin Prince. Martin Prince gets past him. Martin Prince first made the move there as the three of them head into turn 1 on Sander Bakari. Cleared Sander Bakari, then caught up onto the back of Martin Pugh, and he cleared Pugh before they went into turn number 1. And now the three of them are heading up the Joubert straight towards turn number 2, Quarry Corner. So the Porsche leads those 3 cars out of turn 2. It's Martin Prince from Martin Pugh from Sander Bakari.
I think most, Frankie, was trying to count Martin Prince out of that, and he just found pace from somewhere, and well, now finds himself in the middle of the class as well. The fastest lap of the race, though, has just been set the previous lap. It was 1:14.805 by Steve Humble. He is 3.5 seconds ahead of Carruthers at this time. Steve Humble completes another lap. This is, of course, lap 7 that he had just completed and starts his way now on lap 8, meaning 3 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on.
And a 1:14.765 by Steve Humble, car number 11 in P1. He's just posted another fastest lap around Killarney. He makes his way into turn number 2. That is your leader coming out of turn number 2. That is the Opel powered Mallock heading through the kink, racing down towards turn number 3, Interceptor corner. And he has now got a sizable gap on the man in second place that's making his way towards Interceptor corner, namely the pull beam of Francis Carruthers. Just behind Carruthers is the Porsche of Gary Kieswetter. And Gary has just got his gun sight set there on the pull beam as they head up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4, towards Ramsbury corner, and work their way down the back main. So one mistake out there by Carruthers in that pull beam, and he will surely lose that position there to Gary Kieswetter. That is just close enough to keep into contact with him as they head down into turn 5, Pertamina Foster.
Well, 3:50 of Emil Botha comes across the line now. He should needs to be lapped shortly because here comes Steve Humble right through to complete lap 8. 2 more laps left to go for him, 9 and 10. And then we wait for others as well, which he does right now. And it's 8.8 seconds between himself and the leader, Steve Humble. Kieswetter has just made his way through now. Now we wait for Mr. Front Wing himself over here on that Lotus 7. It is the Clinton Thorne. Entry number 27, and then of course the leader in Class B is Martin Prince, ahead of Martin, 1.4 seconds to be exact, and then we have Sandra Bikari. Then Hutzi will come through in number 28, and that will be Sports and GTD, the only, not the only man in class, I should rather say. He's ahead of Arnold Church, who's now the leader and the only Class C entrant left in the race as well. Only 13 runners left, looks like it, being rounded off by Ray Farnham, because Louis Diaga in the Lola and Paul Beeching in the Audi are both out of the race, along with Lismore and Salomon.
Right, so we have a look and see, and look at this going down the back straight. Going down the back straight, the Porsche of Gary Kieswetter heading into turn number 5 has scored right to the Francis Carruthers pull beam as the leader comes through to start his last lap. That is Stevie Humble, but the fight is all of a sudden on here. The pull beam in second position is under serious attack here from the Porsche Carruthers from Kieswetter, as Kieswetter going into turn 1 sails right onto that back wing there of the pull beam as they exit Holzhoek. So that second position could still change between the man that's currently there in second, Francis Carruthers, and the man that's crawling over the back of him in the Porsche, namely Gary Kieswetter.
Yep, Gary Kieswetter is the final lap of the race, and he's having a lovely battle there with Francis Carruthers. It's the pull beam versus Porsche as they come through Interceptor now. It's nose to tail. I think what happens is one more chance it's going to be for Gary Kieswetter to make any sort of a move. And here comes our leader down the back straight into Pertamina Fastron. And well, he's lapped quite a number of entrants over here as well. But Humble will come to the line now, and it will take sure a very convincing victory as he comes now around underneath the bridge. He will then run and he'll claim the checkered flag.
Right, victory goes to Stevie Humble as the checkered flag comes out for Humble. And that fight for second and third heading towards us now. Here it comes. You see it on your screen as they work their way towards the checkered flag. And it's going to be Francis Carruthers just across the line, ahead of the Porsche of Gary Kieswetter for second and third position. Fourth will be Clinton Thorne. He's making his way towards us. Here he comes under the Mad Max motorcycle bridge. That is Clinton Thorne. He'll finish there in that fourth position. Fifth will go to the Porsche of Martin Prince. Sixth will go to the Shelby Can-Am of Martin Pugh. And then we'll have the Juno across the line just in there behind him of Sandro Bakari.
Yeah, we wait now for the 28 machine, of course, the winner in Class D. That will be the Yanni Hutzi, and of course the 200 SX that he is campaigning. He comes around per Tamina Fastron right now. That will be 9th overall in the race as well. So here he comes underneath the past the bus stop chicane, the old bus stop chicane, and then underneath the bridge. It actually says at 200, but it's actually going to be a Porsche that comes across. Andre Brink first, and then we have the Nissan. There we go. The Porsche comes through first, then the Nissan, and that of course will be 8th and 9th. And then Arno Church will be the winner of Class C, 10th position. Henny Trollope will be in 10th position, second in class in the Lotus 7. Emil Buerta in the 350Z. Nissan will be in 12th position. And rounding it all off will be Ray Farnham in his trusty old Opel Birkin 7 2-litre.
And only 9 cars out there on the lead lap out of the group of cars that started this one. Everybody else at least 1 lap down. So that is the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT car category. As we now take a bit of a lunch break, there will be a fan walk for the people that are here at Killarney International Raceway. That will be the entire motorcycle section that will be on the fan walk. We're just waiting for the bikes to go out onto the track, and then we'll let the people that is at Killarney know exactly where the fan walk will be. They do have it on the main straight at times, and then times they have it on the Tygerberg straight between turn 3 and 4. And I do believe that that is where it's going to be, between turn 3 and 4 on the Tygerberg straight. So all the riders with their motorcycles will go out onto the circuit, and then we'll have the fan walk. And I think if my facts are right, Byron, it's the first time in ages, if ever, that we've had a fan walk for motorcycles. It's normally been some kind of a motor car racing category, but this one will be for the boys and girls out there on the 2 wheels. So we're going to have a short lunch break, and then we'll speak to you after lunch for the first 3 motorcycle races. Back to you soon. We'll be back with you soon.
Testing 1 2. Testing. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back after the luncheon break and the fan walk. Nice to see the crowds, Byron. Look around you, there's people. Hey, what happened?
No, it's amazing, Francois. I saw it on the screens. I wasn't down at the fan walk, but I did see on the screens a lot of people on the circuit. And look at that, in the stands, on the hill, you name it. It's everywhere. And you know, it's only the first race of the year. Back again. This is what Killarney is supposed to look like, and it's going to get better.
Right, so let's see if they are listening. The folks on the embankment, can you give us a wave? Can they hear us? Folks down there on turn number 3 in the Decepticon on the stands, can you hear us? Can you give us a wave? There we go. And the folks there on the grandstand up on the Tigerberg Straight, can you hear us? Give us a wave. Oh, I think the sun's taken everything out of them, Byron.
Yeah, I think the wind could also be blowing, you know.
Yep.
They can't hear us over the sizzle of the braai, you know, and all kinds of stuff over there. So hope you guys are enjoying yourself, whether you hear us or not. And yeah, remember, second part of our program comes up right now, and we're going to be starting off again with the second bike races, the second heats of the bikes.
Yeah, it's the 650s and the Supersport 300s, proudly sponsored by Bridgestone Tyres. Lovely to have Bridgestone on board.
Yeah, just waiting for our timing screens to come up, and then I'll be able to tell you there's Willie van Niekerk getting into position there as well. This, of course, now being the Bridgestone STC 650s and SSB 300 motorcycles, all formerly known as the Power Sport, but no longer. It is now the STC motorcycles. And here comes now the number 93 of Lineker into position. Slade van Niekerk takes his rightful position on pole. And then it's the number 50 machine.
It's Tristan Pinard.
Tristan Pinard. That will find himself third on the grid. 3 bikes per row. Here comes Lance Jonas, fashionably late.
Yeah, let's not go there. The Ginger Ninja, the 43 of Gerrit Visser, rolls up onto the second row. There on his outside is Ryan Coetzee. We're on a mission of one motorcycle. It looks like Calvert. Andre Calvert not out there.
Yeah, that would have been on the 650 Kawasaki.
Yep.
So a number of riders back out there again. Lance Jonas on the Suzuki, Slade van Niekerk on his ER 650 with Jason Lineker challenging alongside him there as well. Gerrit Visser, of course, the Ginger Ninja, as he has been referred. He's well and truly up there as well, Francois.
Right.
And here we're going.
We're waiting for the officials, the timing boards. The 1 minute board is up. Wait for that 5 second board. Craig puts a 5 second board up. We're on starters orders. Having a look at the whole shot as they go down towards turn number 1. All the riders getting in there, slotting in behind each other, working their way around as they make their way out of turn 1. Up the Uber straight they go, and it's going to be Slade van Niekerk that leads out, up on the way towards Quarry Corner. Tristan Pinard lies there in second, Jason Lineker third as they roll around, squeezing on the gas and getting out of Quarry Corner.
Yeah, Ryan Coetzee, unfortunately, on the start line there, Francois, he was moving forward in his grid slot, so we could have ourselves a penalty over there for a jump start.
Well, as I know, the lights weren't on at that stage in time, so possibly just settling down. Let's hope it's all good for him. And the riders getting out there now into turn number 4. Going to work their way down the back straight. There you see on your screen coming up into 4. They roll around. Here they come down the back straight. The STC 650s making their way down towards Pertamina Fastron. And Slade van Niekerk getting away there. Tristan Pinard and Jason Lineker having a nice tussle there. And once again, the Power Sport or the SSB 300s also having a lovely tussle.
Well, they'll come towards the line now. We'll then pick up the positions. It was Slade van Niekerk, the man who started on pole. Okay, and well, here we come across the line. Slade van Niekerk will be the man leading by 1.7 seconds over Pinard. Lineker in third, Visser in fourth position, Jonas holding up that position, and then Ryan Coetzee in 7.
The SSP 300s, Nicholas Hutchings, Willie van Niekerk, Jared Butler, Mitch Robinson. That's how they line up as they cross the line. Out of turn number 1, up the Uber straight, up the way towards Quarry Corner. Hutchings has got a good lead there over Willie van Niekerk. Then it's Jared Butler, Mitch Robinson. So they're all out there having a real tussle. Conditions changing up ever so slightly. And Mitch having his bow chopped off there by young Jared Butler now as they go through Quarry Corner. We watch the bikes there exiting turn number 3. That's in the Scepter corner up into 4, making their way down the back straight. Those are the lead cycles.
Well, it looks like Visser's up into second place in the 600s class, and down the straight they go. Lineker in third, and dropping down it was going to be Pienaar. Pienaar was having a lovely battle there, nose to tail, and one ahead of the other when it came to him and Lineker. They come through the Pertamina Fastron section. We'll see them come down to the line there. This will be the completion of lap 2. Remember, a 10-lap race over here as well. Slade van Niekerk was 1.7 seconds between himself and the man in second place. That could have broken. And of course, it's going to be Pienaar back in second position, but 3.9 seconds back. Lineker in third still. Visser having to hold on the 4th position after he just poked his nose ahead of both Pienaar and Lineker.
300 still Slade, then Willie, and they get through. It's Adrian Solomon that works his way through there ahead of Jared Butler. So Solomon coming up here now in the second heat, starting to show his mettle.
Yeah, well, looking at that front battle as well, Lindemann looks to be closing up that gaggle of 4 heading over there as well to join as a 5. Jonas has now gone back to 6th position at this time on the 83 on the Suzuki. But look there, weaving on the Tygerberg straight. You can see there Pienaar doing everything he can to keep this gaggle of riders right behind him. 3 men he's going to be worrying so much about. Of course, that is Lineker, Visser and Lindemann coming up as well as they go onto the Tygerberg straight. They'll open up onto the back straight now as well. The fastest lap of the race so far though, a 1:26.68 from Slade van Niekerk.
Yeah, awesome times being posted out there. I'm keeping an eye on the SSP 300. Still Nicholas Hutchings has got a healthy lead there over Willie van Niekerk. Van Niekerk looks over his shoulder. There's Jared Butler, Solomon and Mitch coming through as they make their way down towards the Fastron. He's going to be late on the brakes as they get down there. Big stuff there as they go in, and they've got a couple of slow markers in front of them.
Well, Sandra Michel as well, also in 9th position, mixing it up there with the 300s. He, of course, will be about 1.9 seconds off of Hutchings. But now we get another fastest lap time for Slade van Niekerk. 6.51, just a fraction faster than his previous lap. But still, the big battle, the 650s over there as well, will be the Pienaar, Lineker, Lindemann and Visser battle. And it looks like now towards the back of that is going to be Lineker at the moment on his number 93 Kawasaki. He now looks to make his way past that number 4 Visser, who finds himself now up in 4th position. Whilst Pienaar will still hold the second position, number 50, with of course Lineker coming up very nicely as well on bike number 23.
Well, the SSP 300s, Hutchings out front. He's untouched at the moment. And, Willie van Niekerk holds on to 3rd. Up behind him, it's Solomon, then it's Butler, then it's Mitch Robinson. They make their way now up towards turn number 4, and down the back straight. Hutchings has a attainable lead there. He's got about 3 seconds. Then it's Willie van Niekerk. Solomon getting in there. Chase hard. Butler and Robinson having a lovely scrap of it.
Lindemann and Pienaar come across the line, 1/10 of a second between the two of them. They go through the turn 1 and onto the Joubert straight towards Quarry Corner, and it's still Pienaar that leads the way as far as that battle is concerned. Van Niekerk is the overall leader of this race. He's 7.5 seconds up the road from that gang of 4. And Pienaar will hold it over Lindemann, still Lineker in that 4th position. Jonas and Coetzee, they're now just falling a little bit backwards over here as well as that for the 6th and 7th positions. Michelle in 9th, Reynolds all the way back in 18th position behind a lot of the 300s over here as well. It was Culvert, unfortunately, not starting this race.
Right, so the SSP 300s, Hutchings out of Quarry, followed by Fanikak and Solomon, Mitch and Butler. They're all in there. They're right up behind each other. It's tight stuff. We've still got 6 laps to go. So a lot of races left as they make their way down towards the intercept corner. Yeah, they come on screen. Have a look at this SSP 300 battle now as they all work their way through. Brilliant stuff there. And making their way around. Have a look at the back of the field. Jared Butler up behind some of the slower 650 bikes. And making their way to turn number 4 with the Malmesbury Sweet double apex right hand. Then they make their way back straight down towards Petamina for strong corner.
Well, in the last bit of the last lap, held the third position. Well, actually, rather, Lindemann held the third position, or the second position, and then Pienaar just got him on the line over there as well. So Pienaar back up into second position at this time. They're coming up to a few bikes they're going to be lapping over here. Van Niekerk has made easy work of them, looks like it. He's 8.5 seconds ahead now of Pienaar, Lindemann, Lineker, and Visser. So that gang of 4 still nicely together over there. Was Jonas has to be content with 6th position ahead of Coetzee. The 300s, which Francois is taking a look at.
Yeah, Stavro, Michel on the 650 holding up the 300s. They want to get through. And pretty wide. You see they're in screen now as they go out of turn number 1 up the Uber straight. And they're trying to get through each other there. But Stavro just in front, just taking a little bit of speed off there as he goes into the corners. They come right up on him. And well, he's riding his own race. He doesn't have to get out the way, but they just want to get past him. They just need to get past him somehow. So they make the way now there to intercept the corner. There you see Stavro in front of them. All the behind them trying to get through. Rather a difficult one for them when you've got a bike sitting in front of you.
Well, 4 laps to go, including the one they are currently in the race. Slade van Niekerk still holds the fastest lap of a 1:26.51. He has been cutting through traffic and has dropped from 8.5 seconds ahead of Pienaar to 7.4, but I think getting through the traffic is proving to be a touch more difficult than he anticipated. So Pienaar will still hold that second position in 50, number 50 bike, and then number 93 of Lineker up into third position, a 10th of a second between the two of them. They making their way around the latter part of the lap now, and of course after that lap with 3 of them left to go in this 10-lap race. So we're around then, of course, as the likes of Jared Butler and Abigail Bosson come across the line to complete their lap.
Well, lots of racing out there. Everyone having a fantastic time. Clean stuff as they do it. Solomon, Rita Butler, then ahead of him it's Van Niekerk. Robinson moved up there now. He's lying second in the SSP 300s. Everybody trying to work their way. Van Niekerk comes back. He goes up on the inside of Robinson. Adrian Solomon is there. Butler sits behind him. Stavro Michael still holding them up. They would like to get a bit quicker as they work their way around the circuit. Down to the creek on their way down towards Interceptor Corner. The 300s, oh, a beautiful picture shot there of all the SSP 300s. Michael on the 650 leading out there. I'm sure they want him out the way. They really want to go through it, Hammer and Tongs.
Laps left to go. Lineker came across the line in second position on the number 93 Kawasaki, but Pienaar was following suit to second as they crossed the line off of Lineker. Lindemann still in fourth position. Visser, now he's losing touch with those ahead of him. He's 1.2 seconds back of Lindemann, so could turn now from a 4 to a 3-way battle. And Jonas is 9.9 seconds back in the number 83 Suzuki. He's 6th position. 7th is Coetzee. In class, 8th in class is Stavro Michel. He's 9th overall, and Reynolds in 18th position on the 62 Kawasaki 650 Twin.
Yeah, going down now into turn number 1. Coming out of 1 is the SSP 300s, and making their way up towards turn number 2. A real tussle out there at the moment. Everybody fighting for positions. Oh, someone going very hot there into Quarry Corner. But Solomon was Willie Van Niekerk. Willie Van Niekerk up on the inside of everybody there. Going back up into second past Mitch Robinson. Adrian Solomon is there. Jared Butler sitting up behind him now as they go down into the Interceptor Corner. Have a look at this tussle on screen. It is absolutely titanic. They've been swapping and changing like the colors of a Smarty Box.
Well, we're coming up now to only a lap and a bit left of this race, and well, Van Niekerk got 8.7 seconds ahead of bike number 1, the Kawasaki ER650. 8.7 seconds ahead of Tristan Pinar, who took second place back on the last lap, ahead of the third place man Lineker. Jason Lineker in third on the number 93 Kawasaki. Lindemann on number 33 over there in that fourth position, but could he lose a little bit of touch as well? It's any chance that can happen, that could happen. Then Visser in fifth position, he's only half a second off of Lindemann, so trying to back to join that group, but unfortunately I think it's going to be a bit too little, too late for him. I think what happens is they haven't come to the line yet. I think here comes the Slade van Niekerk machine now, comes across the line. The top three are all Kawasaki's, and he starts his final lap of the race.
Yeah, the SSP 300 you bear straight into Quarry Corner. Mitch sitting up behind Van Niekerk, Adrian Solomon and Jared dives up on the inside. He manages to get through on a Quarry Corner, makes it stick. Now they work their way out through down towards the kink. It's really the hot stuff now. It's the final lap. They know they've got to bring it all to the fore now as they go through Interceptor Corner. There you see it. And making their way now up towards Malmesbury Sweep, up the Tygerberg Straight. It's all in it. Waiting for the leaders and see if our flag is out. Yep, the flag man is out.
Yeah, just got to wait for Slade van Niekerk.
300s down the back straight.
Well, I think, no, it's not quite him yet. We'll just have to wait just a little longer over here. He's 8 seconds ahead of Pinar. And, well, he took it from pole. He, well, just dominated, basically, this entire second race in the 650s.
One more lap for the 300s. It's all happening out there.
And the checkered flag, I think he just camouflaged himself amongst the 300s over there, so that is for Van Niekerk wins.
Let's have a look, see what happened in the SSP 300s. Nicholas Hutchins, Solomon, Van Niekerk, Robinson, Butler, Bosson, Hutchins, Heel, Halleck and Klein. Those were your SSP 300s.
For the 650s, it is Van Niekerk, 10 laps, 8.8 seconds ahead of Lindemann in second position. Lineker claiming third position. Pinar, a wonderful race from him, but unfortunately he's going to have to make do with fourth position here, whilst Gerrit Visser will be the man in fifth. Coetzee will hold sixth, and Jonas will round off that top seven in seventh position, albeit only 0.07 of a second off of Coetzee right at the end. Then going a little bit further down, 11th overall, but 8th in class, Stavro Michel. That, of course, is 11th, like I said, the number 24 machine, and then 18 of Reynolds. That will be looking like a lap down there, a lap or two down. Will be the Fahim Reynolds, of course, on the Kawasaki 650 twin. That will be 9th in class, and that will be last in class. Calvert did not take any part in this race.
Right, so we sincerely hope that the viewers at home enjoyed it as much as those trackside, and we'll come back to you with the next race. Right, ladies and gentlemen, next up the South Superbikes SPK Challenge. The bikes are on circuit, just warming up. They'll be lining up pretty shortly. Once again, joining my side, Byron Knight. Byron, first race was pretty exciting. Saw Trevor Westman come through the ranks to challenge Malcolm Rapson. Malcolm pipping at the post 200th of a second.
Well, the big boys and girls always give us excitement here. You know, we're talking about, goodness, let me tell you one thing, some real talent over here as well, and a whole field full of talent, you know, 18 riders in all.
Yeah, they're lining up out there. We've got the 96 of Mark van der Berg. We've got the 33 there of Wayne Arendts. Robert Craig there on the 16 bike rolls up onto P3. P2 is Jock Ackerman, Malcolm Rapson's out there, Quinton Ebden. And Trevor Westman working his way through as well.
The number 67 over there of Schwerin doing his warm-up exercises with his arms there nicely, you know, a few jumping jacks or so before he gets on the bike. And
this is true. JP Frederick out there on the GR Tax machine, the number 24, the purple bike, looking ready for it. Wayne Arendts there, Quinny Ebden on his outside. Dion Ebel out there on the Honda, the 27 bike with the Luma red helmet. And well, just about everybody that's anybody's out there. Trevor Westman right at the back there with Clint Munton, and he works his way through the field. It's a tall order. It's a lot of work for him to do.
Yeah, 15 riders ahead of him there. Francois, of course, Jonathan Schwerin, another big talent, is going to be alongside him there as well. But it looks like we're ready to go, Francois.
Well, yeah, we're, so we say, yeah, Killarney, we're ready to rumble, and it's Superbikes waiting for the timekeepers. It's 5 second board, wait for the lights. The lights on, and we're racing. He gets on the gas nice and hard. Craig around the outside, but it looks like Rapson's going to get the whole shot. Is Craig going to go around the outside? Craig leans around the outside. Can he get through? Westman already mid-pack as he works his way through. He wants to get up front pretty quickly, and he's hard on the gas there, middle of the pack. Gets through there. I think he's sitting up behind Kubabal and Tasana as he goes up into Quarry Corner. Oh, brilliant stuff there as Rapson leads out. Craig up into second place. And Jock Ackerman there in third. Westman already carving his way through the field at a blinding speed. So let's see how this one pans out as they make their way up the Tigerberg Straight.
Yeah, great start for Rob Craig there, Francois. Ackerman actually getting jumped over there by Craig, and Craig was actually challenging into turn one, Malcolm Rapson, and he was a little bit you know, out at sea, Ackerman, in the first race. You know, he finished way down the field. So hopefully this race he's worked out all what needs to be worked out, and he can have a much more competitive race too.
But unfortunate, JP Frederick putting his hand up. He's got a problem with the bike. Very unfortunate for JP, a real contender for the honours. So unfortunately he's out of this race. Right, yeah, they come towards us.
Yeah, there he goes. Rapson. Ackerman, Anticos, fifth position already after, well, one lap over there. It started 16th.
It's blinding to see such talent here at the circuit now as Craig follows Rapson up towards Quarry Corner. And Westman up on the inside of Anticot. Anticot opens the door. Westman gets through. He's now up behind Ackerman. Ackerman's going to have his hands full. It's his nemesis. It's Trevor Westman sitting right up behind him into Interceptor corner. Westman goes up on the inside of Interceptor. A quick burst of speed, and he just moves up there. You can see the stands egging him on there now as he moves up into P3. He's got Robert Craig in his sights.
They didn't call him the killer for nothing, I can tell you that much. Trevor the Killer Westman, number 60, his lucky number, and he is, as he crossed the line, he was 6/10 of a second off of Anticop, but he made those moves on this last lap, and look at where he is right now as they come down the back straight towards Pertamina Fastron.
Yeah, very unfortunate for JP Frederick and Mike Hunter that aren't there now. But as we look now, Malcolm Rapson, Robert Craig, Jock Ackerman, that's actually Westman now that's there. Then it's Inticott and Ebden, followed there by here we come up. Here comes up on the inside, Westman of Craig. Turn number one. Westman's very late on the brakes and he slips up into second place. Can you believe it? 16th, Byron, as you said.
Yeah, 2 laps. They just crossed the line to complete lap 2. Lap 3, and Trevor Westman, a 1:13.956, fastest lap of the race compared there to Malcolm Rapson of 1:14.079.
Westman's on fire at the moment there, posting the quickest lap time of the day on that ZX10. And now chasing down Rapson. He's actually putting a bit of daylight between himself and Rob Craig. There you see them go into intercept the corner, turn number 3 now. There's Ackerman, and up behind Ackerman it's David Enticott, then it's Mark van der Berg as they work their way through. Ebden also in there, so they make a crackerjack move. Now your leader, Rapson, round the back straight, followed by Westman, then it's Craig, then it's Ackerman, Enticott. Following him is going to be Ebden, then Van der Berg, then Mike de Toy.
Well, looking at the SBK Challenge class, de Toy, Michael de Toy leads the way, a tenth of a second ahead of Dion Ebel in the 9th position overall. Second, Ntisana will be third in class, 10th overall. Lawrence, 4th in class overall, Hunter in 12th.
Brilliant stuff there. There you see him going into turn number 1 at the high speed. The leaders are really making their way up towards turn number 2. And Martin Wilson there with Trevor Westman closing down, Robert Craig holding on to an honest third, and having a look at Enticott up on the inside there of Ackerman. There's no space, but he sits right up there on his back tyre, and not too far off them is Quentin Ebden. Ebden leads out there over Mark van der Berg.
Well, another fastest lap there from Trevor Westman, Francois, 1:13.733. He just took 0.2 of a second out of his previous fastest lap. So just going on the up and up over here as well. Number 62 seconds off of Malcolm Rapson at the moment. And surely soon, Malcolm Rapson is going to be looking over his shoulder and seeing a face full of Trevor Westman.
We're only 3 laps into the race. We've still got 7 laps to go, 6 and a bit, as they make their way. There they go into turn number 5, Patamina Fastron. And I can tell you something, exiting at very high speed, and Westman is closing down on Rapson. Rapson's a full tilt, I can assure you that much. He's not hanging around. But Trevor Westman is right on him now, and he's probably about a half a second behind him, and he's gaining.
He's taken a whole second out of Malcolm Rapson on the last lap alone, and he's extended his by another tenth of a second, 1:13.626.
Going into turn number 2, Quarry Corner. You saw them now, they'll exit, they go down towards Interceptor Corner. There you see the riders going in, there's Enticott and Ackerman out. And there we go into Interceptor Corner. There's the 2 leaders. You saw them in picture at the moment. There they go. It's Westman right up behind Rapson, and Rapson's got his hands full because Trevor Westman is coming. The Accountant and the Killer are at it, hammer and tongs now. Take a double apex, turn number 4, and work their way down the back straight. I feel something's going to happen down at Patamina.
Watch them as they go now. Which line will he choose, Trevor Westman? He looked on the inside, but he goes to the outside. And while they'll be side by side through Patamina Fastron, pokes the nose ahead right before the apex. And it is going to be Trevor the Killer Westman that leads the way from Malcolm Rapson, the man who started on pole position and the man who started 16th. Have now just changed positions.
Well, in a question of 5 laps has found his way to the lead. He now needs to get away from Malcolm, because Malcolm will try and set Robert Craig still down in 3rd. Then it's Jock Ackerman and David Enticott. Enticott followed by Quinny Ebden, then Mark van der Berg. They make their way through. So we'll have to see how this goes. Taylor himself and Malcolm Rapson. And Trevor just did this one on a 1:14, and he managed to close down. Is he going to start pinning in a couple of hot laps to try and get away from Rapson?
And another thing to note, Francois, as well, earlier on we had very hot temperatures, a nice cool breeze coming through here now, clouds coming as well. The riders are going to be much happier with the performance of their machines.
Yeah, the track's going to cool down, the tyres will be a bit more grippy. It'll afford you more opportunity to get the bike around, turn in a little bit earlier, and hopefully that'll pay dividends for the riders out there. Nonetheless, still very, very high speeds around the circuit from the Superbike class. Down into Patamina Fastron is Trevor Westman. Malcolm Rapson in close attendance. There you see them on screen working their way around. There's about 300ths of a second in it as they work out. Westman gets out very quick out of Patamina, works his way down the main straight, down towards turn number 1. Gets down into 1. And staying there, but Rapson just keeping him in his sights. Try and sandbag him again and hold him down into the final lap. We have got 3 and a bit laps to go.
Yeah, back to the SBK Challenge Race, Francois. Ntisana, in the blink of an eye, he was 3rd at one stage. Now he's back out to the lead again. second ahead of Michael de Toy at this stage. And then Dion Ebel will be the third place man in class ahead of Orenser. Orenser is a 10th of a second back in 11th spot, fourth in class. Munton, of course, is in the SBK class. And then what happens is Paul Medell, we haven't been speaking much about him today as well, in 13th on the number 5 Ducati.
Speaking of Paul Medell, he's just gone into turn number 2, but have a look at the leaders here. Yes, turn number 4 coming through there. Robert Craig down the back straight. Trevor Westman trying to get away there now from Malcolm Rapson. Rapson leading out the Masters class ahead of Robert Craig. Then it's Inticott that's got past Ackerman.
White flag is waving on the Joubert straight there, Francois. Slow moving bike on circuit somewhere around him, and I think it is going through Interceptor corner. I'd like to see pick up who that in fact is, but so everybody's just going to have to watch out. And I think we're just going through the Interceptor section right now. It is only 3 laps left to go, including the lap they are currently on.
Yeah, the leaders are really cracking on the pace. Leads out, and he's getting away from Rapson. Turn number 2 down towards Interceptor corner. He's put a bit of daylight between himself and Rapson. A little further way back is Craig. Almost a second and a half ahead of Rapson is Westman. Makes his way up straight up towards turn number 4. There's Trevor Westman in picture. Up behind him, Malcolm Rapson, who looks behind him. There's no one there. Robert Craig's a little bit further back. Westman is unfazed by all of that now as he runs down the back straight down towards Batamina fast run. And he's got his head down. He wants the job done. Robert Craig 5 seconds behind Rapson. Inticott a second behind him. Then it's Ackerman a second behind him. Quinny Ebden still down in 6. Lubabala and Tassana leads out the SPK class.
Bike down, Francois. Frankie has just pointed out to us there's some dust flying through the air over here. That's on the exit of the first turn holes hook, and we'll pick up for you now hopefully a number, as there are 2 laps left to go in this race. Yellow waving over there frantically. No passing will be allowed. Marshals are running to the aid of the rider. And we'll pick up now shortly.
Something I've just picked up is happening. I've had a look at David Inticott, who's close right up behind Robert Craig. Inticott's on a fly. He's on the back wheel now as he goes up into Quarry Corner. Yeah, you see it outside of Robert Craig. Inticott is loving the ZX-10R. He's absolutely murdering it up behind Craig, and Craig's going to have his hands full within the blink of an eye.
I'll take a look now down at Ntisana, of course, leading the SBK Challenge class, 5 tenths of a second, half a second ahead of Michael de Toy. Orenser in that group as well, 8 tenths of a second off of de Toy, and then Dion Ebel a further 4 tenths back. So it's still quite tight at the front, not as tight as I maybe thought it would be, but they'll be coming around there as well. This will be their second last lap, so only a lap and a bit left to go now as well, as they come towards Pertamina Fast Run. Some of the lower class riders over there, I think it could be Ntisana and de Toy.
Well, keeping an eye there on the third place battle there between Inticott and Craig. They're coming out now to Pertamina, and Inticott right up behind Robert Craig now. He's going to be pushing him hard. He's got brilliant drive coming out of Pertamina. Not to be sneezed at, but look at Inticott. Inticott's looking up on the inside, and there's just no space as he sits up there behind him. Inticott and Craig are literally nose to tail as they exit turn number 1 there on screen. Brilliant stuff up there. Straight up towards turn number 2. Here they go.
Here's Ntisana coming through now. Lubabala Ntisana comes across the line now. Ahead of Michael de Toy. Was a half a second the last time. It is now actually de Toy actually poked his nose ahead as they cross the line. Only a tenth of a second between the two of them. The last lap it is now. I've been informed by Frankie that the rider that went down is walking, which is good news.
Okay, right. So all great there. All ends well. Looking at our leader, Trevor Westman, making his way down towards turn number 5. Westman into Pertamina Fast Run, coming out. Checkered flag beckons for Trevor Westman in race number 2. He should bring it home. The Project 60 rider, Trevor Westman, comes up towards the line. He's going to take race number 2. He crosses the line, he nods his head, waiting for Malcolm Rapson. Rapson second. Has Inticott got past? Here comes Inticott on the outside. Inticott on the outside here. And Rob Craig just manages to hold it there ahead of David Endicott, what a stunning ride.
Jacques Ackerman comes across the line now. He'll finish 5th position, so 3.7 seconds back of that lovely little battle over there. We wait for Quinton Ebden, also a masterclass runner as well. Like number 17 comes across the line now. Here's the one to watch over here. And it looks like it's going to be the number 7 of Michael de Toy, as I step on Francois' mic cord over here. He will take the victory ahead of Lubabalo Huntisana. On the number 53 bike, Wayne Orense will be 3rd in class, 9th overall, and then Georg Ebel will be the man in 10th position, but 4th in class. Then it will be Clint Hunt in 11th position, Jonathan Schwerin in 12th position. It will be lovely to see him one day at the sharp end of a field again. And then the 15th position man is first then Medell for 13th position. Mackerel will come across the line in 14th, right as we speak now on the Kawasaki ZX-10R. The Medell, of course, the Panigale Ducati will be the 13th position man.
Oh, big up there. Down on your screen there, you see Jacques Ackerman and Trevor Westman congratulating each other. Great sportsmanship out there. Malcolm Rapson says to the folk, hello. David Endicott, Robert Craig, wave there to the crowds on the screen. And, well, some fantastic riding here in heat number 2 of the South Superbikes SPK Challenge and Masters class. Brilliant stuff. So Westman leads out, and it's followed by Rapson and Craig. And then in the Masters was the Toy Desan and Orense. So, well, in the Superbike class, the Masters was led by Rapson, 2nd Craig, 3rd the Toy. So brilliant stuff there in the second heat, and now we all have the Breakfast Club class coming up.
Well, we now move on to the last of the bike races, the Club Classics and Breakfast Run bikes. Francois, I heard a bit earlier on that Hilton Redling Ace suffered torn ligaments, and well, thankfully I think that is the extent of it. I think he'd be more worried about his Kawasaki.
It will be, Byron. It's inevitable, but we know very well that ligaments is actually worse than broken bones.
Yep, they do heal, unlike bikes, unfortunately, which you have to do quite a bit to get back up to the best. And I see some salutes on the grid as well. I think that is the number 61 of Goos that is in position over there as well. And that, of course, is a Yamaha R1 that he is currently campaigning in the breakfast run section. Remember, this is entry level. A lot of these guys, you know, when you hear about breakfast runs, I always hear about breakfast runs. It's guys going out to far off places around the Cape, stopping at the one stop, having something at the Wimpy and all of that. But now they say, hey guys, why don't we not rather do a Saturday? We come to Killarney and we race.
That's the way you do it. You come down to Killarney, you race. Right, so they're under starters' orders, waiting for the 5-second board. Keep an eye there on Jamie Hall. He was looking pretty hot in the first heat. 5-second board. Watch for the lights. The lights go on. And off and away they go. The whole shot. A little bit on the back wheel. Oh, there's some lovely riding there. Riders getting through. It looks like Derek Hendricks had a good little start there. Lies up possibly in third position. So the breakfast club class looking pretty good, and Derek Hendricks, well, he's ridden everything, and now sits there in third place. So they make their way up in towards Quarry Corner, and Jamie Hall leads out. Andre Kruger possibly there in second place now as they roll around out of Quarry Corner and down into the kink. First lap is almost like a sighting lap for these guys, but already as far as they're concerned at full tilt.
Yeah, there was a good clean start from everybody over here, and of course remember this is being brought to us by Strato Tech, with a new sponsor of course for this section of the motorcycles. They come around though and will get onto their first laps, the first time on this lap of course, the back straight as they power it down towards Pertamina Fastron. Two classes out there as well. It's the Clubman's and the Breakfast Run classes. As we're saying, 5 Breakfast Run guys. Fourie was on pole position in that little section, but we'll wait for them to come around. It's going to be a 10-lap race instead of just the normal 8-lapper that we've done last year and the years before. And to the line we'll come, and then we'll see how it looks between it's going to be the Jerry Andre Kruger will be 3 seconds off, and then Nico Fenter, third position.
Nico Fenter then third, followed by Ben and Derek Hendricks down in P5, Reinhardt in 6th, and then Hendricks, Fourie, Low down in 9th, and Peter Hill down in 10th on the 600 Yamaha. The mechanical cooling maintenance Yamaha now making their way around. And I see someone bribing me on the edge of turn 2, so when you come past your bike, you might just get hungry and stop for a snack and miss a race. You know it is.
Could be a huge distraction over there, I can tell you that much, for a lot of these riders. And, well, they're just got to keep the head down, keep the focus, and make their way around on the second lap. Jamie Hall, very quick today on the Yamaha R1. Well, he's really going nicely ahead of that Kawasaki of Andre Kruger. Andre Kruger, though, a 29.3 first fastest sector time, a 10th of a second faster than Hall in this, but he's got a lot of fast sector times he needs to make up that 1.8 second deficit between himself and Hall. Fenter will be 9/10 of a second back. Looking at now the Breakfast Run guys over there, 6th position overall for Reinhardt. And Reinhardt, of course, Matthew Reinhardt will be holding that position 3/10 of a second ahead of the 29 Hendricks.
Well, Hendricks sitting up there behind Reinhardt and then Fourie. But having a look at our leaders now, coming over the line now, Jamie Hall, followed by Andre Kruger. And, well, Andre Kruger putting in a fastest lap of 1 minute 20. Nothing too shabby about that. Nico Fenter, Nick Ben, and Derek Hendricks. And then Wesley Hendricks is now ahead of Matthew Reinhardt.
Oh, mighty quick lap there, Francois. I'd like to see the comparisons over here because Hall was 1.8 seconds ahead of Kruger. Now it's a second between the two of them.
He did a 120.1 versus a 121.3 of Jamie Hall. So Andre Kruger, someone's lit the fire under him and he's starting to move along.
Yeah, full 1.8 seconds faster on the last lap is Kruger, and is more of it coming. We'll see now in the laps that come. It is going to be the 99.3, number 3, of course, number 3rd place. It is the Fenter bike, because Nico Fenter Yamaha R1 ahead of that Suzuki of Nick Ben, who is 7/10 of a second back. Then, of course, the Derek Hendricks Yamaha YZF6.
Well, you can see the lines that have been taken. Pretty much everyone's on the same line. It's a question of who has more gumption going down into turn 5. Can you get late on the brakes? Can you look up on the inside of another rider? Your leaders down into Batamina Fastron. There they go. And having a look, there's still Jamie Hall leading out of Andre Kruger, but Andre Kruger is starting to close that gap down. He's right up there behind him. Andre Kruger's got a sniff and he's closing down on Hall. He sits up ever so slightly, maybe let it go a little bit further down into up behind him. Nico Fenter not too far behind, so it's a little bit heated up at the front end of the pack.
Well, Jamie started right. He had the faster first sector time by about 1/10 of a second, so we thought that maybe he was starting to respond to Kruger, but Kruger just took it out of him there on sectors 3 and 4, and half a second faster in sector 2, almost half a second I should rather say, and a few tenths faster. Now 1/10 of a second between Hall and Kruger, and then just now falling backwards over there will be Stevens, the number 91 machine, ahead of Fenter still, but Fenter is a further 5.2 seconds.
Yeah, look, these clubmans in the Breakfast Club class really doing well. Jamie Hall bringing it there, but I think taking the fight to him is Andre Kruger. Andre Kruger's the man to watch. He's sitting there in second place, and Andre Kruger gets past down the back straight. Kruger makes his way down to Batamina Fastron. He takes the lead, and Kruger goes there, and Hall goes around his outside. It's well, a little bit of anything you can do, I can do better. As they come out, Hall goes nice and late, but Kruger's coming back at him. Kruger comes back at him there side by side, coming out of Batamina down under the Killarney bridge. It looks like Kruger's got the upper hand now. As he makes his way down towards turn number 1, he's a little early on the brakes, and Hall slides up the inside.
Yellow flags waving in for turn 1 there, Francois. We'll see now who has gone off the circuit and is causing those yellow flags. The biker is not down. He'll just pull off. He's all right. He's still on the bike. But there are obviously some issues with that machine.
Possibly Libre has gone off there. The number 95 bike, possibly a bit of mechanical issues. So Andre Kruger leading out, and no, JB Hall came back at him, and now it's a swap. Hall goes back to the front, Kruger's back in second. I think Hall's a little bit more braver on the brakes going into the corners. Kruger's got the straight line speed. So they're going up into Malmesbury corner, turn number 4. There you see how close it is. Look at the two of them, absolutely nose to tail. Jamie Hall leading out over Andre Kruger. Can Kruger close it down now as they make their way down towards Batamina Fastron? Down the back straight. And Kruger side by side with Jamie Hall, but Hall seems to be able to be less on the brakes. Yep, he does. He stays ahead there going into Batamina. And we've still got about 6 laps to go in this race. But Byron, it's nice to see this kind of a fight on the front end of the field.
Well, they're trading sector times, Francois. Hall was 6/10 of a second faster in sector 1, and in turn, Andre Kruger was 2/10 of a second faster in sector 2. So they're just trading the times between them, 2/10 of a second as they cross the line, or between them. It's nose to tail, and we still have 5 laps left to go.
Brilliant stuff. But I'm having a look. It looks like Jamie Hall's got the upper hand going into the corners. He's later on the brakes. He's a little bit smoother going through the corners, where Andre Kruger would like to get closer. Donovan Stevens, well, he's another 4 seconds, 4.4 seconds behind. He's got a mountain to climb. He's alone in 3rd place because he's nearest contender Ben. Nick Ben is only almost 7.8 seconds behind him. So a lonely 3rd there for Donovan Stevens, and he's just riding a respectable ride.
Yeah, Wesley Hendricks, he leads the breakfast race ahead of Reynard. 7/10 of a second between the two of them, 7th and 8th overall. And then Fourie back in 9th position on the number 77 machine. Of course, Jan Haram Fourie on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. It's ahead of him is the Honda of Reynard and the Kawasaki of Hendricks. And then we have the likes of Lowe and Hill in 10th and 11th. They are also part of the Clubman's class, but they are 10th overall. That means 7th overall and 8th overall for Lowe and Hill, ahead of Smit and Goos. And of course, they are on the Suzuki and the Yamaha respectively.
Jamie Hall, Andre Kruger go over the line. Jamie Hall, fastest lap of the race, a 1:19.042. And Hall is lighting the wick. But Andre Kruger's up for it. Donovan Stevens still there in P3. Nick Ben sits down in 4. Nico Fenter, sitting down there in P5. Derek Hendricks in 6. Warren Hendricks there in 7th. And Reynard down in 8th. So brilliant stuff here. The riders are really giving it clappers here, Byron. They are not hanging around whatsoever.
No, not at all. And 4 laps left to go as it stands, including the one they are on. Lap 6. Hall is 0.3 of a second ahead of Kruger, who in turn is 7 seconds ahead of Donovan Stevens' Suzuki 1000. I can just confirm that the number 61 bike of Gous pulled into the pits. He was the man who pulled off the circuit at turn 1 earlier. He did the shortcut, but then he came into the pits itself over there. Of course, that's Dieter Gous on the Yamaha R1.
Well, I'm having a look there at Andre Kruger. He's definitely got the legs there on Jamie Hall, but Hall is exceptionally late on the brakes. So I think going forward for the rest of the season, Nico Kruger will have to start working on his braking and possibly his exit corner speed. But he's got the legs. He pulls up alongside Jamie Hall and setting the quickest time of a 1:18.7. Well, there we go, and he cannot catch Jamie Hall. My. It's the twiddly bits that are getting him down.
Yeah, and it's 0.03 of a second between himself and Jamie Hall as they cross the line. So Kruger on the move over here as well. 3 laps left to go, including now this current one they are on, a 1:18.733. Fastest lap time by the number 59, Andre Kruger, and that extends the gap between himself and Donovan Stevens, 9.9 seconds back. Nick Ben, 7 seconds back off that one. Niku Fenter, still hanging in there in 5th position on the number 99 machine. He is, of course, in 5th position. That's the Yamaha R1. And then the YZF R6 of Hendricks will round off that little section of the top 6 in the Clubman's class. Hendricks will lead in the 7th position overall. He'll lead the breakfast run class ahead of Reynard and Fourie.
Well, once again, we see Andre Kruger going down the back straight there ahead. And then coming into the corners, well, Jamie Hall just leaves the brakes alone and just slides in ahead there of Andre Kruger. What they're going to do coming up to the line. Kruger now, watch him, he's far behind there. And just watch him close down in Jamie Hall. He's got tremendous power under the seat there as he closes up. But he goes on the brakes a little bit early. He needs to start trusting himself going down into the corners.
Well, they came through the line now. Jamie Hall, fastest third sector time at 25.8, and the 24.0 for Andre Kruger in sector 2. That means they're trading the sector times, 0.2 of a second between the two of them now. And well, you can see now that coming through will be the likes of Ben and Fenter, Hendricks as well in that little section. Derek Hendricks on the Yamaha, then Wesley Hendricks on the Kawasaki ZX-10. We wait for them to come now. He's got a bit of a battle going on with and Reynard in that second place in class. Actually, Hendricks, Wayne Hendricks, has passed the other Hendricks. So he's now up into 6th position, albeit, remember, it is different classes. So Derek Hendricks is down into 7th position, but he still holds 6th position in the Clubman's class.
Wesley Hendricks doing fantastically well, getting ahead there of Derek, the namesakes. But the fight is on all over the show. And Jamie Hall still there ahead of Kruger. Kruger's giving there's a bike running slow out of Patamina, but the rider comes back, gets going again. So it's all happening out there. The leader's having a real tussle of it.
Yeah, coming up into these last 2 laps. 1 lap left to go, Francois, in this 10-lapper. Kruger, 0.8 of a second now ahead of Hall.
Yeah, I know. Look, Andre Kruger pushing as hard as he can. Like I said, he's got the legs. He gets away. There he goes now up into Quarry Corner. He's now starting to get the hang of it. One always doesn't want to say he's been sandbagging. I think he's just getting the hang of it, quite frankly. He's starting to enjoy himself. You can see it. The body language says I'm having fun. He goes through the kink down in towards Interceptor Corner. He's now pulled a fair lead over Jamie Hall. He's on his final lap. We'll have a look-see. Yep, the flag marshal's grabbing a handful of checkered flag. So Andre Kruger might just be making us a little bit happy because he has been battling for most of the day. But yet, bang, there he goes down the back straight. A lovely lead over Jamie Hall. That bike of his, Kawasaki ZX-10R, is doing fantastic. He's got it down into the 118s. Trust me, you don't sneeze at a time of 118.
he's still putting in fast sector times there as well, Francois. I saw there in the second sector at 23.9 compared to the 24.3 of Jamie Hall. So he could actually afford maybe...
What a win, what a win, what a win. Brilliant stuff there from Jamie Hall. What a brilliant ride. Give that band a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He really stuck it out and he showed Jamie that he's got what it takes. When he comes around the circuit, give that man, Andre Kruger, a lovely round of applause. That was a brilliant ride from that young gentleman. And, well, you can punch the air with pride, lad. Definitely. So it's Kruger, Hall and Stevens, your top three. Then Ben and Fenter. Then Wesley Hendricks leads out over the second class there. That's the breakfast run class over Reynard and Fourie. And Derek Hendricks in 7th place. Down in 10th is Willem Lowe. Then it's Peter Hill. After him, Ruan Smith. So that pretty much gives it all through, folks. The motorcycles have completed for the day. It's time for the four-wheel brigade to take over. I might jump in on some of the four-wheelers later on. Gary and Frankie will do some duty, but we're all going to do some double duty here today. But what an amazing motorcycle outing we've had today. And to those who have come to watch your fans, we thank you and applaud you for being here. It's lovely to see the fans back. I really want to compliment everybody that's come out here today. Everyone, and I've noticed as I was walking around early on, everyone adhering to the protocols, wearing their masks, social distancing, all the rest. We've got absolutely nothing to moan about. To the viewers at home and abroad, it's lovely affording us the opportunity to be in your space. And we sincerely hope that you've enjoyed the bike racing today. Like I said, we'll be moving over into the four-wheel fraternity pretty shortly. So get yourself something to wet the lips and enjoy the rest of the racing.
Right, here we go. Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars, sponsored by Thermo Fires and Bryce for the second race of the day out on the circuit. Race brought to you by Gary Fleming and myself, Frankie Innes, from Western Cape Motorsport Commentators and Second Gear Talk Show and Second Gear Productions. And here we go as the Clubman's cars work their way out onto the racetrack for their second race of the day. And if anything is going to be like it was in the opening race, I think that it's going to be very, very entertaining.
Yeah, the second one for Thermofires Clubman's. And wow, the first one was brilliant stuff. Had a nice turnout of cars. It was out on circuit. There was 28 for the first one. There's 28 for the second one. So that's lovely stuff. Classes A through to F, including Class X. Charles Visser on the front row of the grid with Shane de Toy, Ahmad and Joshua Dolenchik.
Yeah, big thanks to Francois Butler and Byron Knight. They did the bike races. We'll hear them on a bit later again for the classic and fine cars as well as some of the others. So yes, Gaza, the Thermofires and Bryce Clubman Saloon cars out on the circuit for their second race. And I did see that Ahmad was driving down the pit lane after having issues out there. As a matter of fact, there he comes down the main straight, the Porsche Club Cape Town straight, to take up his good position. Joshua Dolenchik is busy making his way in that white BMW down pit lane. Let's hope he's not going to be a pit lane starter.
It looks like it.
It does look like it, you're quite right.
That's going to cost him dearly. And the interesting thing, Frankie, is that the grid is exactly the same as it was in heat number 1. So I take it they are saying new season, one qualifying session. Where you qualify for the first race, that's where you'll be qualified for the second race. And it's going to be, well, in fact, Shane de Toy now moves on to the second row of the grid. So my initial quick shofty across the screen indicated to me that it was going to be the same grid positions that there was before. But it's not to be. It's Jesse Huggett that finds himself now on the front row of the grid alongside Ahmad, who did not finish heat number 1. Shane de Toy is the next one in there. And Frankie, does that mean that there's only 3 Class A cars left? Is that possible?
Well, we'll have a look, see. It could be because Baby Jakes is in that second row on P4, and then P5 and 6 so far is open. Then Stephen Heidenreich pulls in there. Does seem a bit topsy-turvy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Damon Lopez is in there. Here comes a few of the Smith BMWs. Gary Smith will probably be a bit further down. Shane will make his way up. Surely he's either going to be in P5 and 6 together with Paul Minnick. Yeah, that's right. The one will peel off to P6. That will be Shane Smith. And then Paul Minnick will pull into P5, and P9 will go to JP Shea.
That would kind of indicate to me that it's an invert of the class in general. Let's see, Class B, Paul Minnick. Yeah, Shane's in there as well. Well, either way, to be a nice turn up for us. Something a little bit different. A somewhat smaller field than what we're accustomed to for Clubman's. Cody Albert's not out there today. In fact, he's going to be getting married this year. And the decision was made to spend a bit of time, money and effort on not only the wedding, but doing a bit of upgrades on the Beamer. So he's going to be, at this stage of the fight, sitting out. But they were here earlier on today, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to battle to not break down and cry and be out there for the second event of the year. You never know. So Jess Huggett alongside Ahmad on the front row of the grid. Then it is Shane de Toy and Baby Jakes, Paul Minnick, and then Shane Smith. Then it's Stephen Heidenreich that finds himself alongside the GSW and Mamaki 125 car. Let's see as they pull off the grid. Ahmad has got a little train of smoke coming from the BMW motor, so it's obviously not 100% happy motor out there at this stage of the fight. So the 124 of Franco comes off the line. See Damien Lopez, Stephen Koos, Thermofires, he's out there as well. Gary Manwaring, Cedric Berger in the wheels for UCAR. And I see Joshua Dolenchik, in fact, did make it out onto circuit, Frankie, but he's been joined at the tail end of the field. Now, will he try and work his way back to his original grid position? Or has he been told, no, you're not going to be a pit lane starter, but you're going to come off the back of the pack?
I think they're going to let him start off the back of the pack. That's far better than waiting for all these cars to go through and only then pick up speed out of pit lane. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense if they told him, you will start last, but you will not have to be a pit lane starter. You can start at the back of the field, and you'll obviously opt for that one because it's going to be far better for him. His chances of working his way through the field will be far better than starting at the end of pit lane after the whole field has gone through.
Talking about pit lane, out of the new pits, Chiara van Niekerk, the Wingfield outfit, standing on the exit to the pit lane. So although we thought that Joshua Dolenchik was going to be starting from the pit lane and didn't, we now see Chiara van Niekerk going to be starting from the pit lane. But Frankie, the problem is that you standing dead still. When the last car comes past you, they then say to you, okay, there you go. But that car is already doing 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 kilometers an hour. You coming off a standing start. You lose ground all the way down to the brake markers in turn number 1, and only then can you actually start your fight back.
Yeah, that's why it's better to start off right at the back of the field than to start with poor Chiara van Niekerk has to start now. And she boasts Wingfield Motors and best price for my car on the side of that Class D Golf 1. So the safety car making its way down the back main, and it's all in the hands there of Ahmad and Jesse Huggett, the old horse, the stalwart, the legend, the multiple oval track and main circuit racing champion, club, regional, national, Western Province, Boland, you name it. There's nothing that Jesse Huggett hasn't achieved in South African motorsport, raced overseas as well on numerous occasions in the past, and it's great to have this absolute living legend still active in motorsport. So far less Clubman's cars than what we normally used to. We normally have about 40 odd cars. I reckon there must be just over 30. I'm just having a guess. We can have a look at the TV monitor, it'll tell us.
28.
Close enough. As they exit turn 5 out of Fostron corner. The safety car will peel off to the right. Moves off, does the safety car. Been driven by Piet van der Walt today. He was telling me earlier on this morning he is the safety car driver. So,
with a big smile on his face.
So now, Gary, here they come. The lights are on, and it's all in the hands now of pole sitter Ahmad.
5 red lights is on, 2 red lines on the ground. Between those 2 red lines, those red lights will go off. Will Ahmad's motor last the length of this race? Let's see who's going to make it down to turn number 1. Shane de Toy having a look on the outside line. Ahmad's got the hammer down. He's on that inside line. Can Shane de Toy carry it all the way through and get the whole shot out of turn number 1? It looks like it. That Mark 1 Golf is on song and is alongside Ahmad, right on top of the curbstones. In fact, using a bit of the dust and more. And the man did a brilliant job with that Mark 1. He got ahead of Ahmad. It's Jesse Huggett that's in there behind that. Then it's Baby Jakes. That's the black one with the blue stripe. Then it is Smith in the yellow car in there behind that. I think the next one up is Lopez from Heidenreich.
Yes, that is Damon Lopez, Steven Heidenreich. Then we've got Paul Minnick right on his case. There's JP Shea. There's a big lock up there. It could have been Lopez. It's behind the karting clubhouse, so we couldn't see it. It might have been that Polar Classic of Damon Lopez had locked up. Either way, they're working their way now out of turn number 4. Down the back main they go. It is Shane de Toy from Ahmad, from Jesse Huggett, Baby Jakes. Then it is Shane Smith. Right behind him we have got Damon Lopez. And in there it's Steven Heidenreich. That's at first group as the rest of the field works its way down the Killarney straight into turn 5 Fostron.
Stephen close in the Thermofires cars. D Jetter's got himself in a whole bundle of cars there. Used a bit of the gigawatts underneath the bonnet and the slipstream to make up 2-3 positions. Leaders coming through underneath us, and Shane de Toy looks like he's well on his way to a double-header. Ahmad losing a bit of ground to him, but quick enough to keep out the ones of the fielders. Jetta of Jesse Huggett, Baby Jakes in the Class B car ahead there of Shane Smith. Stephen Heinrich arrived today with Class X on that, the new car driver combination, having completed, if he gets it right, having completed 2 races from start to finish with a result. Will then be looked at the lap times, and that means for the next event he will then get placed in a class which, to my mind, looking at what he's doing, probably around about Class B.
Yeah, that's I'm saying, Gary, the B signal. I think that's more or less where Stevie will find himself. Also a seasoned oval track racer of, not too long ago. So he knows his way around the main circuit, knows his way around the dirt and tar oval as well, does Steven Heidenreich. And he is finding himself in a fight there with Baby Jakes. Just ahead of him is, ahead of Heidenreich, that is Shane Smith, and closing up on them is the Polar Classic of Damon Lopez, and they're getting away there from the Golf of Paul Minnick, who's been hassled there by the BMW into turn 5 of JP Shea. Down the back lane they go. Then Robert Franco. Robert Franco, or Roberto Franco, which is also known, has got Cedric Berger. Cedric Berger, the man of Italoven, is right in there as well as they exit turn 5 Fostron.
Going down to turn number 1, it's Stephen Heidenreich that's trying to have a look there around Shane Smith. Oh, he locks up.
There goes the motor of Cedric Berger. Something on that car's gone bang. And that is the end of that. Sorry, Gary, but that's the end of that for Cedric Berger.
Oh, clouds of smoke there. Let's hope that he's not dropping any fluid, because he's going all the way down on the circuit itself, and if he's dropping oil, I think he's going to irritate some of the marshals with that one. He should have pulled it straight off onto the grass, but yeah, that looks like a line down there if you ask me, so let's hope that that's not going to cause any problems whatsoever. Back to the front end of the field, it's all about Shane de Toy, the Mark 1 Skilpad Vlei wine farm out into the back main, and he's hauling with that Golf. It's got uber power under the bonnet. Ahmad, Jess Huggett into the top 3 with the full West BMW. Baby Jake says Class B is as good as Class A. I'll be ahead of Smith. Then it's Heidenreich that's in there behind there. Frankie, that Class B might just turn into a Class A.
It's definitely a motor. I just saw the marshal run onto the track there and pick up some engine parts. So that's definitely an engine that's gone there on Cedric Berger. But here comes race leader Shane de Toy from Ahmad. The marshals have got the a change of surface flag out to tell the drivers, oh, look at that, definitely oil, because Heidenreich's Jetta was walking around, Gary, and squirming around in the straight line. So yes, there is definitely oil on the track there from the Cedric Berger BMW.
Oh, Shane Smith's smoking heavily. Or is it Baby J? Oh, Shane Smith, he's got problems. Look at that. It's smoking heavily from that left-hand front wheel. And he's just carrying on with that car. Oh, look at that, the tail then comes around, so major problems for him. I don't know what's going on with that. He kept on going for a long time with the smoke. It was pouring out of that left-hand front wheel. Let's hope that there's not something down on the track there as well. Whoops, car's going farming on the exit of 1.
Well, that's probably from Shane's BMW. There could also be oil or something slippery on the circuit. Yeah, a lot of cars are all over the place. David Franco's Golf just got lost coming out of turn 1 as well. So the chances are pretty damn good. So not David Franco. David Franco's working his way out of turn 1. It's one of the lower classes. The Golf was just snaking coming out of turn 1. So there is definitely something on track there on the exit of Holzhoek.
And the Wingfield Motors entry of Chiara van Niekerk has not only regained the tail end of the field, but is starting to work her way through. Now, years ago, there was a club called the Carmen Fleming Club, and anybody that got beaten by the young lass had to put a couple of cents into the bar fund on the night of the Wednesday night meeting. Well, it looks like Chiara van Niekerk is going to start one of those clubs as well, because she's catching the boys one after the other. It looks like we're going to bring them all to a standstill here on the front main. Clark of the course says, whoa, this is too dangerous. Let's not take chances. We've seen how many cars have been snaking all over the show. More than one possible problem area out there in terms of the oil, and saying, okay, right, let's just stop completely. Let's just reassess exactly where we're at. Frankie, that bits and pieces of car parts that was being picked up here, I don't suppose it's reusable, but it can break other cars.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a case of recover it to see what we can do with it. It's a case of let's just make sure it doesn't make holes in other people's tires. So Shane de Toy on the front row of the grid once again with the Skilpad Vlei Wine Farms and C2C construction car. Behind that, the West Cape Westkaap Bakwerke, full west of Jess Huggett. Jess goes a big thumbs up and says, man, this is fun. Ahmad, bit of smoke that came out of that car earlier on. And, well, he's still there ahead of Baby Jakes. And then Stephen Heidenreich calling the marshal and saying, just come and have a look here, please, Squire. Let's just make sure that everything is okay. Yeah. Oh, by the by, I got a message from the ex-owner of that car, Jarno van der Westhuizen, saying that all was good to go. And I think the car was actually on the dyno. And a piece of the tappet cover, of the timing belt cover broke off, went in under the cam belt and bent the valves.
Hey, Janu, when is your luck ever going to change, my buddy?
I can't offer good luck.
Yeah, but quick fix. Janu and Jannie van der Westhuizen, always people that you want to support. and two very, very, very nice guys, father-son combination. And if ever you need anything done to your car, make a turn there by Jannie and Janu van der Westhuizen of Quick Fix. However, all the Clubman's cars have been told to go to the far left-hand side of the main straight, the Porsche Club straight, to give the marshals chance to sort out this oil. The big one was from Cedric Berger's BMW, that motor that blew up coming down the main straight into turn number 1. And then, of course, Shane Smith's BM that also expired at the exit of turn 1. Ran all the way up the Jabez straight into turn number 2. And you could see he was eventually spinning and slipping in his own oil and pulled off there on the outside exit turn 2 quarry. So red flag out, race has been stopped, and let's get the situation sorted out first.
Well, the marshals have started on the exit from the normal pit area, and that was where Cedric Berger was running, and unfortunately, as we said, he didn't go onto the grass. He went and stayed on the circuit, and that was all the way down the bottom end of the Porsche Club straight, and that's a bit of a problem because there's a lot of oil that's gone down there, unfortunately. Stephen Heidenreich looking a little bit worried, asking numerous people to have a look. Just tell me, Auntie, are they black and round? Is there 4 of them? Are they all pointing in the right direction? Yes, my boy, it is, says the lovely lady that's working her way through between the cars, checking everybody's fine and well.
Auntie Neva van der Merwe.
Auntie Neva van der Merwe. Hello, Auntie Neva. Nice to have you down on circuit there. One of the old stalwarts that has been here for so many years. Carries massive respect. And yeah, she's learned that marshals burn their hands when they pick up spare engine parts soon after they've decided to jump out of the block. I see she taps on with the back of her hand to see how warm it is, and then goes and picks it up. But with the semi-slick and slick tires that's run on these vehicles, you don't want to have those very hot pieces of engine parts on your very hot tires. It just causes problems. So looks like the marshals are going to be starting pretty much near the tail end of the field.
Gary, have a look there. Paul Minnick handed Neva a plastic bag out of the 79 Golf and said, there, you can put Cedric's car parts inside there and give it back to him afterwards.
I think sitting there waiting, he finished the sandwiches that Mom put in for him. So he finished up the sandwiches and said, yeah, Auntie, this is unnecessary. Wait, take this, put Cedric's spares in there, and let's get it back to him. Maybe he can melt it down and turn it into
What are the chances you got a plastic bag in your race car?
Well,
I know you got them on aircraft, and I know why. I doubt you need it for the same reason in a racing car.
I don't understand that one. Shane DeToy gets out the car, just checks that everything's fine. It looks like they're going to be moved back into the pit. Is that just baby Jakes, or is that all? Nope. They're calling it a day. They're saying take them all back to the pits. We'll get you back out a little bit later.
Now, I doubt that, Gary. If they're pulling them back, then that is the end of that for Clubman's, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I doubt they'll bring them out a bit later on again.
But they hardly got going.
Yeah, one of those things. So, not the way they wanted to start their season.
In fact, they got 3 laps in.
Yeah, so this will not be classified as a race then, unfortunately.
Surely they will get the chance to come back out again. We'll leave that to the powers that be to decide, but it will be very disappointing. Having traveled all the way to the circuit, done all the necessaries to be able to be here, and then you find that you might not. Nope, it looks like the question was just asked now of the marshal, and the marshal gave a negative. He showed no can do. It's all over bar the shouting. So yeah, I think you might be right, Frankie. There's no ways they're going to get a chance to go out again.
And how many times in the past haven't we seen this with the Clubmans, that things do go wrong, and then we do not see them again, and it's a massive pity. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess, and there's nothing that we can do to change this. We have to move on with the program. Remember, we've got a maximum of until 6 p.m. on the dot. Then we cannot make any noise afterwards, local time. So being 25 past 3, clearly we will not see the Clubman's cars out on track for the rest of this event.
Well, we can check that on the radio, and as soon as we found out, folks, we'll come back to you.
We can check, but I'm almost certain I know what the answer is going to be. But yeah, let's check. Not a bad idea.
Well, we just spoke on the radio and see the likes of Jess Huckett standing down here in the pits. Jess, it's called a wrap. It's not going to be rerun. That's where it stops. So that is the official result that we've got on the radio from race control. And yeah, they also, because of the stoppages that we've had with the bike races and the oil spills, there's a possibility that they're going to start limiting the laps on some of the groups that's going to be coming out now still as well. So unfortunately for the Clubman's guys, 3 laps was all they got in for their race number 2, and that's where it ends.
Right, here we go with the V8 Masters. All those APV Ford Mustangs working their way out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. 16 of them came out for the opening race a bit earlier on this morning. Let's have a look, see how many of them make it out there for the second one. I'm hoping all 16 will make it out on track once again. Here comes Richard Schroeder out onto the circuit in a TRS construction. Number 4 car. He had a serious moment in the opening heat on the exit of turn 4 Malmesbury, where he left the circuit, just kept his foot planted and managed somehow, some way to get that car back in a straight line and back on the tarmac again. He's back out on track. I think he lost the position only.
So heat number 1 was a great affair. Heat number 2, V8 Masters and Makita Formula Supercars coming out together on the circuit. So a slightly different look to this race as opposed to heat number 1. It's going to be Fabi Tufani coming right off the back of the pack. Jason Ibbotson in that Autohouse Angel colours starting on the front row of the grid. That's going to be something else.
Waiting for the supercars. I see them all lined up here on my right hand side in the supercar pit. Remember they...
Oh, Frankie, just have a look down on the karting circuit. One of the youngsters just ploughed halfway down the straight into the retaining barrier. He just got out of the kart now, went and sat on the tyres. It looks like he's okay. The people just ran across to him very quickly, right on the, just after the start-finish line, in fact. But wow, he hit those tyres very, very hard. And well, it looks like he is okay. Maybe just a little bit rattled and winded as the supercars come out onto the circuit.
Yeah, only 4 supercars I see out there on track. And I think that's a subtotal of the supercars, to be honest with you. So it is Jason Ibbotson that is on the front row of the grid. The Carnell sitting there on his outside. Then Mark Ridgway coming through into that 3rd position. Sean Moore is there. Alistair Brown. Rob Warrington. And then you've got the 33, that's Ian Kaplan. And then I think that's Sander Lebon in the number 2. Yes, it is. Sander Lebon. That's that first few cars there. We'll get the others as they roll by. But sadly, only 4 supercars out on track to join the V8 Masters.
Ryan Catt, Andrew Moffat, Yassine Damon, Craig Hume were the first names that I actually saw there. And I think Glenn Phillips, I think he's with him as well. Was there anyone out there? I think so. So he'll be out there as well. So starting on the 3rd row of the grid in the 22, the man that went off in heat number 1. That's Mr. Brown himself. And I'm sure they've got all the dust and dirt out of the inside of that motor car, wiped the windows and said, let's go out there and go and have some fun once again. Jason Ibbotson up from the silver class to the gold class with the new Autohouse Angel livery on it. Carl Nell also, Frankie, very impressive, heat number 1.
Yeah, he did extremely well out there, Carl Nell, in that 64. The Liqui Moly outfit and NGK spark plugs. And then the Autohouse Angel cars. Well, we've lost 1 Autohouse Angel. There was 15, or there was 16. There's only 15 cars out on track now. Marcel Angel. Yeah, he is the one that we lost. All the other V8s are out on track. So we've lost 1, and it's the number 14 car of Marcel Angel.
Right, we're pretty much good to go. So Jason Ibbotson in the Autohouse Angel car alongside him, Colin Nell. Then it's Mark Ridgway. On the outside of that is Sean Moore. Then it is Alistair Brown from Rob Warrington. And the rest of the pack coming through. I see Mike a little bit further back there. Mike Brooks without a bonnet on the car. And unless it blew off after he came out of the pits, and before the start-finish line, he's then been allowed to go out without the bonnet onto the circuit. That's strange. I didn't think that would happen on the main circuit.
I've seen in the past that they go out without a bonnet. It doesn't really make any difference if it's not on, although it has to be. But it's not going to cause major drama if there isn't a bonnet on that car. It'll help him with the cooling system, I suppose.
Yeah, you can at least you can see where what you've spent on petrol is going. It's that big hole in front of you. Well, these V8s are blindingly powerful, and they must use a fair amount of fuel on a race. Oh, there we go. There's a fifth, a supercar that's just come out.
And that would be Glenn Phillips.
That is Uncle Glenn himself that pulls up on the tail end of the field. Customary red. He's always fancied that color. So nice to see Ryan Katz, Moffat, Yassine Damon, and Greg Phillips. They were out there. Fabio Tefani's name is on the list. Frankie, did you see Fabio at the tail end of the field? I didn't see
he
him.
hasn't been here the whole day. Didn't come out for the opening race neither. He's our visiting driver from up north, from Gauteng, and he takes part in the series here, but not out on track today.
I see Rui Campos' name is out there as well.
That's another driver from Gauteng that hasn't joined us today.
And who else we got just in front of that? Richard. Did Richard Schroeder make it out?
Yes, he did. There he goes down the back straight.
Okay, so they dusted that one out. Wow, he had a big moment, Frankie, coming out of four.
Look at the back end of the car. They've taken that whole back bumper and that off that number 4 car. So it'll affect him a touch, but not too much.
Probably ripped the wing effect completely off when he went off on the outside of turn 4. But for those that didn't see it, I'm sure the folks at home would have seen it because there was a replay of it. You went out onto the wrong side of the curbstone. Most people would have rolled out of the gas, started praying and wiped the tears out of their eyes and try and look through the dust. He just kept the hammer flat. Just kept those wheels turning as fast as he could. Just made it back onto the track in time and lost very little. Apart from cutting a fair amount of grass and taking a couple of spadefuls of sand with him. Look how close they are together. Frankie Ennis, take them off the line.
The lights will go off. Now they drop the hammers and there goes that rolling thunder down the main straight into turn number 1. It's Iverson on his outside. We have got Colnell. Here come the 5 supercars heading into turn 1 as well. But up front, Colnell's losing a couple of positions there. He's going a touch wide. He'll pull in there behind Alistair Brown, and just ahead there of Sean Moore. Right behind the two of them is Rob Warrington. Ian Kaplan, locking up there is Sean Moore. He tries around the outside there of Carl Nell. Nell stays in 4th. Moore stays in 5th position, but at this stage of the game, it is all about the man up front. It is Jason Iberton that is making his way out of turn 3, out of interceptor corner. He's got Mark Ridgway right on his case there, towards turn number 4, and right behind them is the 22 of Alistair Brown.
Brown started on the 3rd row of the grid, and he's worked his way from 6th right up to that 3rd position, but he's coming under pressure. Sean Moore dives across on that inside line. There's nothing much between them. He went for the inside. Not going to work. Goes for the outside line, and he gets held out there. Alistair Brown from 6th up to 3rd. Not going to give that one away as they go through Pertamina Fastron. Do that complete 180 degree, and somebody's gone off. It could be Richard Schroeder. It looked like a silver roof that disappeared. No, Richard Schroeder coming to the somebody in the mid has gone wide and off the circuit completely. It's out of sight of us. We'll try to pick it up. But somebody's definitely lost out big and bad. It looks like Mark Voggett has gone down, Mike Brooks has gone down, Gary Thompson has gone down as well.
So into turn number 2 they go, and Mark Ridgway is crowding the back end there of Jason Iberton as they exit turn number 2. It's a 3-6-way fight for 1st, 2nd and 3rd so far through the kink. These are Ford Mustangs roll down into a turn number 3. Interceptor corner. It's Iberton from Ridgway, from Moore, from Brown. That's at first 4 as they work their way into turn number 4. Out of Malmesbury sweep turn 4. Down the back main they go. Nothing separating these 4 cars as they work their way down the back main. Then chasing them down is Colnell and the 77 of Rob Warrington, and here comes Menno Parsons in the 69. He's joining them as well.
Yeah, Menno Parsons, the first of the silver class cars that's in there. Remember, Carl Nell started on the front row of the grid. He's got himself down to 4th position, 5th position now, but he's right in there. Oh, look at this one. Sean Moore is going for the front. Iverson on the inside line, and looking left and right, the 73 car. He says, come on guys, Iverson, what are you doing, buddy? You can't go side by side. No way. The big boys are on their way and coming through with them. There's Alistair Brown as well. Brown's come into play. He said, well, if they side by side and holding one another up, let me make this a four-way battle.
And Menno Parsons has got his nose ahead. Rob Warrington as a lot of them work their way out of turn number 2. Alistair Brown going very wide there in turn 2. This will give Carl Nell opportunity, but Brown fights back. Brown holds that 4th position there ahead of Carl Nell. Menno Parsons is right in there with them, and they're all ahead there of the 77 of Rob Warrington as these V8s work their way up the Tygerberg Straight into turn number 4. Out of turn 4 they go. What a lovely sight to see 16, in this case 15, thundering V8s work their way down Killarney back straight. It is up front, it is Mark Ridgway. Ridgway down the back lane. Here comes Jason Iverson. They are sitting side by side, Gary, as they head into turn number 5.
Yep, there's a very good fight up front there. And, well, let's see what happens with this one. It can go in any direction. It was a 2-way, it was a 3-way, it was a 4. Now, 1, 2, 3, all together. Small gap, 4, 5, 6. Small gap, 7th place. It's on in the gold class at the front of the field.
Well, we just found out that that 69 car that on the program says Menno Parsons is actually Fabio Tafani. So Fabio Tafani from Gauteng is out on track. He has joined us. So lovely to see him.
It wasn't him in the first race. It was Menno Parsons in the Menno Parsons car for round number 1. Maybe just saying, look, I've had my fun out there. You come all the way down from Joey's. Take my car, go and have some fun.
So rectification. That 69 car has been driven now by Fabio Tafani. No wonder that car is just slicing its way through the field and sits in there in that 4th position. So well done to Menno that drove the car in heat number 1, and super well done to Fabio Tafani that is now out there in that car. So the program does show Menno, but on circuit and on screen you can see that it is a 69 driven now by Fabio Tafani. So he sits in there just behind the 73 of Sean Moore. Down the back when they go, Moore has a look. Moore has a look up on the inside. Will Sean Moore move up into that 2nd position? Yes, he does, and coming through with him as well is Fabio Tafani.
Tafani, the man that we're accustomed to seeing up front, doing a brilliant job. Let's have a quick look at the Formula Supercars as we discussed there on exit of turn 5 as well. And on the replay, they showed it now on the TV. Let's have a look at the Makita Formula Supercars, and that's Ryan that's leading out, and Andrew Moffat in 2nd. From Phillips, and then Yassine Damon in there behind that.
Right, so the V8s are working their way out of turn number 2 now. They are sliding out of turn 2. And it's Mark Ridgway that sits out there in P1 from Sean Moore in 2nd, from Fabio Tafani in 3rd. In 4th position, it's Alistair Brown as they work their way into turn number 3. Then we've got a bit of a gap with Richard Schroeder, the next man through, and he has got, well, Gary, we said Campos is not in the house. There he sits, just behind the 4 of Richard Schroeder, working their way now out of turn 4.
I would tend to think that the transponder readings are correct, and we will go with what we see on our screen and accept that that is the way it is. Talking about the way it is, it's gone down to a 3-way battle now, and Sean Moore is the man that's deciding what the pace is going to be up front out of Pertamina Fastron underneath the Killarney and Winfield Motors Bridge. Here he comes through now. Sean Moore doing a lovely job right there. I tell you what, he's doing everything that he can to stay ahead of Ridgway. Ridgway within a half a second of him, and Tafani in that borrowed motor car finds himself now ahead of Ridgway up into 2nd.
Well, it shows you put Tafani in any motor car, he'll do well. He's down that 2nd position as they head out of turn number 2, chasing down the leader, Sean Moore. Moore sits out there in P1 through the kink, running towards turn 3, interceptor corner. It's Moore from Tafani. Ridgway was leading for a short while. He sits down in that 3rd position, ahead of 4th place man Alistair Brown, up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn number 4, and then the next 2 cars working their way towards turn number 4 is Richard Schroeder, and right there with him the man from Campos Transport, Rui Campos.
And then behind that is Brooks and Iverson. Now Iverson started on the front row of the grid. He did exceptionally well in heat number 1 with the Autohouse Angels sponsored livery on his car. This one hasn't gone as well for him, and he finds himself dropping down to that 8th position, although very close to the back of Mike Brooks in the APV 347 ISs, as these cars are called, as the leaders go through underneath us. Just 2 more laps to go. They're going to pick up some of the supercars, but it's not going to be a problem. The supercars are reasonably spread out, and they'll be aware that the Thunder are on their way.
Right, so heading into turn number 2, it is Fabio Tefani that leads coming out of turn 2. He's done a 1:17.254. He is the fastest man out there in the V8 class. So Tefani is sitting out there in P1. Moore sitting in that 2nd position with working the way out of turn number 3 with Tefani. Now busy pulling away from them out of interceptor corner. We've got a spinner in turn 1. We've got a V8 that's gone off there. What makes me think it's a number 17 of Gary Thompson? If I look at that color scheme, it might be the 17. It's quite some distance from us. We'll have a look see. But I do think it might be the 17 of Gary Thompson.
And I think that one's beat, so I don't think it's going to go any further. There is wave yellows at the bottom end of the pit lane. So, yeah, it's a case of that car is stuck there. The driver looks like he's going to be getting out on the left-hand side and moving away from the vehicle. And just to get a safe distance away, they must move away as quick as possible, the marshal, as well as the cars come down for the last time. By Fabio Tefani in the Menno Parsons car. As you said, put Tefani in just about anything. He'll show you Sean Moore in that 2nd position. Mark Ridgway finds himself falling back a little bit from those front 2. It's on a blinding pace that they are 1:17.254. That's very quick around the island.
Right, so they're going to pick up a couple of those back supercars, which they have done as the leader makes his way out of interceptor corner. This is the flag lap. Definitely the last lap as the leader works his way now towards turn number 4. Out of turn 4, he comes now down the back main. There he goes for the last time. That's Fabio Tefani from Sean Moore. Those are your 2 leaders heading down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner for the final time. The checkered flag has been readied for them as they work their way out of a turn number 5, Fostron heading towards a checkered flag, and victory will go to Fabio Tefani as he brings it home in P1. Right on his heels in 2nd position is Sean Moore. Gary, the rest of them coming to the line.
Yeah, it's going to be very close as they come across the line. The 22 of Brown making it there, 79 thousandths of a second ahead of Mark Ridgway, and that's 2.2 ahead of Richard Schroeder.
And right behind them was Way Campos, and then the next man coming through behind Campos was that Brooks. Yes, it is, Matt Brooks, finishing his race as well. So, some great action out there in the Ford Mustangs. Rob Warrington finishing his race in 8th position, so not everything went well there for Rob Warrington. He was in that top 5 once upon a time in the opening stages of this race, but he does bring that car to the checkered flag in the top 10 in 8th position.
Well, just looking at a few action replays here of quite a V8 Masters and the race for the supercars. Indeed, look at that. So many off-road incidents there. It just shows you how hard these guys are pushing. Some cars with no bonnets and some guys losing it. Yeah, one losing it, the number 55 losing it into Quarry Corner. So it just shows you now, well, the weather has changed considerably throughout the day, and I always joke and say Cape Townians love talking about the weather, and I'm going to basically be, you know, adhering to that stereotype that we have a bit more of a cooler breeze coming through. We've got a bit of cloud cover, a few drops and spots of moisture as well, which I find very interesting. It's not going to really rain or anything like that. I think we're fine over there, but as I was downstairs in the pit lane area, I did feel a spot or two, but luckily that will be nothing to worry about.
Yep, next up the Libre Classic cars and Visual Justice Fine cars. The Paul Franco, Eric van der Merwe, Michael Hitchcock, Jonathan Gunn, vice champion, Robert Rowe, David Alexander, Joe Enfery, Di Michael, Rodney Green, and Kevin Batir.
Yeah, that is, of course, the fine cars joining. Some great racing was earlier on there from Chris Champion in that MGB GT. Him and Robert Rowe battling it out with each other. So two cars from completely different eras having a go at each other in that fine car section. As I say, a E36 328i for Robert Rowe. Natasha Tischendorf, didn't mention much of her in the VW Jetta. That's the fine car section. Franco Donadio starts pole position in the classic cars. He started second on the grid in race 1 alongside the Charles Arton 240Z Datsun, but made easy work of that over there. Unfortunately for Arton, he did not complete the race, so if he comes back into this race, which I don't know if he will start quite a considerable distance down the grid.
Byron, just to get you up there, the 111, Mr. Vance Kearney. How popular is Killarney when a man comes up all the way from the UK? That is some serious wanton to ride at Killarney. A good friend of mine, Vance Kearney, he has done the nice hill climb. He's been racing at Killarney for a very long time. 111, he's got a Ford Capri, and well, he's now riding a Jetta, the VW Jetta. And it's great to have Vance out here. And I'd like to say to him, welcome to Cape Town once again, Vance Kearney. All the way out of the UK, and it is pilgrimage that he does once a year out here to us. Comes to spend the summer here, doesn't like the winter in the UK, and comes to spend some summertime with us. So nice to have him on board. Right, Franco Donadio out there in the escorts, and there with him, Rick van der Merwe in the Porsche, and also Dave out there for the 3-5i Chevrolet BMW.
Well, Francois, I've just been reminded now that one of our own, and one of our own team, of course, who's not in the commentary box with us today, but is here at Killarney. Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny's pit box is going to be having his birthday this coming Wednesday. I said to Tiny this morning, you know, we miss you up here in the commentary box. Hopefully one day we'll have you here again with us. But yeah, well, Wednesday coming. It's a very special day for our radio game here. Well, Tiny, for early happy birthday for you for the week, and like I say, we miss you up here, we want you back. So yes, we're going now the louder classic cars, usually trust the fine cars, followed by the Formula Libre second race, the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge, Sports and GT cars, and then the Soul Under Saloons race. Along with it was going to be the Formula Supercars having both their races after lunch. So now we just wait for the big group of classic cars as a few of the V8s get towed in from their various parts of the track. I think that's Gary Thompson over there that actually was off at turn 1, and that's going to need a little bit of work for the next event, but let me tell you one thing, I won't bet against them that he'll be back for the next event next month. I'm sure it will be actually, I don't know the exact dates. I know we have a national coming up as well on the 5th, so not too long from now, less than a month, and hopefully a nice packed Killarney will be something to see on that particular day. But But this 12th of February race meeting, the first one for the Power Series here at Killarney for the year.
Nice, good turnout for the spectators. Nice to see everybody around the circuit. And people still staying right till the end. Nice to have everyone out here with us. Sincerely hope you've had a wonderful day. Some of the competitors not going all their own way, but nonetheless still managing to put in a full effort. And also a very fine effort from all the spectators. I want to thank you for gracing us with your presence. We also want to thank all the viewers at home and abroad for joining us and affording us the opportunity to invade your screens and your social space. Lovely to have you there. Just waiting for the circuit to be cleaned up, won't be too long, and then the classic and fine cars will take to the circuit.
Yeah, thank you to all of our viewers from all over the world. Big thank you, whichever part of the world, whichever time zone you come from, and you are up late at night, early in the morning, or right at the same time as us here roundabout. This is Killarney, this is Cape Town, our little beautiful corner of the world, and hopefully many of you that are watching have never been there before, one day take the time to come and visit us in person. As a Capetonian, I highly recommend it.
You working for the Department of Tourism,
hoping to. That's my interview over there. I'll send my CV in on Monday.
Well, you've coined it. I'm sure you're going to get the job.
Oh yeah, we have a Mustang coming out, or two Mustangs coming out, I should rather say. That will be Michael Hitchcock and Neil Mouton. That will be making his way out. Frank Donadio in the Escort. And then Jonathan Gunn in the Sirocco, one of two Siroccos out there. Eric van der Merwe in the 944 Porsche. Dancing Dave Aladef in his 325 IS BMW. Lane Hutchings in the Golf, and his father, Trevor Hutchings, in the Sirocco. There's the Jetta coming out as well. That's the camel stickers on it over there as well. Very interesting livery. That one has goes back in motorsport history. Martin Bench, also in the Capri, the V6 Capri. And like I always say as well, quite a handful of Porsche 944. It's all about front engine Porsches in this classic car and fine car race.
Hi, Aaron Svalloon out there in the Alpha GT Junior. A nice rendition in the Tricolore. So good to have him out there as well. And then Anton Rolino in that 1000 Morris. Also a very quick car, very over-engineered to say the least, but a real feat of engineering. So there's plenty to see around the circuit, and we'll wait for them to come into the grid proper, and we'll get the racing underway.
Well, 27 entrants for today. Not all of them are going to be out there, unfortunately. A number of them had to pull out. Gunther Appelgren in his E36 BMW had to take no further part in this racing. Of course, one of the fine car entrants is the GT Junior that Francois had alluded to. He is also in this as well. Datsun 240Z of J.W. Andre De La Porta. Mel Carstens in the Ford Cortina. I know Frankie was mentioning that name earlier on. He said it must be the same man who's been involved in oval racing. I think with a name like Melt, that's not a name you hear very often. I'd say that I've probably only heard it a few times in my life. They are around, and well, he'll be on the grid. It's a 9-lap race. They had to shorten this particular race. They had a halt with the cleanup after the Clubman's class. Unfortunately, the Clubman's class could not complete more than 3 laps of their second race. There's always some exciting racing in there as well. David Pillay in the Porsche 944 Turbo. He had a few issues in race 1. Well, he got those sorted out and completed race 1 and back to race 2. Natasha Chishodova, as I said, in his VW Jetta. Andrew Honeywell in his 944 Turbo Porsche, 196 number entrant, and 8th position Golf livery. And Kearney is the one, of course, as Francois pointed out as well, from the UK in that Jetta.
That's the camel livery one.
Aaron's for Yun, actually, in the Alpha GT Junior. Aaron's for Yun was last year in our year as well. I remember commentating in karting as well. He always pops up every few years, you know, to have a go at it and disappears again for a little while, comes back.
He did a little bit of karting last year, the D2s and Clubmans, and yeah, he's out there again now and he's got himself a little Alpha GT Junior and looking like he's very competitive, to say the least.
Well, it looks like they almost hold his position. Remember Dave Alexander as well in his little mini. And he's ahead of Di Dunmore there as well on the grid. A number of British drivers as well, like the as well. And Austin Healy and Di Dunmore campaigning on Rodney Green and that MGB, the MGB GT champion, unfortunately having good in the Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but that's the nature of the game. There is always a degree of attrition in motorsport. But this, a very mixed field and a very good field, Libre Classic Cars. I was privileged to be at the prize giving quite recently at Libre Classic Cars in town. And Libre now the sponsor for the Classic Cars, PJ Trustees for the fine cars. Libre Classic Cars, the investment cars, selling basically totally refurbished classics. And very, very, very fine editions of whatever car, from Rolls Royces all the way through to Ford Mustang Porsches of yesteryear. You get something that you know what to do.
It'd be interesting to see if anybody was crazy enough to bring a roller out there. That I think I'm being a little crazy over there, but no, things happen.
Well, I can tell you something now. The Classic Cars have got their own car they want to put on circuit. They've actually got a proper racing Jaguar. Old Jaguar XJS, yes. A British racing green and white one. A couple of fine things and just finishing off that car will be on circuit. I'm sure that Clint Lawrence, the CEO of Libre, will be driving it himself.
The XJS Jags from the 80s, the silk cut green and cream ones as well. Tom Walkinshaw, Wes Percy, you name those names.
It's a copy of Tom Walkinshaw Racing's car.
That's the one
it's
that
a
won
carbon copy.
That's the one that won the Bathurst. I think it was Bathurst, but actually the Spa 24 hours.
Well, they said when the car went to Bathurst, he couldn't do it. He went there, got his behind handed to him, and he went home, fixed the car up, came back the following year, and absolutely routed the field. So Tom Walkinshaw showing them the way around the circuit, and I'm sure that Clint Lawrence will be out shortly in his carbon copy of the Tom Walkinshaw Racing Jaguar.
Well, they come around now, Francois, the safety car, pace car, whichever way you want to put it, will be peeling off into pit lane fairly shortly, and then it will be all up to Franco Donadio to regulate the pace. He will look on his right-hand side. There will be a solitary light. There will also be 5 red lights, and all those lights go out in one shot. We will be racing. He'll be very wary there alongside him of the 944 Porsche Turbo of Eric van der Merwe. Watch out there for the Mustang of Hitchcock, the Sirocco of Gunn, who's been magnificent in race 1. And it looks like catch the whole shot into turn 1. What's going to happen behind him? Eric van der Merwe will take second position, Michael Hitchcock in third, and then Dave Aladeff in 4th position.
I don't pick up Johnny Gunn. I don't know what's happened to him. And it looks like he might have peeled off somewhere there. There's only one Sirocco out there, and that is the one of Trevor Hutchins up there behind the lane. I see the front cars have got off to a great start. Champion looking like he's going to give it a good stick there. And Rob Rowe possibly up there with him as well. So lots happening out there with the fine cars there into Quarry Corner. And have a look at on the screen there. It's the classic cars rolling out of turn 3 there. There goes Dave Aladef, there's Lane Hutchins, Trevor Hutchins, Vance Kearney, Aaron Svillion, all working their way through turn number 4. Making the way down the back straight, down towards the Termina Fast Strong corner.
Yeah, I was just looking as well that Fine Cars battle and the MGB looking lovely indeed alongside that BMW and Natasha Tischendorf in 3rd position in the Jetta at the moment, ahead of the number 2 of Dave Alexander. Dave Alexander, a man you don't just count out, but down the back straight they then run. As the winners come though, Franco Donadio crosses the line and it will be again 2.3 seconds between himself and Michael Hitchcock. Aladev is up in 4th position.
Trevor of lane there, right up behind them, Vance Kearney. And Vance the little jet against Aaron Svillion. And up there behind Aaron Svillion, on the bench, there's Pillay, Ferdy Baton, the other of the Ford Mustangs, Antonio and Morris. Fun. So let's see how that all pans out. But Tischendorf doing well in 3rd place, 17th I mean overall, but 3rd place in the fine cars behind Robert Rowe and Chris Champion.
Yeah, no, so Doug Moore, I should probably say there, keeping the Alexander occupied in that little Austin Healy sprint as well. Fourie in that little group, and that of course is Joanne Fourie in the VW Golf Mark II. A few Mark II Golfs in this particular field. That's of course rounding off the field not only but also the fine cars as well. Back to the front though. Here comes the audio. Once again across the line. It was 2.3 seconds last time out between himself and Eric. Now going to be 4.3 seconds and a fastest 24.837 for the champion.
Yeah, look, it's going to take a lot there to reel in the lights there of Franco Bernardia. It's pretty quick. 450 by Michael Hitchcock in the 67 Mustang. Yeah, it wins the mode in it, then it's Dave Aladef with the 325 shadow line. And working their way down to Quarry Corner on screen, Trevor, Lane, Vance Kearney, and then it's Aaron Svillion. Behind Aaron Svillion is Capri. So everything happening out there. Oh, getting it a little bit sideways. There's Ferdy Baton in the Mustang, and up behind Ferdy Baton is Andre de la Porte. So lots happening down into intercept the corner up here. Lane and Vance coming, getting a bit close to the back end of lane there as they exit 4 going down the back straight. Aaron Svillion in the Alpha there, head of Mountain Bench in the Capri, and they make their way down the back straight down towards turn number 5.
We'll just take you through the classes quickly. Donadio will lead Class A and overall, whilst it is going to be Trevor that leads the Class C section. Class B, the only man, of course, in Class B is going to be Ferdy Baton in the Mustang, and he's a little bit further down in 11th position. Class X is going to be Melt Carstens in the Ford Cortina, and well then the champion leads it away from Robert Rowe, and two of them there as well. So they come through, but look at this little battle here from the moment. I see that it looks like it's going to be Kearney that was on the inside of Lane Hutchins there. All VW battle over here, side by side, as they go onto the Joubert Straight. Then Lane Hutchins will have the inside corner into Quarry, and this is going to allow his old man to get just slightly away from the two of them.
Keep an eye on Vance Kearney. You must remember Vance Kearney spent most of his time over in the UK riding the Ferrari Cup. Now he's in a little Jetta. Must be a big step down. So he'll be looking for lots of spring under the pedal, but it's not there. The Jetta can only go so far, so he will use all his driving skills to close down on the back of Lane Hutchins. There in picture, Trevor Hutchins in the Sirocco, then Lane, then Vance Kearney. Then the rest of the field up there behind them, making their way down towards turn number 5.
That's Devon Pillay, that's actually and then Aaron Svillion in the Alpha Alfa Romeo has lost out a place there as well, but he's going to have Ferry Baton on his case as well as they come up to Pertam and the Fastron. Now in the picture, there comes Pelé. So Pelé could close up the gap as well and make it a four-way German battle here as far as machines are concerned. And then, of course, like I said, Adams for Yun, I think he could now just being passed now by the Mustang. Is the positions 9th and 10th position on the Mustang. Going into turn 1, still low. It is Trevor Hutchings that leads that group and Class C as well.
Still, it's going to be Franco Donadio that leads out, Eric van der Merwe second, Michael Hitchcock third, Dave Aladef in fourth, and then it's Trevor Hutchings, Lane Hutchings, Vance Gurney, Adams Villian and Martin Bench down in 11th. So lots of racing out there, pretty much line astern. We had a good scrap early on. It looks like there could be one looming pretty shortly, but we'll keep you abreast. That's between Vance Gurney and Lane Hutchings. So you'll see there Vance can get through. That's where it's happening at the more or less the sharper end of the field. But further on, we'll pick up any mixes up in the salad.
Well, Donadio comes through now. He will start the race. He actually completed 6th lap of the race, excuse me. 7.2 seconds ahead of Van der Merwe. And then Michael Hitchcock, who put in a fastest third sector time, 29.0. The Ford Mustang is currently third, 10.6 seconds ahead of Dave Alandev. And then we have a bit of a wait now. Here comes some interesting stuff because Dave is now being lapped as we speak on the main straights. And we have a Porsche 944 joining as well. Vance Gurney and Lane Hutchings all make their way down the straight, so it's quite a busy main straight. Lane Hutchings has lost out big time and finds himself behind Pelé as they go through turn 1.
I was just watching Lane. It looks like he could be running out of brakes or something is wrong with that car because everybody's passing him at an alarming rate. He's just circulating. I think there's a problem. He's definitely not going at full tilt. So Lane's got a problem. What it is, the brakes on the car, so it could be something mechanical. I even have a feeling he might be pulling off pretty shortly. So he's going along very, very good.
Oh, that's slowing down at a rapid pace, Francois. So I don't know if it is anything that's just safely pulling everything off. But Adams for you in the GT Junior Alpha made his way as well now. And then Martin Bench, they battling it out between each other now. That's going to become the race for 9th and 10th. Actually, it will be now 8th and 9th positions. Martin Bench will come up to 10th position with a hope of getting himself 9th position. But 19.3 seconds back, it will be Chris Champion in the MGB GT in the 35 machine, and then of course Robert Rowe 2.4 seconds back. So it's quite a bit spaced out there in the fine class section. Anton Rolino, the only man in class E that is in the 1000 Morris line. Less than 17 seconds. Should be third in class, 39.4 seconds ahead of the number 72.
Well, not a change up in the front three with Donadio leading Van der Merwe and Hitchcock, Aladef there in 4. Trevor Hutchings up in 5, Vance Gurney 6, Ferdy Maton 7, Kevin Pelé 8, Adams Villian 9, and Martin Bench in 10th position. So, nobody is showing a wheel. We're trying to get past everyone pretty much on the same pace, so to speak. In the fine car, still Chris Champion leading Robert Rowe, Anton Rolino, Lane Hutchings down the field, Station Dolferi, David Alexander, Di Dugwell, Andre De La Porte, and Mattia bringing up the wheel there.
Down the back straight we then go. We're now watching the battle for 5th and 6th positions. It is Trevor Hutchings in the VW Scirocco, the orange Scirocco, and he's got got Vance Kearney in the Jetta right on his tail there as well. The man from the UK, will he dive onto the inside? No, he does not. He looked on the outside. They'll filter their way through that section. He goes a little bit wide, does Vance Kearney, as they come out of the Pertamina Fastron section, and that could allow just the Mustang there of Ferry Mouton just to close up a little bit more here. Now it's a complete different line of power drivetrain as he goes down the straight. Ferry Mouton will make easy work with those two VWs, and well, he will then go into turn one, but it doesn't mean that the two behind him are going to make it easy for him. And Vance Kearney is now on the inside, and he could poke the nose ahead onto the tube edge straight. He will then run, and then right towards the second turn back. But it's still going to be Trevor Hutchings that leads that section, but even though they are in three different classes, these guys.
Right, so things are happening. Time getting past Vance Kearney is now moved up ahead of Trevor Hutchings. Trevor came back at him and regained the place. Towards Mansfield corner, turn number 4, double right-hander. Ferry Mouton in the V8 Mustang leads out there. And Trevor Hutchings in the Sirocco, the evergreen Sirocco there, making his way down towards becoming a Fastron. And Vance Kearney trying to get a little Camel Jet to close up. We've got 1 lap to go, so we're nearing the end of this race.
Yeah, they'll be looking out shortly for Franco Donadio, who won race 1. He didn't start on pole in race 1, but he started on pole in this one, and he could have 2 out of 2, and a great way to start his championship as Class C and Class C runners and Class B runners come across the line. We wait now for number 1, Franco Donadio, to come to the line. He's down in 10th position, still battling it out with Aris Viljoen in the GT Junior Alpha. Here comes now a little Golf coming along, and that is the Joanne Fremont 2 Golf. That is down in 16th position. Donadio, though, takes the victory. He didn't even do a last lap, a fast lap. Come across the line, 2.4 seconds back. Michael Hitchcock with a fast last sector time will come 3rd in this race, and then here comes the Morris Minor to finish a lap down of Anton Rolino. That should be 13th position.
Right, bringing it home there now in P4, Dancing Dave Aladef from the 3-5 BMW. He's had a good afternoon of it. We wait for Ferry Mouton, who makes his way down into the Tamina corner. So 2 cars coming up towards the line. He's a good team of smoking. Quite profusely, he's going to make it to the line. And it does. So it's here comes Ferry Mouton. There by Trevor Hutchings and Vance Kearney. Well, lots of lovely racing out there. Still a few stragglers bringing it home. And coming here is going to be, I think it's Devon Pillay. Devon Pillay crosses the line. And that's pretty much the full field.
Well, we go now to the second race of the Formula Libres, and of course the notable absence of Byron Mitchell in that race was, well, let me tell you one thing, it was very conspicuous, the absence. So let me tell you one thing, DJ Boyson is a man on pole position once again. He's won race one. He's now starting on pole as fast as that 1:16.067 compared to the 1:18.822 of James Beaumont, both in VW Reynolds, but those two different classes. So DJ Boyson, a class of his own, he was hoping to have Byron Mitchell in race one to have a bit of fun there. Unfortunately, Byron Mitchell having a BMS. There was no starting over there. I don't think he will start on this race either in his Formula VW. Of course, Hayden Elwood, third place overall in race one, Class C pole position ahead of Damien White. Damien White taking on fourth position in the 29 machine. Of course, that's a Formula Swift, Formula Ford, and a Formula GTI. That will be the Damien White in black and yellow. So there we have Zaina Munson in that Repsol Lantis, that lovely orange Repsol Lantis, and he was really having a good go at Olroy Weiss and Reino Pence. 6th and 7th they'll be starting. And they are in the Formula Forza and the W Omega with Kelly Fletcher in the Formula Forza in the 8th position, the number 22, one of the Class V runners. And the Class V, of course, Zaina Munson starts pole in Class V. Elroy Weiss, Reino Pence, Kelly Fletcher, and Donovan Ramsey in his Formula V Sting. Nick van der Westhuizen in the Formula V Lantis, he will be in 10th position. And that will be also a V runner, but Luan van Heerden and Byron Mitchell, as I said, Luan van Heerden qualified, Byron Mitchell not doing such.
Right, so the cars are coming up to the grid proper there on your screen, coming to line up. It's open wheeler time, as they say. This is probably the finest form of, the purest form of motor racing, open wheelers. We call it the Formula Libre in Cape Town. It's a mixed bag from Class S, Class A, Class C, Class V. So it's good to have you all out there. Byron Mitchell, I don't think was on the field, I don't see him on the field either. Having a look there at Kelly Fletcher down the back, she's doing on Thorns. So keep an eye on Kelly. She is, she's got the lead role. No, it's a turquoise gold. And the young lady has definitely come on in leaps and bounds in Formula Libre. So she's doing exceptionally well out there.
I always think about the ladies racing with regards to South Africa. I always think about Kenneth Bowman many years ago. It is going to be who else but DJ Boyson that gets the whole shot into turn one, and what a leap already he's got over James Beaumont. James Beaumont will then keep the car behind him at bay. Hayden Elwood in that tribute livery, the Jordan 191 livery from 1991, the Formula 1 car livery, and then Zaina Munson will be leading Class C at the moment, or Class V rather at the moment. And watch out for the likes of Damien White.
Well, having a look there, DJ Boyson, he's abducted, disappeared to say the least. He works way up towards turn 4 there, you see him coming into picture. And he's pedaling along very nicely. The RDSA race driver SA car there of James Beaumont being followed there by Elwood. So they make their way down there back straight. There you see all the cars coming through turn number 4, Malmesbury corner. It's a double apex right-hander before you make your way down the straight, which is not really a straight, it's a bend towards the left. But we consider it a straight because this is where everyone gets full tilt making their way down towards turn number 5.
Well, what do golfers call it? Dog leg, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a dog leg, yeah. I'd call it more sort of a banana straight.
Banana straight, rather banana straight than a banana republic. Let's go. It's going to be DJ Boyson, who still needs to make 5.2 seconds. In third position, Elroy Weiss leading Class 3 ahead of Zaina Munson. overall over there in the Formula 4s. And this place, Donovan Ramsey and Nick van der Westhuizen and Johan van Heerden will be rounding off the field in that 9th position.
Yeah, like I said, keep an eye on Kelly Fletcher. The lady has come along in leaps and bounds. I think it's the 3rd or 4th season she's in the hot seat. And she's really coming to earn her passion on the side. She loves riding horses, as far as I know. An avid equestrian. So nice to have from, she just likes horsepower, that's the bottom line, we've got to face it.
Well, 9 laps left to go in this race over here. Plenty of horsepower amongst all of these runners over here. 9 of them in total. Split over 4 classes. Class S, the man with sector times, the fastest sector times in sectors. DJ Boyson comes across the line, a 1:17.114. He records as his fastest lap. And then it is James Beaumont, 8.2 seconds. Coming across the line right now in the Formula Ford, and he's 14.2 seconds off the leader, but 6 seconds off of the second place man. It was great in race 1. It was the Class V battle, and Zaina Munson is back up in the lead away from Elroy Weiss. Kelly Fletcher hanging in there as well, but Roman Pence don't count him out.
Four-way tie there, had an Elroy Weiss, Kelly Fletcher, Reno Pence, they're all in it to win it in class. Oh, running a little bit wide there now outside is Zaina Munson. Sorry, I say it's Elroy Weiss, sorry, Elroy Weiss ran a bit wide there. Kelly Fletcher didn't capitalise on it. It was an ideal opportunity for her to slip up on the inside, but she let it go. And you don't get those opportunities often. You need to take it with both hands, Byron.
She's going to have to take a deep breath and keep watching, keep pushing. They come around at Malmesbury onto the back straight as they then run Zaina Munson in the orange machine. He, of course, leads the way. That's Repsol Lantis. Across the line earlier on, it was 2/10 of a second between himself and, well, actually 1/10 of a second between himself and Elroy Weiss. He now leads the way. Elroy Weiss as DJ Boyson crosses the line once again, a 1:16.517 for him, extending his fastest lap advantage. And 11.9 seconds ahead of James Beaumont. Looking for Elroy Weiss leads the way 2/100ths of a second ahead of Zaina Munson across the line, but Zaina Munson just pips him as they go towards Holes Hook.
Having a look there, Kelly Fletcher, Zaina Munson. And you were talking about the notable omission there of Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell last year, the Libre record, he did a 1:10 around Killarney. So DJ Boyson might be excited at 1:16, but I tell you something, Byron Mitchell is another step into another zone to have him out here. And I tell you something, I've watched that youngster grow up in front of me from karting into man. He has grown into an exceptional race driver, and it's a pity he's not out there at the moment.
Hopefully he'll be back for the next race on the calendar as far as Formula V is concerned. He had a big crash last year as well, down the back straight. Back from that completely. He did race a Formula V in the last event of the season, but he should be back. And here comes Zaina Munson now on the back straight. We're going to put him in the fast. He leads the race still. Elroy Weiss car that is nose to tail almost with him. Kelly Fletcher is keeping a watch over there as well. Watch out though, I think falling off the back of that group just a little bit. It's going to be Reno Pence. Reno Pence. My apologies.
Yeah, so Donovan Ramsey in there. And Elroy Weiss trying to get through. Like you said, Kelly Fletcher has a watching brief over the two ahead of her. If they do make a mistake, she needs to have easy pickings. Right, let's see them go down to quarry corner. On screen, into the quarry corner. Kelly looking up on the inside, Elroy on the outside. Kelly not getting close enough. Well, Elroy Weiss sitting on there, Zaina Munson. And Kelly Fletcher definitely just hanging, abiding her time. I'm sure she can climb up a position or two if she keeps her wits about her.
Second dash across the line from Zaina Munson. There's plenty plenty of opportunities to try and chip away at that gap as they come around. 5 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on at the moment. DJ Boyson, a 1:15.694, his fastest lap of the race, and a 17.5-second gap between himself across the line now, class of his own, as is Damien White, unfortunately not taking any part in this race as well. And I think there was also that spin that he had as well in race 1 that he beached it basically over there towards the end of race 1. So only 9 of them left over there. They are rounding it all off as we look now at Class V into turn 1, into Holes Hook. It's going to be Zane Munson still there, but on the outside, Elroy Weiss still hanging in there. As we speak though, Donovan Ramsey has taken the position away from Kelly over there as well now, but she just had an ethic ahead of him across the line.
Yeah, door wide open for Donovan Ramsey, so he slipped up on the inside. He sits now behind Zane Munson. Elroy Weiss still leading out that pack. As they make their way through the King down towards Interceptor Corner. That's turn number 3. Kelly bringing up the rear of that pack. And Kelly currently sitting in P6, so it's 3, 4, 5 and 6 that are coming up towards you. 1 and 2 are down the road. That's DJ Boyson and James Beaumont. They're up ahead. But I tell you something, keeping an eye on DJ Boyson, 20 seconds away from Beaumont already. It's a lot quicker than James Beaumont. So it gives you an idea of what's happening out there.
Yeah, we still have 4 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on now. Here's my favourite little battle, of course, the Class V battle. They're coming now through Pertamina Fastron, out to Pertamina Fastron now. Zane Munson, is he going to be challenged this time? It's going to be side by side on the straight. The outside line will be taken actually there. He doesn't need the corner because he gets it right away, but Zane Munson comes right back in. The Holes Hook now, Munson will come in. Kelly Fletcher's on the inside in the 4th driver in that group over there, the 4th car in that group, but she won't make it past Donovan Ramsey for the foreseeable future. 3 laps left to go, including this one they're currently on, and DJ Boyson yet another fastest lap, 1:15.664. It's going to be a opening 24 seconds.
Well, your leader now coming up behind Kelly Fletcher. So he's going to want to get his way through that pack. They will all be getting blue flags waving there, wondering what the heck is going on. Well, just to inform you guys while you listen to me, good luck they can hear me, DJ Boyson is coming through, and that affects the flow of those cars in there, little squabble ahead of them.
Well, that's always the thing, Francois. When the leaders are always coming through, they don't always bear in mind that actually private battles over here. Nobody wants to interrupt their own battle over here to just let the leader through. He's going to say basically, find your own way through. Take the grass if you need to. I'm busy over here.
Yeah, no, it's not really fair in any contest whatsoever. It doesn't settle you a little bit, but then it unsettles everyone ahead of you. Kelly Fletcher trying as hard as she can behind Elroy Weiss leading out over Zane Munson. Ahead there of Elroy now. Elroy looking to dive up on the inside. Kelly hangs around the outside there of Donovan Ramsey. She should try and switch back, which she may do. Here goes Ramsey. There she comes along now out of turn number 1. The second place man Beaumont going into Quarry Corner. Here comes that squabble. Being led out there by Munson, then it's Weiss, then it's Ramsey, then it's Fletcher. They make their way through there. Well, it's, that's where the race is at. I don't want to take anything away from anyone else, but that is definitely where the race is at the moment.
It is, and it's Elroy Weiss running out of time, I can tell you that much. He's got only a lap and a bit now to try and make that golden move that he's got envisioned. And let me tell you, back straight now through Malmesbury Corner, onto the back straight. Towards Pertamina Fastron. He'll be in the slipstream now. He'll close up, he'll go onto the outside, and that of course now down to Pertamina Fastron, turn 5. They'll be side by side. Surely, no, they won't be. It will be Zane Munson that will still lead. As now DJ Boyson crosses the line to start what will be his final lap of the race. Most of everybody over here has been lapped, save for James Beaumont and Hayden Elwood.
So Elroy Vice ahead of Amundsen, Ramsey, and then Fletcher. Fletcher now trying to go around the outside of Donovan Ramsey. She's this way, she's that way. There's just maybe a little bit of a late braking maneuver might add to her. Yeah, she comes up towards Quarry Corner. Can she stick it in up on the inside? No, Ramsey just pushes it a little bit further. She's trying everything. Donovan Ramsey's keeping her at bay. Amundsen now gets ahead again of Elroy Vice. Vice had it. Went a bit deep in Quarry, and Amundsen up on the inside into the center corner. Look for the leader now going down the back straight. That is DJ Boyson. We'll probably have a checkered flag waiting for him as we speak now, Byron.
Yep, we looking out for it now. Here comes Elroy. Elroy crosses the line. Then we'll have Luan van Heerden. And now DJ Boyson comes through the line and will take an emphatic victory in this race by the whole length of Africa.
Yeah, 3.124 kilometers. Yeah, it's rather a distant win for him. Damon White, Rano Pence and Byron Mitchell not featuring on the scoreboard. Second place is going to James Berger. It's Elroy Vice. Kelly Fletcher gets ahead of Donovan Ramsey in the last lap. From the young lady up to 6. Beaumont comes through. We're just waiting for the rest of the field to come through, and then the race will be complete.
Yeah, no, Kelly Fletcher, she fought hard for that one, and well, she got her reward, I can tell you that much. Hayden Elwood, we wait for him now to complete what will be the only Class C man. He's the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth Class C, and he got the fastest lap in Class C too. So that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. So we wait now for him. And well, we also have Nick van der Westhuizen out there, Luan van Heerden as well, only 9 of them. And here comes Nick van der Westhuizen, he crosses the line in the Formula V Lantis, also a Class V runner. Here comes Nick, third place in the race, 1 minute 17 seconds back of the winner, of course 46 seconds off of James Beaumont, and then Luan van Heerden, don't forget about him, he would complete his distance, lap down off Victor DJ Boyson. So that's how it looks as far as Formula Libre is concerned for the opening event for 2022.
Right, it's our time for the Alert Engine Parts VW GTI Challenge Race number 2 to come out onto the circuit. Just having a quick check. Here they come out of the pit lane. The Class A Challenge cars roll. And we got confirmation from Emil Brandt earlier on that the gearbox on the Dylan Jabir Polo packed up earlier on. That's why he had problems out there. They went to the workshop, got that thing sorted out again. I have been sent by Emil photos of the car standing on the lift with the bonnet open and the people doing the gearbox changes. It looks like it has been a success because the 44 Class A Polo is out on the circuit. It's out on track just ahead there of Kai van Zyl and Nathan Victor. So yeah, the car is back out on the track once again, and let's hope that whatever was done to that car will hold. He did pretty damn well up until that point. He was sitting in 3rd position, and it was one of the best drives that he had out there for a heck of a long time, only to unfortunately pick up recurring gearbox problems, which was his main issue during the majority of 2021. But enough said of that. The car's back out on track again together with all the other GTI Challenge Class A, B and C cars as they work their way out of turn number 4 out of Malmesbury. A big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. This is the 9th year that Wingfield Motors sponsors the Clubman Regional Main Circuit Power Series. So big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk. Thanks to Fostron as well for turn 5, to Interceptor Shoewear for turn number 3, to Mad Max Motorcycles for the bridge, and to the Porsche Club Cape Town for the main straight. As well, of course, as all our class sponsors, and there are quite a few new sponsors on board this year. Alert Engine Parts is one of them. Thermo Fires is another one. Louder Cars is another one out there. Bridgestone as well for the motorcycles. Spirit Furniture for sports and GT. So there's quite a few new sponsors, and a big thanks to all of those. Strata Technology for the Clubmans and Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles, and Bridgestone for the STC 650s and the SSP 300. So big thanks to those people that have jumped on board as well for the 2022 season. So we head to what is supposed to be the 3rd last race of the day, and it's in the Alert Engine Parts VW GTI Challenge. Jason Kutsia and Colin Meader on the front row of the grid, followed there by Yuri Swart Jr., or as we call him, Umpi Swart, Marco Busi, Dylan Jabir, Kai van Zyl, and Nathan Victor. Those are your 7 Class A cars. Hopefully at the next event you will see them together with the likes of Janu van der Westhuizen. Poor Janu, always having problems with that car. Let's hope that he can have a better 2022. And as I look up down there to Class B, it looks like in pole position it is Eden Thompson. Yes, it is Eden Thompson. For Carl Wilshire is in there, so is Ian Cupp. Mark Thompson is there as well. Quite a few of them out there in that class. So let's have a look, see when the Class A cars, when they get off the line, the lights go off, the flag is down. Jason Kutsia with Colin Meader dropping down into that 2nd place. Watch out for Marco Busi. He'll come out on turn 1 in P2 with the rest of the cars off the line.
Eden Thompson trying to get ahead there of Carl Wiltshire. Carl Wiltshire drops in behind him, literally touching the bumper, and the two of them going to lead out once again exactly what we had in heat number 1. That's going to play itself out for this one as well. In that 3rd position, and the 3 of them already starting to break away from the rest of the pack.
Class C cars off the line there. They are led into turn 1 there by Chasey Herald. Rasik Harris sits there in that 2nd place, and John Henry Vaughan is in 3rd. That's the first 3 cars of the 6 Class C cars that are heading up towards turn number 2. It is John Henry Vaughan in that third position, Razik Harris sitting there in second, and leading them out is Chase Herald.
Yeah, John Henry Vaughan rubbing the back bumper there of Razik Harris. It's all going to be about the Chasey Herald leading them out. Let's go back to the Class A cars down into Potamina Fastron. Look at that. They pretty much line astern, nothing much in it. Dylan Jabir bust the gearbox. They took it back to the Neandertoy workshop, and they got a box from Jason Kutsia. They stuck it all together, and Chasey Herald and Neandertoy climbing in there. Brilliant initial run in heat number 1 could be back out there for heat number 2.
Right, here comes the boys in Class B heading towards the Mad Max Motorcycle Bridge, and it's Eden Thompson that sits out there in P1. Ian Cup is there in that second position. Right behind him is Carl van Zyl, followed there by Mark Thompson. Brett van der Schyff is right in there as well as they head down into turn number 1. As they work their way out of turn 1, that is your top Class B car that's now making its way up the Jabir Straight towards turn 2.
Razik Harris coming through underneath the start-finish line with John Henry Vaughan on that inside line, second and third overall. That in behind Chasey Herald. Nothing much between them whatsoever. John Henry Vaughan in that third. Oh, they get it side by side. They're going to slow one another down like that, and that's going to be where the break turn comes. Chasey Herald at the front, hard on the brakes as they go down into turn number 2, and it's Razik Harris that leads out in that second position from John Henry Vaughan.
Yeah, Seth van der Biele sits there in that fourth position in that class as they work their way down into turn number 3. So we'll have a look and see how this one pans itself out as they make their way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4.
You can see how the plays out. Jason Kutsia, he battled in heat number 1, still leading out at this stage of the fight, but the big 2 heaters right in there behind him. Marco Busi and Umpi Swart, the 3 of them got a bit of a gap on the Dylan Jabir car in there behind. Dylan Jabir having a pretty good run today is Colin Meader, and then Conference Sale. His father's an ex-GTI champion as well. And then in there behind Conference Sale is Victor, Nathan Victor.
Class C heading towards us, and here we go in Class C right up front. Let's see who this one is. It's Chase Herald from Razik Harris. They're gobbling up that Class B car there. Oh, look at Ryan van Heerden. That's the car I was looking for. He's rubbing that back bumper of John Henry Vaughan into turn number 1. There's a lost Class B car between them, and they do not want to see that 49 car stuck in there as the 3 leaders make their way towards turn number 2. Then you got the Class B car and Ryan van Heerden saying, get out of my way. Get out of my way. I need to be there with the front 3. Van Heerden gets muscle there, and he gets overtaken there by Matthew Rowe. Rowe was in there as well. Here comes Kalkeldenace, and all of a sudden Ryan van Heerden slows right down, backs out of it. Trouble out there in the kink for Ryan van Heerden.
Well, somewhere we missed something with the Class B battle, because it's Thompson that's going down to 12, 14 seconds ahead of the side-by-side battle in there behind that between Ian Cup and Carl Wiltshire. So how that gap happened, something must have happened that we didn't see off screen. I'm pretty sure the IMUSAT guys would have picked it up and they'll bring it to us at a later point. But that makes it pretty much up and dust and disappear at the front of Class B, side by side. Ian Cup and Carl Wiltshire down towards turn number 1. Who's going to win out on that one? Oh, locking up the left-hand side rear wheel is Wiltshire, and he takes the lead as they come out into the Jabir Straight.
Right, Class A is working its way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn number 4. Through turn 4 they come now. Watch those Class A cars head out of turn number 4. Down the back straight they come now. And once again, it is right up front. Jason Kutsia. Marco Busi sits there in that second position, followed there by Yuri Swart. Jason Kutsia had a pretty average outing out in race number 1. He's doing pretty well so far in the second race, leading them out of turn 5. Out of Fastron corner, it's Kutsia, Busi and Swart sitting first, second and third. Out of turn number 5, out of Fastron. Here we go, it's side-by-side stuff. As they head down the home straight, Marco Busi setting up. Jason Kutsia Boosie won't back out. Boosie tucks in there behind him, rubs him coming out of turn number 1. Out of Holzhoek, and Jason Kutsia will know. He's got those two, well, they're all 3 hot shots, the 3 of them. Jason Kutsia, Marco Boosie, Yuri Swart. Doesn't get much better than this in Class A as they work their way out of turn 2.
That's the closest that Umpi Swart has been into that front group of 3. Dylan Jabé is still a bit of a way further back from the front 3, but quick enough to hold off Kai van Sale, Colin Meader, and Nathan Victor up from Class C, and he's getting a bit of assistance and help and guidance this season from Umpi Swart. Let's go back to that Class C battle as they come up the start-finish line and down towards turn number 1, and then is still Chasey Herald, just a quarter of a second off him when they went past us as Rasik Harris. They've broken slightly away from John Henry Vaughan. It's now come under a whole heap of pressure there from Geldenhuys that has come to join them, and Geldenhuys looks like he's in with a chance of maybe even picking up that 3rd position.
Well, coming out of turn number 5, out of Fostron, look at this fight for 1, 2 and 3 in Class A. There's nothing between the 3 of them. Jason Kutsia right on his heels here. He's gone from 1st to 3rd in that pack. He shoves his nose up on the inside of Yuri Swart. Yuri's on the outside line. He'll just hold that line because that becomes a line at the end of Jabé Straight for turn number 2. Down the Jabé Straight they go now. It is Umpi on the inside. It's Jason Kutsia on the outside, and Yuri's got the line for turn number 2, and they fight with each other. This has allowed Marco Boosie to just escape ahead of the 2 of them.
Looking at the Class B, Eden Thompson, the leader, going through turn number 1 now. And Eden Thompson has got Ian Cup is the next man in behind him. He's in fact got past Carl Walter. Carl 3/4 of a second behind him in that 3rd position. So nothing much between Cup and Walter at this stage of the fight. They are pulling away from Thompson, Van Escape from Markenfield.
Class C heading into turn 1. And it is a game on here between Chase Herald and Razik Harris. Herald sitting out there in P1, Harris sitting out there in that 2nd position. And Skulk Geldenhuys will be the next man through. Yes, it will be. Then it's John Henry Vaughan. John Henry Vaughan, as they work their way towards turn 2, was in the top 3. Sits now out the top 3 in P4 behind Geldenhuys as they work their way out of turn number 2, followed there by Matthew Rowe. C cars working their way through. But Gary, the Class A cars are heading into turn 1 holes.
That 3-way battle is going to go to the line. There's just 2 more laps to go. And it's the big hitters. It's Boosie, it's Swart, it's Kutsia. As you said earlier on, Kutsia didn't have such a great heat number 1, starting on the front of the grid with the invert. It was there and thereabouts, and he was in with a shout. But, well, he's lost out to the front 2. Once again, it's Dylan Jabé with the help of Jason Kutsia and GTI Racing that blew the gearbox in heat number 1. That's holding on to that 4th position, and that'll probably give him a 4th overall for the day. But the camera following us as we work past a lovely full grandstand into turn number 4, and that double right hand.
Oh, there goes a motor. That's Brett van der Skyf.
Another one.
That is Class B. Brett van der Skyf. That motor's gone pop down the home straight.
So the Class A on their way down the back main, and it's the Automan Fitment Centre car that leads out. Umpi Swart, National Polo Cup rider, second only to Leighton Philippe in the Universal Healthcare team that works his way down into Pertamina Fastron. The last time that they're going to come through there, the next time they come through there will be on the last lap. It's 2 to go. Marco Boosie, 1:25.549, the fastest out there for heat number 2 of the Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge.
Well, here comes Class that is Class A heading into turn 1. Class A cars working the way out of turn 1, and it is led there by Marco Boosie. Marco Boosie heading that class up as they work towards turn number 2, but let's pan towards turn 3. Up the Tigerberg Straight. Have a look at this fight for the lead in Class C as they work their way into turn 4. And it's Razik Harris that leads them out of turn 4 with Chasey Herald in that 2nd position. That's Harris from Herald down the back lane. It is Skulk Geldenhuys that's there in that 3rd position, followed there by Matthew Rowe. He's sitting there in a P4 and dropping towards the back end now of Class C is a 32 of John Henry Vaughan.
Well, it's going to be interesting stuff to see how that one plays out. Chasey Herald's got a win in heat number 1. Rasik Harris was in 3rd position, and 2nd, if I remember correctly, was John Henry Vaughan. John Henry Vaughan has dropped out of that top 3. In fact, he's dropped out of the top 4. Rasik Harris closes the line off. He's on that inside line going down the past Porsche straight going down into turn number 1. He holds that inside line, does Rasik Harris. Having a look around the outside is Chase Herald, Class A, coming through, put him in a fast run for the last time.
Checkered flag comes out, they come down the home straight, and it's going to be Marco Busi that comes home in P1. In 2nd, Jason Kutsia finishes in 3rd. There is Colin Eder, there are Nathan Victor followed by Guy van Sale, and crawling across the line last in Class A is Dylan Jabay.
Well, the Class B battle's the next one we're waiting for, and it was a very close battle in heat number 1, but this time around Eden Thompson somehow or other got a bit of a break from the battle that was going on between Thompson, Cup and Wiltshire. And well, I think they had a bit of a problem. They slowed one another down, and it's all about Eden Thompson. He's just opened up the gap. He's going to take that one away. He'll be super duper chuffed with that. The next one coming through behind Thompson will be Ian Cup. That's a very good 2nd place for him, and that's ahead of Carl Wiltshire.
So we'll watch out for Class C as Mark Thompson finishes his race, and so does Stephen for Mark across the line. But the Class C cars are heading towards us. While I was talking about the Class B cars, I was watching them going down into turn number 5, and Rasik Harris deserves a win no matter what. He had so much problems out there in Clubman's, and Harris comes home in P1. Chasey Herald finishes 2nd. Skull Caldernace will finish in 3rd, followed there by Matthew Rowe in 4th, and 5th will go to John Henry Vaughan.
Well, I think Skull Caldernace, Frankie, did a brilliant job. If you think about it, how much experience he has and, well, has not got, as opposed to Rasik Harris and what Rasik has ridden around the circuit already. Chase Herald behind the steering wheel in motorsport from the age of 11. And coming from the Neanderthal stable that's centered right here at Killarney International Raceway. He knows about setups and whatever. In fact, between races, he was one of the people that took his overall off and made a plan to take that gearbox out of Dylan Jabert's car. So Dylan Jabert's crew just asked to say a big thanks to Neanderthal and the crew for making it possible, and the box that they got from Jason Kutsia so that he could be out here for race number 2. Alert Engine Parts GTI Challenge Race number 2 for the day.
Well, some entertaining stuff to say the least. There's a car that is standing on the infield in turn number 4. You can see there on your monitors, but some brilliant stuff out there by the boys in GTI Challenge.
Right, folks, the next race coming up is, in fact, the last race of the day, and it was not supposed to be like that. Sports and GT coming out. We've had
numerous incidents where we've had to have the ambulance crew out, and a big thanks to the A-team, the West Province Motor Club marshals, that have collected the better part of 5 to 15 to maybe even 20 litres of oil, and to Auntie Libre that picked up some spare parts that can
Lots
be
of
given
parts
back to some of the people. So yeah, that slowed us down quite a bit. But the other thing, Frankie, is that being the first meeting of the season, there's been a rather high attrition rate from a mechanical point of view, and that in fact affecting our possible last race of the day today.
Yeah, there's been some mechanical problems out there for a few of the cars that were supposed to take part in the Thunder Saloons. A lot of them picked up some problems, and they had to try and get those cars sorted out, and quite a few of them just couldn't. And there's been a few casualties as well in the supercars, so it's very sportsmanlike that we have decided, or not we, the powers that be, the management, put it that way, has decided that the Thunder Saloons and the supercars will not take part. So the sports and GTs coming up now will be the final race of the event.
Yeah, so the final race of the event it will be, and we have received word, Frankie, that April will be the return of the Thunder Saloons as well, and of course the supercars joining them on that. As Frankie, we look at that bumper coming off on the Tygerberg Straight, as we just look at the replays now.
Yeah, so unfortunately we're not going to see the Thunder Saloon cars. It's a very high-tech category, and there's been a few mechanical issues, and the drivers have rather decided when it comes to being sportsmanlike, they're going to not race. And have a look at this situation that we're looking at now. Cars punting each other off here going into turn number 4, and Kai van Sale was one of them, and the other one is Colin Meader. So that must then have happened, Byron, after the checkered flag, because all those cars in Class A took the checkered flag. So there must have been, well, there was contact between drivers going into turn 4, as you can see on the replay, after the checkered flag.
Well, Frankie, as well as we watch this, you can see
that seems accidental contact. I think the 71 just wandered across the front end of the 34. Yeah, that wasn't done on purpose. That's just one of those, something happened.
Well, Frankie, the telltale sign, look at this. We have Clubman's cars, we have classic cars at the side of the circuit.
If we can see a replay again from IMUSAT, here we come. Coming out the corner, these cars are going through. This car came out wide, loses the bumper. That's not the issue. And there we can't see what happened, if there was contact there. No, well, that's just a replay of the bumper coming off. I want to have a look at the replay of those two cars taking each other out. Arms are out the window, so that did happen after the checkered flag. He just drove in front of him, and that on the slowdown lap. My goodness, Colin Meader driving the 71 car right in front of the 34 car of Carl van Sale on the cool down lap after the checkered flag, going up the Tygerberg Straight, heading into turn 4, Malmesbury.
Yeah,
strange.
It just shows you, Frankie, even though the flag has flown, you still have to keep your wits about you, and these incidents do happen. I was just saying to you now, look at the telltale sign of the day. A lot of the races have been races of attrition. We have Clubman's cars at the side, we have classic cars at the side, we have all cars around the circuit, and the marshals and the recovery crews have been incredibly busy today.
Yeah, and that's also a reason why the last race has been postponed to April. For the people that's sitting at home watching this production, you can see just there going into turn number 4 on the inside, there's really 4 race cars standing there. So between GTI Challenge and Clubman's and Classic and Fine and the motorcycles, we've had our fair share of action.
No, we have, Frankie. And of course, always at the start of the year, there's always the few little issues to iron out. And, all the eagerness to get racing again. We've got racing again for 2022. The crowds are back. They've seen some action-packed racing today. And, well, let me tell you one thing. It's only going to go from strength to strength over here as we have a Nashville on the 5th.
Yeah, that's a big one.
That's a big one.
That one, you people at home and here must diarize the Extreme Festival The Cape Town round will be right here at Killarney International Raceway, March the 5th.
But we round off the day with the sports and GT cars. And,
Sponsored by Spitfire Furniture.
Spitfire Furniture, I want to say, as Frankie has just pointed out. And, well, Steve Humble, no surprise there, the man on pole position. Alongside him will be Francis Carruthers. Their fastest lap times, considerable gap with the 1:14.765 of Humble and the 1:15.230 of the Pull Beam being driven by Carruthers. Gary Kieswetter and Martin Pugh will hold row 2 in the Porsche GT3 Cup in the Nissan Shelby Can-Am. Martin Prince, who put some strong performances in the first race of the day, number 72 Porsche GT3 Cup, will be sharing row number 3 with Sandra Bakari's Juno SS3.
Yes, Sandra Bakari, then the Porsche of Andre Brunk will be out there in P7, then Yanni Hatzi in the Nissan SX will be in 8th position. Row 5 will be Henny Trollope and Arno Church, and row 6 will be Ray Farnham in the Birkin 7 and Devon Lismore in the Nissan 350Z.
Fingers crossed for Devon Lismore.
I do look at that list, Byron, and I see that the Birkin 7 of Clinton Thorne is not on that list.
Interesting point there, Frankie. Yes, you have... I didn't actually originally notice that myself, but yes, Clinton Thorne, who started fourth in the first race, and was at the sharp end of the field. Unfortunately, there could be some problems there. If I hope it's not going to be too serious problems, but he has decided to sit this particular race out. I know Devon Lismore pulled off at the side of the circuit on the start of the first race and had problems over there, so I don't know if that 350 is going to be in there. I do not see Emil Buerta as well.
Yes, that's another one. Emil Buerta with the other 350Z not out there. So those two cars that were out there in race 1 not with us in race 2.
I did see earlier on though that Emil Buerta was fully out of his overalls, so he was into his standard clothes, so it looks like he went for an early shower, unfortunately there.
Right, so this being the last race, let's just go through a bit of the program, what's happening next weekend here at Killarney International Raceway. The Cape Town drivers have got a round of their club championship right here at the Killarney Oval next weekend here, and then at Worcester, at Mega Oval in Worcester at the Klein Plaasie Showgrounds is another round of the club championship that's happening out there on the next weekend. And then also at Killarney as well next weekend is round 1 of the 2022 Western Province Club and Regional Karting Championship. That will also be on the kart circuit next weekend, running in conjunction with the Cape Town drivers. And then we fast forward to the 26th, is also a double header happening here. It is round 1 of the short circuit motorcycle racing, and then also round 1 2022 of the Killarney Rallycross series.
Also as well, Killarney next weekend, the
yes.
Serg Motor Club Gymkhana, first
correct.
of the year. As well, we will
so there's three race events happening here next weekend: CHD, Oval, karting, and the Witzenberg Gymkhana.
It's going to be lovely. It's just going to be just an activity zone here.
For sure.
At Killarney,
and you want all the spectators back.
You do. That's what you want. And
3 in 1. 3 for the price of
exactly.
1.
And look at the big fan base. Look at the big fan base, of course, the Cape Town drivers who'll be wanting to come back.
But you know what I've noticed? And I've been watching this the whole day. Normally, under normal circumstances, Byron, rectify me if I'm wrong, heading into the final race of the day, Killarney is virtually empty. 2 years, no spectators. We're going into the final race, and there's still a fair amount of people that is around Killarney International. The grass embankment still got a good amount of people. The stands in Interceptor Corner's got a fair amount of people. The main grandstand between Interceptor and Malmesbury has got a good amount of people. That shows you how hungry the people were to come back. And if you guys out there can hear us, we love you, Oaks, and we are so glad that you guys are back with us.
Also, I just want to actually say those folks in the new pit area at the top there as well.
Yes.
I saw them earlier on. We tend to forget a little bit about that side of things, but it was great to see a whole lot of people there too. watching from all over Killarney, and what happens is the few people there at Quarry as well on the stands over there. I hope that next time when we have a national, of course, when we have the Extreme Festival,
5th of March,
that we come all here and we show everybody our Cape Townian hospitality over here as well, because we have a lot of upcountry visitors, and of course we always have our international guys and girls as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, when the checkered flag comes out on this race, these guys are not going to want to go home. If we had some lights, we could organize a night event. Tell the drivers, get some more fuel, let's do this whole thing over again.
And let me tell you one thing, if they were tired, they would get their energy back and go right back into it.
I definitely know that they would. Right, so we've had a bit of fun out here, and as I said, last race of the event, and there's still so many people, as I was saying to Byron, Gary, the people were hungry for motorsport, and you can see that they're all around the track. This one, and the rest of the team, Gary Fleming and Francois Butler. It was an honor and a pleasure to be with all the people here today, and you guys at home. Had a bit of issues in the first half with things not working out 100% right, but I must say the second half of the show, everything has gone a lot smoother. Well, it is the opening event of the year, so teething problems here and there, it will happen. But obviously we will move on from there, and the next event we're going to be looking forward to. That one will be on March the 5th, and it is the Cape Town round of the Extreme Festival. Polar Cup, GTC cars, yes, Formula 1600s, amongst others. I'm sure there'll be a couple of local classes running as well. I'd love to see, you know, I'm probably hinting now, but it's got nothing to do with what I want. I'd love to see the G and, what do you call it, the Extreme Supercars.
Yes.
Come down from up north.
That would actually be lovely actually as well, but you know, every year the Nationals come down. Sometimes we've been lucky to have two in 1 year as well.
We normally have two, but in 2020 we only had one, and last year, September 1, the Cape Town round was cancelled due to the Delta variant of COVID. That's why they didn't run that one. But I'm almost certain it will be 2 out of 2 for 2022.
Well, making their way around now behind the safety car, pace car. I always say both because it depends on who you are. Sometimes some people like to say a safety car or a pace car in American terms. And well, we come around now as Steve Humble, pole position, Opel Melick, Mark 14B. The pole beam alongside him of Francis Carruthers. That's the top two. Gary Keesfeld, his trusty Porsche GT3 Cup. Mark Pugh. Well, those are some of the names. This now is racing. 10 racing laps. Carruthers gets a good start. The second phase of the start will be all Melick, and it will be Steve Humble quickly getting himself up ahead there once again. Gary Keesfeld will hold that third position. position. Here now comes the Porsche coming through now of Prince. Prince is in that section. Martin Pugh as well. It looks like that Juno of Sandra Vicari having a little bit of being bogged down at the start as Andre Brink pokes his nose ahead as they go through the kink.
Right, so I'm back. Nice to have the race 2, Sports and GT. Steve Humble leading out over Francis Carruthers, Gary Kiswetter, Martin Pugh, Martin Prince, Sandra Vicari, Andre Brink. All in there. Yanni Hatsi, Henry Trollope, Arnold Church, Ray Farnham, and Divan Lismore. In the 350Z, and the leaders now making their way down the back straight down towards Batamina Foxtrot corner. And Steve Humble in the Opel Mallock, Mark 14B leads out. First sector time in 22 seconds, very quick. So it's probably going to post a good time. It's a lovely time of the day to race. Byron, it's nice and cool. We're going to track temperatures here. And Francis Carruthers up behind him in the building. And then it's Henry Trollope, Divan Lismore, Arnold Church, Ray Farnham in those Birkins up at the back end there. So having a look-see. And I tell you, Steve Humble, unassailable at the moment, and was much of last year.
Just looking at Sandra Vicari though, Francois, interestingly going back every move, and the Juno SS3 finds himself now in 8th position. I think he started around about 6th or 5th, and well, he's going to have a job ahead of him now to try and get that back ahead of Yanni Hatsi and that Nissan 200 SX. Henry Trollope also has got a Lotus 7R, but looking at the classes, Humble leads not only overall but Class A ahead of Carruthers and Kiswetter. Prince will be the Class B leader ahead of Pugh and Brick, and then Class D will be Yanni Hatsi, who leads that particular class at the moment. Arno Church is the man in 11th position, and we'll see what they can do.
No, Louis Diaga, that's very strange. Louis is usually having a look at that 286 of Danny Hudson. A very, very well good car. The 286 himself up. Steve Humble down in the sub 115, 114.987. Not doing too shabby. Carruthers 115, Kiswetter 115, high 115s, and then Martin Prince in the 119s, Martin Pugh 118, so he should be coming up past him soon. Andre Brink in the 121. He's in the Porsche 997 GT3 Cup. Dream car, sorry, Byron, I had to put that in there.
Plenty of dream cars always in the sports and GT cars. And let me tell you one thing, passion all the way with that Nissan over there doing quite nicely, of course, of Yanni Hatsi. He has got Vicari over there with 0.6 of a second between the two of them. I think it's much closer now as they come off the Tiger Loop straight through the double apex right hand at Malmesbury and onto the back straight now. Let's see, I think a movie is going to be made. The Juno is in the center. Nissan, of course, with the flag on the side of the lead. While Steve Humble crosses the line now, he's got a 1:14.987 as his fastest lap. As I just see on the screen, has made its way past the Nissan of Hatsi, and that will be from 8th into 7th for Sandra Vicari.
Yanni Hatsi not lying back his face. Sandra Vicari. Vicari's got Hatsi, well, showing him that I'm not prepared to take this one lying down. He comes straight back at him down into turn number 1. There, the Birkins behind them, and Divan Lismore sitting there in the 350Z in between the Birkins. So he's having a bit of a battle all on his own there. Eddie Trollope, Arno Church and Ray Farnham. They're all in there, and you have the picture there going into Quarry Corner, and then you see Hatsi up behind that man Sandra Vicari. Out front, going down into turn number 5 already. Coming out of 5 is Steve Humble. Gives you an idea of the time differential. And Steve Humble, well, he's not hanging around, he crosses the line and has 6 laps to go. So it just gives you an idea. 4 laps down into the bucket already. 2-litre turbocharged Opel motor under there. Very well prepared by the Steve Humble garage. and so to the pull beam of Francisco. Francis for a very long time at Killarney. It's good to have him back. Nice to see you out there. He is a director of a very popular electrical company, and he's out there, so good to have him there. And Gary Kiswetter in that Porsche GT3 Cup car, always in that.
He puts in another fast lap time, 1:14. The previous fastest lap for him already at 25.9 on his first sector. Carruthers got himself the fastest third sector on the last lap, so he is quick, but not as quick as he would like to be, I would think. So 2.4 seconds between himself and Steve Humble, but a further 4 seconds back is Gary Kieswetter. Gary Kieswetter has got not to be worried about Martin Prince. Martin Prince leads Class B at this time, 1.1 seconds ahead of Martin Pugh. Andre Brink in the red flag. Red flags. It has gone off. So I'll take a look now. Red flags have been waved, so the race has been halted. We'll find out for you shortly what the cause of that. Oh goodness, they're right by the karting tower, or not the tower, the control tower basically, you could say. If it's right behind that into the tyres, a car has buried itself. And we'll find out now for you who that is. So we'll just check on the screens around, but for now the cars will go back to the grid. IMUSAT, maybe if we could just pick up on the Joubert straight after turn 1. The straight after turn 1, between turns 1 and turn 2, if we could maybe just get a view of who is buried in the tyres there. Or replay or something over there. We'll find out shortly. As I say, thank you very much everybody for your patience as we watch the cars go on the grid. There's the SX, the Yamaha 200 SX. There's Devon Lismore coming in the 350Z, and then a number of the Birkin 7. I think there could be any trollop over there as well.
Right, folks, the race day has been pulled to an end. It's been red flagged due to a medical incident. So that calls the day to an end. We'd like to thank our marshals, our medical staff, all the powers that be who've organised the race day, the race secretary, etc. To my fellow commentators, Frank Yemis, Byron Knight, Gary Fleming, and myself, Francois Butler, Mike Side. It's been a pleasure and honour to be with you guys. We look forward to our next meeting. I think that is on the 7th of March, if I'm not mistaken. 5th of March, 5th, sorry. I've got 7th, 6th, and 7th, so I'll be writing on the calendar. 5th of March, the Extreme Festival. So we look forward to seeing all of you there. It's been very nice. Closing, final word from you.
No, thank you, Francois. It's been an interesting start, I think, to the year. 2022 is well and truly underway, and yeah, so many events still to come up, and not only here at main circuit, or here in Killarney, of course. Frank will bring it out next week, of course, CHD and karting, and of course the Gymkhana series from Pittsburgh as well. All of us will be involved in those various ones over there. But I'd like to thank Francois Butler and Frank Lennox and Gary Fleming as well for a good day of racing. And, we'll see you next time. Please, everybody, drive home safely and keep well.
Right, from myself, Frank Guinness, it's been an honour and a pleasure, and it's not exactly the way we want to end the day's racing. There's been an incident on the exit of turn 1 behind the karting clubhouse involving one of the sports and GT cars, and time was also against us, and the necessary needs to be done over there. So unfortunately, that's not the way we want to end a race event, but it is the way it is. And we wish all of you a happy weekend further. Go safe, look after yourselves, enjoy the upcoming weeks, and we'll see you at the racetrack somewhere. Remember, next weekend here at Killarney International, we've got a triple header. We've got the Witzenberg with Gymkhana doing their stint down in turn 5. We've got round 1 of the Western Province Karting Championship, and we've also got another round of the Cape Town drivers at the Killarney Oval. All that happening at Killarney next weekend. The next big one when it comes to main circuit is on March the 5th, the Cape Town round of the Extreme Festival Short Circuit, and Rallycross will also be on the 26th of February. And then after that, we fast forward to the 5th of March for the Extreme Festival. Have a great weekend further, people. Drive home safely, and